Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
He goes again to devastating effect, straight down the ground. Sinclair, 6, and that's a half century. Kevin Sinclair, splendid test debut with the bats.
Last ball of the over, Roach to Smith, who's hit on the pad. Big appeal, the umpire looks and says no. The way he's holding his bat, he's starting to walk off, and he is going to have to walk off. Alzari Joseph with that rhythmical approach. Bowls to Labuschagne, caught! Oh, what a catch! Brilliant catch! Wider on the crease, bowling to Green, and he's out! It's another one! Roach to bowl to Head, who gets one down leg side. Is there a tickle? There is! I cannot believe what I am seeing! Travis Head is out for a golden duck!
4 for 24. Well, I wouldn't have imagined that in the best of scenarios.
He's driving edge and he's caught it first slip. Sinclair does his triple flip and celebrates his first wicket in Test cricket. A cartwheel and a somersault.
The young group, these guys want to play Test cricket. They want to do well against the #1 team in the world. So the guys are really up for it and really up for the challenge. So I'm glad with the energy we brought today, and it puts us in a pretty even position right where we are right now.
For a moment yesterday, it felt like we'd been plunged back into the 80s as the West Indies quicks terrorised Australia's batters. It's given the tourists a lead and a chance at a miracle.
What did it hit?
It's hit the stump.
It has hit the stump.
It's hit the stumps.
And it actually spun the bail around in the grooves.
It's done a full 360.
But
I've never ever seen that in my life.
Sinclair around the wicket bowls. Kerry stands upright, flays the ball through extra cover. Another perfect drive. Had a hard time against Carey, who's gone big over mid-on. He's clouted it into the stands for 6. Sinclair bowls to Carey, who drives for his 50th run. He's never looked better in his Test career.
As Graves bowls a new over to Khawaja, who drives down the ground for 4.
Bowling to Usman Khawaja, who turns off the pads deftly for his 50th run. Usman Khawaja, the mainstay yet again in a vital innings for Australia. Alzari bowls, Cummins flashes beautifully forward of gully.
Roach to Cummins, who lifts him high over the top of cover and into the crowd.
Faces up and he drives lustily. The captain with a half century, and the Gabba rises to him. These were desperately needed runs. And Cummins has led from the front.
It would have been nice to get a few more, but I thought to be where we are, I guess after a difficult start we're certainly in this game of cricket.
Australia has become accustomed to wriggling out of a tight scenario with a bit of luck and a lot of front. The new ball spells might cast the die in keeping the perfect summer intact. Mitch Marsh joins us before play.
I think it provides something different. It's a challenge for the players. I think it's a great innovation, and I think we saw it in the TV numbers as well. So we outrated the tennis. 1 million people watched sessions 2 and 3. So it's what the fans want to see. It's great to see everyone embracing it. I think 4-on-1 is the right split.
And pink ball cricket might have its quirks, but its prime time power and thrill-a-minute nature has been on full display in Brisbane. We'll ask if the players are fully accepting of its permanent place on the home schedule. This is SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Day 3 at the Gabba after the frenetic events of yesterday. The West Indies lead by 35 runs. They will resume at 1 for 13. Australia condemned to play from behind, but not as far back as it looked like they would be for big portions of the day. The game scores the West Indies 311. Australia declared 9 down for 289. And the wicket of Chanderpaul, taken by Hazelwood, brought stumps in the 8th over. All manner of possibility. Gerard Whateley with you. Damien Fleming is with me. Hello to you, Flem.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, listeners. Can't wait. Can we trump yesterday's highlights on day 3? Geez, I hope we can.
It'd be something if we did.
It is. I've been down the pitch. I tell you what, the Windies might be able to get some runs, a bit of a run fest today. So big hour for the Australian quicks, particularly with that newish ball.
Ian Healy, hello.
Morning, Gerard. Lovely intro, mate. And g'day, Flemo. I think we can trump it. I think both teams have got serious tests today. Australia to sort of see how they can cope in this heat and humidity once again as the energy levels are drained for another day and produce quality. Bowl like they did last night. The West Indies can survive for half an hour, but they need more than that today. So the bowling has to be just as good under big pressure that they are. And then the West Indies belief gets tested. You know, you hear the captains sort of say, well, young blokes, I like the energy they brought today and we're in this match, right? Well, energy's one thing. Now they've got to really stay clear-headed and look for bad balls that they can score runs off. They can't just do what they did last night all day today if Australia bowl well.
The additional factor is it is oppressively hot.
And they nearly melted yesterday. I think it's worse today because the sun wasn't out. At this time yesterday, the sun wasn't out, but it was pretty oppressive yesterday. And as I said in commentary, I hadn't seen a wetter test, and it's worse today.
It's drier today, but it's hotter.
Yeah, okay.
I think the Kookaburra Bull will have sunscreen to save itself today.
Yeah.
Might help the swing.
It might be desperately illegal.
We'll see today that really minimal warm-ups. The bowlers have got to be really sparing in how much time they spend in this sun unnecessarily. So I don't know how you can do it without bowling a few and getting your strength and flexibility work in and getting really warm. But they might do it right before the start of the match and then fire up.
I prefer that,
yes.
Just right before, so warm, and then go out there and bowl. Agree with your Heels. That intensity from Hazelwood and Stark last night was excellent because they weren't. I thought it was going to swing around. I thought Stark was going to be the man, but there was minimal swing. There hasn't been much seen besides the West Indies early on in their bowling innings yesterday. So it was just good pace and bounce and accuracy, and it really tested the defence of Chanderpaul and Brathwaite. And agreeing with Heels again too, you know, they've got to be proactive as well. And for me, probably the main batsman to do that would be Mackenzie. I think he's got a natural scoring rate that'll accelerate the game. Brathwaite, we've seen him in the past. He wears down the opposition bowlers, but he's not in great form. You've got to score runs. You've got to put it back on the Australians. And if they can get to a scenario, the West Indies, where Nathan Lyon's doing a holding pattern and they're rotating the quicks, that'll be a win. I can't see a lot in there for Nathan Lyon. He'd love to bowl if there was a day 5 because his pitch would be deteriorated. The footmarks would be more significant. They're not very significant at the moment. You know, Mitchell Starks, which Lyon could bowl into. You know, there's not a lot happening there.
Come on, Starkey.
Yeah, the cracking will play a part, but it'll mainly be when the Australia bat.
And you're saying the wickets are a little bit cracked. On a decent length at the Stanley Street end, is it underneath grass still? Or can you see the surface?
No, you
cracked?
can see it. It's starting to happen. You know, you don't see that a lot at the Gabba, but it's a good length. Probably on leg stump, but you know, if it hits that, you don't know which way it's going to go. But it's right in your eye line, and it's definitely, if you're looking to get forward, it's a good length. It's not one where you're playing back and can give yourself a bit more time to.
Yeah, and of course we've got all left-handers. So they're going to cop it on their off stump if the Windies get the angle.
So Alzari Joseph, if he's bowling 145, that could be ugly.
Yeah, but don't worry about him just yet. We've got a fair bit of bowling to do, haven't we?
So the pattern of this match has been in the first session with the new ball. That's where the wickets have been taken. So the 25 overs in this first 2 hours of play may go a very long way to determining what transpires.
Well, the Aussies keep talking about it, this test. You know, it was Mitchell Stark and Nathan Lyon yesterday. 11 overs, they reckon, 12 overs, and then it's like a tennis ball. A few of the batters were mentioning it today out in the middle there. So, you know, they know that might be only half an hour where it might retain that hardness, and then it's going to be really tough work. Probably that's where I want to see, if the pitch isn't providing variation, you've got to provide it yourself. So I liked how Hazelwood changed up the angle of coming around the wicket to Chanderpaul, you know, testing that off stump. I'd like to see if they get set a bit some T20 type skills, some change-ups, full
good call,
fast bouncers, but that change-up bouncer as well. So you've got them, you use them in T20 cricket. If it gets tough today, I'd like to see that. Sometimes I think we can get a bit robotic and plan orientated instead of just living in the moment.
I think Pat Cummins is slow to get into the attack a lot too. So I'd like to see him be really proactive and active with his changes today. Hazelwood's in beautiful rhythm. Geez, running in fast and hard and well balanced as well. Starkey goes in and out of good spells and good periods and good deliveries in each over. And Cummins is pretty consistent. I'd like to see him start maybe.
I think he's been more proactive this summer.
Yeah, okay.
In sensing the moment, I'll grab the ball.
Okay.
Starkey, first 2 overs, no good, I'll grab it.
Yes.
Where I think in the past, it's like, no, he bowls his 5 or 6 overs, then I'll come on. So, yeah, we might watch for that. As good as Stark was last night, maybe Cummins grabs the new ball.
And then the fast bowling depth that the West Indies don't have, which we saw yesterday, is Marsh and Green are there. So Australia have got 5 to toggle through, as well as...
Yeah, Greeny's been going through his... warm-up stuff. I've been watching there, so he's expecting to bowl, and a good option to have, tall and bouncy, with a softer ball, the higher you release with the more ball velocity, it's going to be tougher to bat against.
So, bit of scenario planning. So that the first day-nighter here was against Pakistan, and they were set 480 in the 4th innings and got 450.
Should have got him in the end.
A pitch that just kept getting better. So this is a real curiosity to see what happens today, and the cracks at one end. That there's that tendency to go, well, anything over 260, but there is a little bit of history here with these circumstances that it could be bigger than that.
If I didn't see that, it's still minimal cracking. I don't see it playing a part early. If you took that out, this just looks an absolute road. Yeah. Absolute road.
Yeah, that's all good. Why didn't we maximise and capitalise on the road yesterday? That's the thing we can't get our heads right into, can we?
No.
We're waiting to see how they recover or don't in their second innings, the Australians. In a day like this, with so many bowling options, you can't pace yourself. You've got to go hard. Everyone's got to produce quality, and it won't be for long. You might only get 1 short spell per session, and that's 3 for the day if we happen to be bowling that much. And the other thing is 1 hour at a time. 2 wickets in the first hour, then let's go for 3 and 4 in the before lunch or whatever it's called here, tea, and then 2 wickets an hour, and you keep yourself in, and you have more fun than you might. And of course, the West Indies have to stop that from happening.
The national conversation is Steve Smith as an opener, which was inevitable if he didn't make runs as soon as he got there. What are your first impressions, Damien Fleming?
I'm not sold. He missed that ball by a long way. I'm trying to rack my brain. Besides that dismissal, that moving across the crease has meant that he's edged 5th, 6th stump deliveries all summer out. What was he doing 3 or 4 years ago? My recall is just let him go. He let the ball go so well, and he had those extravagant leaves, didn't he? All that. We don't see that anymore. So I think he's just playing at deliveries he doesn't need to. When he hit that on drive, that was a pretty good shot in the middle of the bat. But the dismissal, was it next ball or 2 balls later? He seemed to move another 30 centimetres across. So if you're moving horizontally that far and the ball's coming down vertically, you're getting outside the line. You're making it so hard to actually hit the ball. And we know how much he bats. He's been batting for an hour today. But for me, it's not. We haven't seen a solution this summer.
Before he was an opener, was he moving that extravagantly this summer? Or is it that just now?
It has crept back into his game from where he got himself last summer. But he has made that extra adjustment because he's opening.
Yeah, he should make less, shouldn't he? He should make less of adjustment. And, when he was in the peak of his powers, he did a couple of things that were textbook. He was wandering, he was fidgety, and he did wander across a little bit, but he was dead still in a perfect position when the bowler was releasing the ball. And now he's not. He's still shuffling to the right, and then he's got to settle and he's got to get his eyes balanced again, and, I've missed it. He never used to miss a ball because he was so connected to what was coming out of the bowler's hand. You could watch him and you knew he was going to hit this ball. that one, and now he's a bit iffy. His percentages are down. So I think he's got to stand and move forwards or back and across better.
He was always such an eye player, which you knew in his prime as if his eye goes, is this all going to work?
He's got to change his technique if his eye starts to wane.
So the Warriors are starting to ponder, well, is this the start of the decline as in the natural evolution of a career?
Yeah, well, he's always thought his hands were his gift, and he took his eyes for granted, I'm sure. He can get this done. But he's got to settle his feet. He's just got to settle his movements, I would have thought, especially when you're opening, and make good decisions. And he's in a period where he's probably unaware of just how much energy went into those innings of greatness.
Yep.
You know, when you're leaving balls, when you're deciding to play straight or whip off your middle stumps. He used to give the bowlers a big look at his stumps, which he's still doing now, probably too much, and it's taking more energy than he's got.
And there are two parts to this equation. Is Cameron Green ready for 4 in Test cricket?
Oh, I don't care. He's got to be. You're playing for Australia here. This is a great day's play to be part of, and then a great run chase to be part of. And he knows that. He's good at those, especially here at the Gabba. He's hurt the Queensland team a lot of times. So I don't care whether he's ready or not. Do the job. If you don't do the job, you're not going to be here.
Yep.
So it's simple as that. He's got to put his big boy's pants on, and get the job done because he's good enough to. Come on.
They're going to get a test in what might be a big run chase, depending on how this goes. Ian Healy and Damien Fleming are our experts for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. The one other element of yesterday's play, and there was so much, was, has anyone solved the mystery of the spinning bail? How does a bail get clipped and spin in the groove without ever making any sign that it was going to jump out?
Do they need some adhesive on the ends? On the ends, we think the whole bail spun, don't we? Not just the middle bit, the big bit.
It was the proper barrel spin.
Yeah. So they need to be more adhesive in the grooves, and I think the grooves might be too deep. Why do they have to be that deep? Sit them more on the top of the stumps than they are at the moment, because that's not good enough.
That bail has to come off.
That could be in the museum. Yeah, we could have that in the museum, that bail. A famous bail.
Yes. All right, so Queensland ground and weather conditions for Suncorp. Get your home storm season ready with Suncorp. The forecast is a big part of this test match now. So what did we look before? It's 36 and it feels like 107 or something like that?
32 feels like 39, something like that, I think.
Yeah. So we're up to 36 as the...
actual.
As the actual. There is some cloud forecast for later in the day. The storms are due tomorrow morning, but just talking to the ground staff, they said when it's like this, there'll be a storm at some point today.
Righto.
Once it gets this volatile.
Well, we don't want that until the end of play. Like, let's hope it's a late night one, not an early morning one tomorrow, because this is a really special day's Test cricket to look forward to. This is tantalising. Both teams are standing around out here in front of us, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're not daring to do too much, but they really want to do a bit, and then they can't leave it in their discussions. They've got to do it with actions today. This is so good to look forward to.
It's a day that is dripping with possibilities and dripping with perspiration. Suncorp, home resilience. And the other bit was to see the West Indies like this. They channeled a little bit of yesteryear. I know you lived that era, so you might have less affection than we as a public do. But as well as the condemnation of Australia, there was this wave of affection. This is what we want the West Indies to be, and the great hope that they might find a way to continue in Test cricket and provide that fire and fight. They had happy hitting, they had wild celebrations, and they had threatening bowling at times, which was great to see.
It was, and I felt that too, that the crowd were right behind them. And, you know, that actually before my time, when I was a youngster growing up, that's the real emotion through the early 80s. They were out here again this summer, you beauty, the West Indies. Our Australian cricket team had their heads down, but yeah, it's still there. It's great that it is still there. They deserved it yesterday because they looked like they wanted to be there. I've seen West Indies team not wanting to be there. You know, they're slow around the field, They look disinterested, and they're not enjoying themselves. But not this team. They are a group of youngsters that should be able to get this done. Now their middle and tail got things done with the bat in the first innings because they played cricket. They watched the ball. They didn't care whether it was Mitchell Stark bowling or Josh Hazelwood or Pat Cummins. The ball was delivered and they reacted to that ball. Now, can their top order do it? It's sort of it's sporting courage, really, to go out, fool your brain that this is not that important. I'm going to watch the ball, I'm going to hit it. And if it's a really good one, I'm going to block it. And if it's not so good, I'm going to look where my scoring opportunities are. They've got to get dead set, clear and simple because they've got talent. They have got talent and they've got to use it. Today's a great day. They don't have to score that many. If they score 200 today and they're 6 down, that's all. They can't do both. They can take their time scoring their runs, pick off balls that Australia finally give them, don't lose super wickets on poor shot selection, and just top it off tomorrow. That's the sort of discussions and probably hopes. They've got to be more than hopes. They've got to be dead set plans that they can stick to.
Our pre-matches for Spitwater. Tools, not toys, made in Australia since 1982. The West Indies will resume at 1 for 13. Their lead is 35. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. Mitch Marsh is about to join us.
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Barrett Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Henley Homes Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, the Sumitomo Forestry Group.
The Australian Open. The biggest matches called live right here on SEN.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
As cost of living explodes, fuel is going up, food skyrocketing, inflation, groceries? It's time to take control. Manage your finances with Humanity, a simple budgeting app where you can also earn extra money. Link your savings, super and investment accounts. Learn where you can save by tracking your spending. Earn extra money by taking part in short online surveys. Link, learn and earn with Humanity. Download now and use the referral code SEN at sign up.
Humanity with an I.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Pioneer Seeds is excited to bring Australian farmers the next big thing in our trusted Y-Series canola hybrids. Optimum Gly is a new third-generation glyphosate tolerance canola trait technology with improved crop safety, superior weed control and greater herbicide application versatility. Contact your local Pioneer rep to choose the right Y-Series Optimum Gly hybrid canola seed for your program. Call 1-800-PIONEER.
It's a mountain of football on Paramount Plus with the fourth round of the FA Cup.
And it's game on!
Every game, live and exclusive. The FA Cup fourth round, now streaming, only on Paramount Plus.
Don't risk a shirt. Don't risk your pants. Don't take a chance. Go to Element.
Alamance Kia's new showroom is now open at the Paris end of Barclay Street, Footscray. Come in for a great Kia Grand Slam deal during January and receive $500 free accessories on every car sold. Visit 435 Barclay Street, Footscray, alancekea.com.au or call us on 1-800-ALAN-MANCE.
LMCT 4976.
Don't take a chance, go to Alamance.
Taverners Australia is an official charity partner of Cricket Australia. Fundraising contributes to Cricket Australia's National Cricket Inclusion Championships, a tournament for cricketers with disabilities who play across 3 divisions: blind and low vision, deaf and hard of hearing, cricketers with an intellectual disability. Donate to the Sporting Chance Fund or buy a raffle ticket for a trip to Lords in September for the 4th one-day match between Australia and England. With return flights for 2 people, accommodation, spending money and much more, get involved today. Go to taverners.org.au.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for Spitwater. Tools, not toys. Made in Australia since 1982.
A little more than half an hour away from the first ball of day 3. 1 for 13. The West Indies, the lead is 35. Our pre-matches for Spitwater Tools, not toys. Made in Australia since 1982. The heat will be the main topic of conversation around this test for the hours of daylight, I'm sure. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan have headed out into the oven. They are with Mitch Marsh, thanks to Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. redenergy.com.au.
Yes, thank you, Gerard. We are down here at Boundary Side and it's about 86 degrees. We're all melting. Mitch Marsh joins us. I'm interested, Mitch, when it is so hot, what do you do in the morning to prepare for what's ahead of you? Anything different when it's so hot, and a day-night fixture?
It's probably more wishing that I wasn't an all-rounder and wasn't going to be called on to bowl this morning, this afternoon. But it's pretty simple: hydration, stay in the cool. The bowlers especially, they've had a pretty big workload already, so a few of them are on the bench this morning getting treatment and getting ready for what's going to be a big day.
Yesterday was a big day. So much happened. It's hard to even remember everything. But I'm interested in when those 4 wickets fell in quick succession. What was it like in the dressing room, apart from you having to scramble to put the pads on?
I think one of the best things about our team, certainly over the last 18 months, is that it's been quite relaxed in those moments, and we found ourselves in tricky situations throughout the last little period of time, and we've always managed to get ourselves back in the game. So yesterday was another example of that. Even though we're probably a touch behind still, we managed with a few great partnerships towards the back end of our innings to get ourselves back in the game. So we come today prepared to hopefully get a few wickets early and see how the day pans out.
We were talking about it up in the commentary box about what would have been said at that dinner break. At least you had that time to breathe before you had to go out there and face the hat-trick ball and get yourself into the match. But is there anything spoken, or as professional cricketers representing your country, you kind of know what you have to do?
Yeah, for me it's just about getting ready to bat. We're obviously in a little bit of trouble, but you rely on your experience and I guess trusting the fact that we still had plenty of batting in the shed. So we've all, as I said, we've all been in that situation before, and we were lucky to get out of it.
More importantly, Mitch, 4 for 16 in Melbourne, 4 for 24. What were the voices in your head saying, though?
Here we go again. It's obviously not the ideal start, but I think I sort of got off to a bit of a flyer and unfortunately spliced one. But the way Keza batted, Uzi and then Paddy at the end was terrific.
But was that just you being yourself, or did you tell yourself, look, this such a situation we're in and just the way the pink ball behaves, we have to go hard, and that's what we're trying to do?
For me, no. It's more just how I'm batting at the moment. I didn't necessarily have massive intent. I just tried to put boundaries away that were in my area, and the pull shot's been one of my, my best shots for my whole career. And unfortunately, yesterday, I haven't been spliced in a while, so that was a bit of a weird feeling. But credit goes to Alzari, and we were in a bit of trouble there.
So, 2 major first innings in after the recalibration of the batting order. Mitch, can you just explain what it's been like? Steve Smith going to the top, Cam Green coming in at number 4 for not just you but just the entire batting lineup.
I mean, really, it just feels like business as usual. Obviously, there's been a bit of a reshuffle and it probably looks a bit different. And we've had a couple of... Adelaide was a tricky wicket, new ball wicket. The pink ball always does a little bit with the new ball. So, it's we've had a different start, but we've certainly backed those guys in.
And a lot of your teammates have had their say on the fact that it's been a summer where we haven't had too many centuries. David won on day one and Travis Head in Adelaide. Two very aggressive hundreds. You got close a couple of times.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Sorry, I just had to. Just the fact that, the likes of Steve Smith and Manus have just not kicked on and had the big summer. Does that have to do with the pitches or is there anything else?
There's no doubt we've played on wickets that have had a fair bit in it, certainly with the new ball, which has provided challenges for the top order. They're great players and they all average 50 in Test cricket, and you don't do that without being amazing cricketers. So, it's been a challenging summer in the sense that we haven't had big hundreds, which is probably what we're used to in Australia with flatter wickets. But it's good to watch, isn't it? It's been a entertaining summer. I think when people saw at the start of the summer, they saw Pakistan and the West Indies. They were saying it was going to be a complete whitewash, but every test match has been close. It's been great cricket, and ultimately we're here to entertain, and I think the wickets have been fantastic.
Just one last one from me. You spoke about entertaining, so you're quite the entertainer. Are we going to see you do the backflip somersault today when you take a wicket?
If I attempted that, I reckon you could say it's the end of my career and I'll be snapped in half. So I did joke with the boys that I might try and do a cartwheel, and it would be quite funny to watch, but that was impressive.
Have you checked the bails? Make sure that they're okay for today, that they're not too heavy?
I've made sure we've asked for lighter ones today, don't worry about that.
Extraordinary. What do you, just finally, because we're all melting here, particularly me, just today, 35 runs behind, you're under a bit of pressure, but is that something that you kind of thrive on as a group, that this is a good challenge for us?
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a great challenge. And I think, at times when you're behind the game, you can chase the game, you can feel like you need to get wickets, but ultimately it's about sticking to our processes that have worked for this team for a long period of time now. There's going to be challenging times, it's going to be hot, the ball will get soft, so we're going to have to come up with some plans in those times, but I think if we can get a few early wickets and put their middle order under pressure, then hopefully it's a good day for Australia.
Well, yesterday was such a great day of cricket. Hopefully today it shapes as possibly being even better again. Good luck.
Thanks, gents.
And Mitch Marsh joining us down here in the oven. Back to you up in the cool, Gerard.
Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan there, thanks to Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. So wickets with the new ball and then contain once it goes soft. 1 for 13, the West Indies. The lead is 35 as we count down to the first ball of the day's play. Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, joins us next on SEN Test Cricket. Our pre-match is for Spitwater. Tools, not toys. Made in Australia since 1982.
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Bharat Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Now that we're enjoying 2024, is it time for you to explore life with 20/20 vision? Call New Vision Clinics. Dr. Noel Alpens has performed LASIK eye correction for more than 20 years. It's the one with the fastest results. Enjoy clear vision without the hassle of glasses and contact lenses. Call New Vision Clinics on 1800 20 2020 to find out more about LASIK vision correction. That's 1800 20 2020.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Red's Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George?
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Summer racing in Tasmania. It doesn't get any better. The stars shine on and off the track during the Ladbroke Summer Racing Festival, and with the Hobart and Launceston Cups in February, there's no better time to be trackside.
Swoop Dog trying to kick back. Hyper's flying. Ashy Boy's in front. It's yours, Steve-O. Ashy Boy wins the cup and Froggy makes it 8.
It's on. Right across Tassie, right across summer. Book your tickets today at goracingtasmania.com.au.
The Apache helicopter. The apex of flying military might. It can outmaneuver and outgun anything else in the sky. But they're not so great to take on holiday. Apache Caravans are built to handle just as much punishment, and they're rolling fortresses of comfort designed for true off-road reliability. An Apache Caravan makes the helicopter look clumsy. ApacheCaravans.com.au. Apache Caravans don't actually fly, but they will take you places.
Step up to the next generation of professional power tools with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. Makita's XGT offers limitless professional power, reliability and runtime. XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. The Melbourne Mavericks are here to change the game. The newest team in Suncorp Super Netball is launching its first season, and you can be part of it. Get a Mavs membership for just $89. You'll get 20% off tickets, discounted merchandise, plus special offers, as well as priority access to tickets, including finals. Bundle and save. Buy 4 memberships in one transaction and get $40 off. Don't miss history. Get your Melbourne Mavericks membership today. Check melbournemaverics.com.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Our pre-matches for Splitwater Tools Not Toys, made in Australia since 1982. 1 for 13 when play resumes. The West Indies lead is 35. So all manner of possibility wrapped into day 3. And on the morning of day 3, right throughout the summer, we've been joined by the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association at a most fascinating juncture in time for the players of the game around the world, Todd Greenberg. Todd, great to see you.
And to you. Thanks for having me on the show again.
Do you want to join the national debate? Do you believe in Steve Smith as an opener?
Well, I hope so. He hasn't showed his best yet, but let's give him a little bit more time. He's all class, so we've got no doubt he'll make runs.
How did we navigate Australia Day yesterday, which is a tricky proposition?
Yeah, I'm not so sure how tricky it is. I mean, I think we've just got to be pretty true and authentic about it. I mean, look, my starting position on this is there's 196 countries in the world, and I'm pretty happy that I drew Australia when I was born. I'm a very proud, patriotic Australian, but equally, having spent a long time in rugby league and got to know a number of Indigenous players and their families, I'm also very conscious of the hurt and the difficulties that Indigenous Australians have with Australia Day. So, you know, the Australian government mandates that are still the 26th of January. We respect that. And I think we've tried to find a balance. I think that's what cricket's done. And I think that's what the players are searching for as well, trying to find that balance, because they're patriotic too, and they'll sing their anthem and they're proud of the country they live in.
We didn't sing the anthem yesterday, which was one of the curiosities of where we find ourselves. How hurtful would it be to the Indigenous cricketers of Australia, which Nick Hockley spoke yesterday around cricket's poor development of poor participation rates and the like. How hurtful to the Indigenous cricketers of Australia would it be if we celebrated the day like we used to?
Yeah, I think it would be very hurtful, as it would be to the Indigenous population of this country as well, both men and women. So that's the part that I'm talking about in trying to find a balance. I don't think we should stop celebrating for those who do truly love Australia Day, but there has to be some pause and reflection that it means different things to different people. And That's where I think the balance needs to be struck. It would be nice to think that our National Day is in pride for every single person that lives here. That's ultimately the goal. But those decisions are for others to make. But I think as sports, we have to be conscious of both.
Pat Cummins gave voice to that in a very reasonable way. Were they cheap shots from right-wing politicians to have a sting at him?
Absolutely. I mean, Pat's in a position where he gets asked questions, and he's strong enough and has the courage of his conviction to give genuine answers. That's what makes him an authentic leader. And any authentic leader that has to be asked a question gives a genuine answer. And I thought his answer was right on the button, as was Steve Smith's the following day.
The pink ball. I still sense there's a little bit of resistance from the players themselves. There's a few compromises to the way they like the game to be. We've seen the awesome primetime power of the game and the sheer entertainment value across 2 days. What is the player attitude towards pink ball tests?
Oh, look, I think they understand the value of it and certainly understand the commerciality of the pink ball cricket. In saying that, though, I think if they had a choice, they would be playing just the one over summer, not more, because of the beautiful part of what red ball cricket brings. And it's different. There's no doubt that pink ball's different. But like everything with players, you have to explain the why. You have to sit down with them and have meaningful conversations with them. And you and I have had these conversations over time on a variety of different subjects. The pink ball's exactly the same thing. So, most players don't like change. Most players will revert to the position that they know and feel comfortable with. And that's why the evolution of pink ball cricket's an interesting one, because it is different and it plays different and it's different for both batters and bowlers, and everyone will have their view.
So Nick spoke yesterday around the 4-1 split, which he thinks is right. So there will be a pink ball test for forevermore in Australia as matters stand. Is that the acceptance?
Yeah, I think so. But there'll be no doubt there'll be pressure at some point in the evolution to play more of that. And we have to balance those commercial realities and ratings and all those sorts of things that we just spoke about against the pure tradition and value of the game. So I think we've got a pretty good balance at the moment. And, this test match as we sit here this morning sit here today is on the precipice, could go on either side. And maybe the pink ball's got something to do with that.
Did scarcity save the BBL?
Well, it certainly helped, I think. You and I have had this conversation in previous test matches about scarcity in elite professional sport being your friend, not your foe. And I think it does. And I think there's a certain level of bravery we have to think about in scheduling, which says that scarcity can create more value and better yield. I think almost what we've seen in the last decade in all sports is we just add more. More content equals more revenue, but I think scarcity can create better yields.
How close to the perfect window do you think what we just had is for the template in the future?
Yeah, I think the next 2 summers will be really, really interesting for us because we get back to a more traditional summer and a clear window for the BBL. So, plus we've got teams like India and England coming, so they're going to be bumper summers in cricket. But I think we find that right middle ground for the BBL. A great finish the other night. I was there on Wednesday night, the SCG. Full house, amazing atmosphere. Probably didn't have the finish that most people wanted, but hey, that's 2020 cricket sometimes.
Yep. How life-changing can a few days be for a player like Josh Brown?
It's amazing, isn't it? All of a sudden he's gone from grade cricket into Big Bash, and now he's looking at international T20 contracts. I'm not sure if you could give me another sport that could do that, pull someone out of grade cricket, and then all of a sudden he's on the global stage. It's quite remarkable. I mean, that innings the other night in the penultimate game was like some hitting I'd never seen. I was actually, sitting at the SCG, I got a bit disappointed we got out the other night because he's just phenomenal to watch. But yeah, it's a great story. A reminder to anyone who's playing their cricket, don't give up on your dreams. They can come at any point in time.
And that's, so we quite rightly are obsessed with, so where is cricket heading? Cricket's never been healthier, but it's just changing from what we've always known. How powerful is that for cricket, for those who dedicate their lives to it, for those who dabble with it, that there's all sorts of career paths through it where there used to be only 11 caps and you'd choose another sport if you weren't quite going to nail down one of the 11.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the real advantage, but it creates some challenges as well. As you'll see here, there'll be some of these young West Indian players who we're seeing for the first time who no doubt will be targeted for T20 contracts, which will then put Test cricket for them in a difficult spot for their home country. So I think it has enormous upside, huge opportunities, but will create challenges. And that's the conversation you and I had maybe a month ago, where there's plenty of money in cricket. There's more money in global cricket now than we've seen at any time in history, but we have to make sure that the distributions of those revenues go in the right areas in order to protect the things that are sacred to the sport.
Yeah. So we're about to have the next case study of the compromises that come. We're going to have an ODI series with a not unrecognisable, but a vastly different cast to what the Australian team is. How do we negotiate that? So I would say Cricket Australia has lived its promise to prioritise Test cricket, and these players have to have a break at the end of the test. So level with the public. Say, we're doing exactly what you've asked us to do. We can't roll them out in these 50 overs games, so these have to find a different purpose. This is what the purpose is.
And I think being upfront with the public about that and the players acknowledging that, I think is really important. Again, something you and I have talked about is we've got to make sure that as much cricket as possible has meaning, it has jeopardy, if you like. Because that's what the public want in any sporting contest, is jeopardy in the contest. And sometimes, you know, being frank, we do play some meaningless cricket in the schedule all over the world. And that is, for me, it dilutes the value. So as much cricket with jeopardy, I think, is really important. And you'll find the players lean into that, and you'll have your best playing. But I do think as we head into what is a slightly different era, that there'll be not just 11 of the best white ball players, there'll be more. And we have to get comfortable with the fact that we'll rotate them around.
Do these 3 one-dayers hurt Australian cricket?
No, I don't think they hurt them, but is there real jeopardy in that? That's the open question. They'll be great games, and, you know, there'll be great experiences for people, but, you know, as we develop the schedule long-term, what was really, really in top of my mind is how do we create jeopardy for every time we play? And at the moment, that's not the case in global cricket.
So the jeopardy is for the individual cricketers. So Fraser McGurk and Bartlett, if they get their look at it. Yeah,
and it's their opportunity. So for them, for that particular moment in time, there's something in the contest, and that's a good thing. But, there is parts of the global cricket calendar that need some work. And again, that's takes some strategic leadership. It needs the ICC to come into that, and it needs all the countries to play ball. I'm not suggesting that it's a perfect solution here, because, when you're playing cricket, there's lots of revenue attached to it, and there are some big drivers with our broadcast partners. So I'm not talking it down for one moment, but I am a realist to know that when people watch sport, they want to see the contest, and they want to see the contest that matters.
I'll just tease a conversation that we'll have probably later on this year. Do you have a feel for what the possibilities for cricket in the US are, knowing that there's a World Cup coming later this year?
Well, I think it's got significant potential. There is an enormous Indian population, Pakistan population that have gravitated to the US. I think what we saw last year from some of the players' feedback playing in that league in the middle of the year was nothing more than positive. So I'll be fascinated to see how some of the games in the T20 World Cup this year go in the US. I think it's a very fertile opportunity for cricket. I'd love to see us grab it with both hands.
Yeah. Do you have a view on the NRL going there, just incidentally, to Vegas?
Well, I mean, I think, unashamedly, they've said this themselves. It's a play for wagering revenue. So, I wish them luck. It's a hard place, Vegas, for those who've been there. It's, in a lot of ways, it reminds me sometimes of going to the Gold Coast. It's very transient. It's hard to get stickiness. So it won't be easy, but, there's some good people there. They'll try their best, and I wish them good luck.
Did the ACA have an active role in the Glenn Maxwell scenario as it played out for them?
If you were to say active role means me ensuring the player's okay and making sure that we check in, that's our role there. I think I was pleased to see that, as I would expect, the coach and Glenn have had conversations directly, and those conversations should stick with each other. And they should be honest and direct, which is exactly how they have transpired. One thing I've learned in my journey, life's not a straight line. We make mistakes. Players will certainly make their share of mistakes. And I think Glenn, on reflection, will certainly be better for the experience.
So that's exactly where I am. Those who thought there should have been a punitive aspect to this, would you push back against that?
Yeah, I mean, those sorts of things are for, I think, a very different level. On this occasion, it's about decision making, and you know, you and I have made some poor decisions in life, and probably will continue to occasionally. As you get older, you get wiser, but people make mistakes, and you know, we move on. I think that's exactly how Andrew McDonald has approached it as the coach, and as I said, honest, upfront, direct conversations usually can fix most of those things.
Have we navigated this summer about as well as possible with not the forerunners of world cricket here?
Yeah, I think there would have been a lot of sceptics coming into both Pakistan and the West Indies, but I thought both series have been great. I think the crowds have been great. And I think the crowds have been great, almost irrelevant who's playing, because they love coming to venues at certain parts of the year. They're big events and they're big moments, and scarcity, again, we talked about it before. The MCG test is not on every second week. You know, it's once a year, and so when you have it, people love it and they embrace it, and it's traditional, and I think we've found that. So I think it's been a great summer. And, you know, I mean, I was here yesterday when the West Indies got some of those quick wickets. Not for once will you ever hear me say I was happy to see our Australian team lose wickets, but the joy and the celebration of seeing the West Indies in the field like that brought me back to my childhood. I hadn't seen that before. I certainly hadn't seen it live. And the way they were running around the field, it got me up out of my seat. So I'm up. I reckon there was 29,000 others who were up for that yesterday too. It was great fun.
Yeah, it gave us the answer to the question, is West Indies cricket worth saving?
Yeah.
From our point of view, yes. And now it's up to them. Are the players supportive of the traditional summer? So it feels like Cricket Australia are trying to do deals with the state governments for the next 7 years to lock in what may very well be Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, Melbourne, Sydney, in that order, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, it sounds like that. And clearly what they're doing their jobs by generating as much revenue and opportunity to do those games in those slots as possible. But again, building those traditional slots, giving people certainty about when to come, and building events around that, I think, is a good thing for the sports, great thing for cricket in this country.
Todd, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by each day 3 of the Test series.
Good stuff. Good to see you too. Thanks.
Todd Greenberg is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, part of our pre-match for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, hardworking since 1982. The ground being cleared and ready for action, which will be with you on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence.
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Bharat Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Yes! See that?
Oh, sorry. Was just checking out Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre's new online store. They've got everything for your roof. Check it out.
Hey, that's pretty flash.
Oh, yeah. And you can draw up your custom flashing too. And they deliver around Melbourne.
Roof repairs just got easier with Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre's new online store. For roofing products including roof sheets, gutters and downpipes, visit rscentre.com.au. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. Everything sheet metal from the roof down.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
If I was granted one wish, I would have an unlimited amount of dogs and just hang out with them all day, every day.
To go back in time and spend more time with those that I love.
Endless travel.
If your wish is to celebrate your life at your favourite golf course or at sunset, Tobin Brothers Funerals can make it come true. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Work youth ransacked overnight. Locks for force, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Love a ute? Then get into Werribee Isuzu Ute today, where the brand new D-Max is in stock and ready to go from $31,990 drive away. Or a late model MUX in stock too and ready to drive from $44,888 drive away. Plus great finance packages for ABN and private buyers and top dollar for trade-ins. Get to Werribee Isuzu Ute, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing. Visit werribeeisuzuute.com.au.
LMCT 114. Pioneer Seeds is excited to bring Australian farmers the next big thing in our trusted Y-Series canola hybrids. Optimum Gly is a new third-generation glyphosate tolerance canola trait technology with improved crop safety, superior weed control and greater herbicide application versatility. Contact your local Pioneer rep to choose the right Y-Series Optimum Gly hybrid canola seed for your program. Call 1-800-PIONEER.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT.
The Australian team just heading out to the Gabba now. Pat Cummins in the wide brim floppy for a hot day in Brisbane. This assault, this 2 hours, might be the decisive phase of the Test match. This is where it's all happened on the first couple of days with the new ball in the first session of play. The West Indies 1 for 13. The wicket of Chanderpaul caught Carey bowled Hazelwood for 4, brought upon stumps last night. 7.5 overs were bowled by the Aussies. Our apparel partner across the summer is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. The not-out batter is Craig Brathwaite, who is 3. He was dropped by Steve Smith in Mitch Stark's spell last night. He was on 3 at the time, so he hasn't added since. Our pre-match has been for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, hard-working since 1982. And the current temperature at the Gabba is 36 degrees, and it feels significantly hotter than that. The extreme heat warning is there from the Bureau for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. A man who knows these conditions well. He knows the circumstances of Test matches like this well also. To get us underway, Ian Healy is in the expert's chair. Heels, ready to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Gerard, Ringers Western will be geniuses if they can keep the boys cool out there today. But it's a different feeling, like a lot of the pink ball tests are, starting at 2 o'clock in this heat, whereas normally you start a little bit cooler and you're more acclimatised to this heat as the day wears on and you get ready for the cooler bit. Well, it starts really hot, and I'm sure these quicks of the Australian attack are ready to be hot as well. They don't want to be out here that long. Yep. They better be quality, and they can get this job done.
So the tale of the summer has been when these touring teams have got themselves into a position to threaten Australia, they haven't quite been good enough to prosecute it. Now, sometimes that's been fumbling in the field and sometimes it's been rickety batting. The question for the West Indies is, do they have the nous and do they have the discipline and do they have the dare to take the game away from Australia with the bats?
Yep, that's what we're looking forward to seeing, because someone makes a 70 today in good batting conditions. They're good enough to make a 70, and then someone follows them up with a 50. Then the tail slogs a bit and continues on their good form, and they're done. Now, that's the absolute basics, and that's the absolute minimum. These guys are good batsmen in their own little field. Well, now they've stepped up. They've got to forget exactly where they are and love the heck out of this day.
Give me a number that the West Indies would love to put up to test Australia in the fourth innings.
Oh, I think it's 300. Love, and, maybe more. You'd love 350, but, let's make that a start. But both these teams have got to look at 1 hour. Right, our drinks, how are we going? West Indies can't afford to be any more wickets down, and Australia want 2.
Kirk McKenzie is out in the middle. He's the new batter on the scene. Josh Hazlewood is in the middle of his 4th over. And the day's play is about to commence. Hazlewood with the pink ball in hand. He's around the wicket. McKenzie tried to turn from his pads. It thudded in and trickles down to Stark. The first run of the day is away, and it is a leg bye. And on the other side of the coin, give me the number Australia would love to keep the West Indies under.
250. 250 total. What was their lead? 22. They've got to bowl as economically as last night, plus pick up wickets and not drop those 2 catches. So, but if Brathwaite, we'll look at his courage today. Craig Brathwaite, his feet were going nowhere, probably all series. If he can get onto the front foot and play some convincing shots, wow, I wonder what that would do.
Hazlewood to Brathwaite, who nearly nicks off first ball.
He hasn't quite heard me. But, he's got a chance of leading the West Indies into a really, really good day's play, and a lot more in the future if they have got the talent that everyone says they have. But that wasn't any good. He's got to really simplify his footwork. He's got to stop squaring up and getting caught on the crease.
He just looks nowhere, unfortunately, the 31-year-old captain at the moment. Not a shadow of the player he was last summer when he was here. 12 Test centuries to his name, but it's a real struggle. Hazlewood's over the wicket when he's bowling to Brathwaite, who keeps the bat down. A rising delivery outside the off stump that he was initially drawn to, and just pulled it back in the nick of time. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection, 1 for 14. Now, Stark was visibly angry last night. He was unhappy with the way the West Indies bounced him, and he was very uncomfortable at the crease. He was so quickly out in their faces before the West Indies had even left the field at the end of their innings. He wanted them to know that he was coming for them. He bowled fast and angry, got the edge, which Smith dropped, and he was peeved, to say the least.
He was in a lather of sweat, wasn't he?
Oh, was he ever?
Haven't seen him so sweaty. So here we go. He's got a great chance. Oh, look, it's just such a great day to look forward to. Who's going to crack it? Is it going to crack? Or is it going to stay really dour and a tight arm wrestle for hours?
None for 6, Stark, from his 4 overs. This session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Stark is over the wicket. He's in from the Vulture Street end. He bowls to McKenzie. He's full on the pads. He's taken away for 4. So got it wrong with his first ball. McKenzie got the toe of the bat to it, helped it on its way down to fine leg. The first boundary of the day for Azito all day, every day.
He tried the Rory Burns.
Yeah.
First ball of the Ashes. This was first ball of day 3. Just too full. Full toss, the inside edge, took it away and worked it down to fine leg, as you said. Fine leg is very square. So they certainly don't want to get near the leg stump or outside leg, even accidentally. So they don't set the field for that type of delivery. But it was good to get the bat on it and to get a nice little 4.
3 slips in a gully, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Stark tries again. He bowls to McKenzie. It's better outside the off stump. Carries through to Carey, left alone.
It's a day of high energy for the Australians at a time where high energy's going to be really tested, and you've got to break it down really, really simply and get through the day. That's why you train. That's why the physical people have put you through the rigours over years for a day like this. Steve Smith is in second sleep practicing his batting. I'd rather him practice encouraging and get ready to be a bubble and really bubbly around the whole day.
Stark bowls, McKenzie across his stumps and then leaves. Stark's got the 2 compression sleeves on. They're warmed up in yellow ones. He's got the white ones, obviously, for play.
They're the Sparms. He promotes them. He and Elisa both promote Sparms for cricket. They've been well known and a big part of golf for some time. So it's a no-brainer for cricket, for kids and senior cricketers to protect their arms from sun when you quite often have to play in a short-sleeve shirt. So they seem to not restrict him. He wore them in the World Cup very successfully. What today's going to bring.
Stark flows in. He bowls to McKenzie, who's able to leave again. That's tighter to the off stump. Nathan Lyon's gone with the 2 thick wristbands to try to keep the sweat off the palms dripping down.
The hottest day I've ever played in was in Colombo.
Yep.
And Mike Whitney bowled his sweatband off. It was no longer effective. It was that wet, and he had it on his both wrists probably, but his bowling one, his left arm, it was heavy and just slipped off. So, and they put us in salmon sort of fleecy pants in the one day.
No.
It feels like that today.
Stark bowls, McKenzie defends, crosses stumps. It's his trigger movement, just runs it out to the offside. How did you used to go? So the keeper obviously has to wear a lot more gear than everybody else.
Yeah, but there's times where in the cold, it's an advantage to have your gloves on, so you can't whinge when it's in the heat. But just change of inners regularly, pretty regularly. Not super. I wasn't a big sweater, so it's not a super regular thing. Maybe once a session, max. So that's all a part of it. Make sure you're showering and you're freshening up at any chance you get through a day. But what it's all about is getting wickets right now.
Last ball of Stark's first over. He delivers to McKenzie, who drives him wide of mid-off for 4. He liked the look of it. Labuschagne will chase doggedly but make no ground on the ball as it crashes into the rope. That will have felt good for McKenzie. He's got 2 boundaries in the over. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection, 1 for 22.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Tyre Power's hot summer sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. The West Indies build their lead to 44. That was confidence from Kirk McKenzie, the cover drive. At the other end, Hazelwood in, bowls to Brathwaite, who leaves outside the off stump.
This West Indian team, and let's say the top order, they might be more capable than other teams who are this inexperienced, because they're not that young, are they? McKenzie's 23. I'd like to see the Australians really put a good target on him. That's a big wicket now. You get McKenzie out. And they seem a little bit drifty to me, the Australians. They're not super aggressive at the moment. Yep. And I'd like to see them get all over him, because he's a good player. Craig Brathwaite is old, 31.
Hazelwood bowls to him, and Brathwaite defends back down the pitch, plays a bit of tip and run as he leant on it, sent Cummins on scurry from mid-on. Good proactive stuff. He's 4.
I think it's Athanaze, isn't it, that has been well rated by Ravi Ashwin and must have had some experience there. He's 25. It's not like he's 19 or 21. They're possibly capable of putting this day together.
So I wonder if their white ball experience, where they are much more experienced with the white ball, might serve them well today, is to push for something almost... Well, Australia batted they went more than 5 and over. In the first innings, West Indies went 2.5. I wonder if they'll take a different approach to today. And McKenzie playing cover drives like that, that's the money. He plays it out and sends Labuschagne running again. Saves the boundary this time, and in fact saves more than that, because they didn't even run 3. McKenzie with a couple. It's 1 for 25.
That's brilliant fielding. Really good intensity by Marnus. He's had to run... 80 metres?
Yep.
80 metres, slide throw. And the batsman ran 40.
Yes,
so It's
there has to be 3 there on that play, but because it's Labuschagne, I reckon batsmen take fright when they see him on his way. As a result, Mackenzie is on strike to Hazelwood. Bouncer got out of the way. Yeah, I just wonder if this does suit the mentality of a team that knows a lot of white ball cricket to approach the day. So this is not a test of attrition. This could be an enterprising day of cricket to build a good number. Yep. Just sort of reframe it a little bit for them.
Australia's still got 3 slips. A 5th slip is Cameron Green. Gully's sort of gone out of the game a bit, hasn't it? Yep.
Mackenzie high back lift awaits Hazelwood. He's squared up. Ball runs off the outside edge to Lyon at point.
Doesn't take him long to find the length, Josh Hazelwood, does it? He overpitched probably a little bit for that cover drive to be played. But you can, that's where you want them playing. They've left a big gap for Mackenzie to play through there in the hope of an edge. But he did it well, as he should have. The conditions are fine and very suitable for stroke play. And then Josh mightn't give him another half volley to drive for the rest of the day.
The West Indies ticking it along early. Hazelwood around the wicket. Mackenzie leaves very tight to the off stump. Well judged. 1 for 25. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
SEN Test Cricket this session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Crowd 4,500, far more sedate than the raucous atmosphere that was here yesterday. It was a tremendous day at the cricket. And there were a fair few evictions by the end of it, so it had another side to it as well. Stark over the wicket bowls to Brathwaite, who fends the ball out into the gully. Green around to his right to field, no run.
I thought there might have been a few more than this. Just thinking, just been dragged in by the play. That might happen today. But the heat probably puts a dampener on that, and we will stay and listen to it on the radio in the car, in the car's air conditioning.
Maybe, and it maybe even come a little bit later.
Yeah, maybe.
If you've
although it's 2 o'clock now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Maybe this evening. Yeah, maybe
twilight in the evening.
They do feel quite engaged. They're absorbed. It's almost like a hush comes over the crowd until the ball happens.
They've got a good test match on the boil. The West Indies lead by 47. Brathwaite faces up to Stark. Rising delivery kept down. Dropped to the leg side, no run. At Hyderabad, day 3, India and England. This call is on the SEN app. We're in partnership with TalkSport throughout the series, thanks to Henley Holmes. India 7 for 424, so the lead is 178. And Jadeja is 84. Aksar Patel is 35. I saw some frightening number that his average is batting so low in the order. We've sort of come to know that well with India. What's he average? 37 in Test cricket. Aksar
with bowling sometimes.
Yeah.
Secondary, isn't it?
Stark bowls. Brathwaite drives straight to mid-off. Labuschagne fields, no run. So the risk for England, as we sort of know what this test looks like, is they could get skittled today if things go completely awry. They're going to be something like 200 behind when their turn comes. And there's a despondency that can set into teams like this in India in such circumstance. So it'll be a good test of character for the way they play their cricket as well.
Get cranky.
Yeah.
This bloke can't get me out when we play him at home, and he's all over me over here, and we've got 4 tests to go.
Yes, that's a big part of that conversation. Stark hits the crease, bowls. Brathwaite, he's fending at a rising delivery behind the stumps. They were asking whether it touched the edge. Stark knew that it didn't. That's a beautifully pitched delivery. It's fast, it's bouncy, and Brathwaite couldn't get out of the way.
Jumping, he's off the ground, facing the bowler by the time he's just missed the ball. So Brathwaite in good form, and and good confidence levels, probably just sways out of the way of that and lets it go. But he's fending, turning and jumping.
There's a big gap between bat and ball on the replay for Titanium Caravans, built tough. Stark again, Brathwaite, almost the outside edge. He's playing and missing far more than the accomplished player that he has been through his 89 tests.
What he is going through is incredibly difficult, Craig Brathwaite, to feel terrible and to be facing these bowlers on a day where you really want to do well.
Yeah.
You just feel it's not going to happen, but he's hanging in every ball, one ball at a time, and somewhere along the line, some days, it feels better. It clicks and that felt good.
Yep.
And it gives you a bit more spirit for the next 5 minutes, and you just slowly get there, but geez, the corner feels a long way away.
The previous called a no ball after the video inspection. Brathwaite in behind the next from Stark and defence back down the pitch.
There's another thing they need to avoid today, isn't it? No balls.
Yeah, you know what?
How deflating today be? Wicket off a no ball.
I must tell you, I was watching the women's T20 earlier today. So Australia beat South Africa. They got to the final over, and Australia needed 6 from 6 balls. So it has the potential to get just a little bit sticky at that stage. And South Africa's bowler, just get this up properly, Akaka, bowls a front foot no ball with the first ball, which becomes a free hit. Stark bowls. Brathwaite reaches away from the body, plays it out to cover, goes with the stroke. Labuschagne can do nothing about it. Brathwaite with the short single. He's 5. 1 for 27. Pick it up at the start of the new over. That is on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and Unbreakable connection.
Don't let your business get caught behind this year. Sign up your next apprentice or trainee with MEGT and get some runs on the board. Call the experts today on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Ian Healy is in the experts chair for in-place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Now watching the opening forays of day 3 at the Gabba, where the West Indies have progressed to 1 for 27. Brathwaite is 5. He's shaky. Mackenzie looks good. He's on 10. Hazelwood's bowling from the Stanley Street end with 3 slips and a gully in place. And Brathwaite defends the ball to mid-off. Yeah, so the climax of the T20 today. Beth Mooney, 66 not out. Front foot no ball from Kaka, which becomes a free hit. So Cardinal Sin becomes 5 from 6. And then follows it up with a waist-high full toss, which Mooney just deposits into the stands for 6.
Just got the Yorker wrong.
Oh, it was just, it was awful to watch because, 6 from 6 can get... Australia had paced it out beautifully, always looked the winners, but things can go awry. Yeah. 2 good balls at the start of the over. Hazelwood to Brathwaite, runs the ball to cover, so he's trying to tick it over and get off strike. He's done it well 3 times in the day's play so far, 1 for 28.
Yeah, and Akaka's probably put so much effort into her death bowling.
Yeah.
I'm ready, coach.
Yep.
Oh, can I have another go next game?
Crushed by it.
Yeah. I like Stark's last over here at the Gabba. It was good. He bowled that really searing bouncer. He also created some swing. I hope he's not setting in for a long spell. I want them to be really sprightly and upbeat, knowing give us your best 4 overs and we'll get you off. You might get another chance for 3 closer to the first tea break, but don't pace yourselves, you blokes. Let's go.
The West Indies lead is 50. There's a catching cover instead of a third slip with Mackenzie on strike. Hazelwood bowls to him. He's tucked up in defence. So the 2 cover drives that he has played has drawn a response from Cummins. Mitch Marsh has moved out of the cordon and gone to restrict that or even to catch the lofted drive. Just a little yawn in the field from Pat Cummins in the middle of the day.
What's it?
And that's the other aspect which hovers over this, I think. So this is the 5th of 5 Australia I feel like they view this as the end of the long campaign that took in so much great cricket, is do they have the energy for this in the conditions? Mackenzie slices the ball just wide of line through backward point. It'll run down to the rope for 4. Not his most convincing moment, but a boundary nonetheless for Zito all day, every day. The lead is 54, Mackenzie's 14.
And it's not just the tiredness that it might be about. It's the effort that is required to be put into this day, and they know this could be a long, stressful day, and they're quite nervous about it. You know, if you're not right on top of your beans, the nerves can last a bit longer than normal. And the mixture of adrenaline and nerves creates a yawn when you're out there in 36 degrees.
Hazelwood around the wicket. Mackenzie drives straight to Marsh at extra cover. So the field position works well. That saved another boundary because that flew off the blade.
Yeah, he's dangerous. The Australians might need to work on a tactic or two other than the current one they're deploying. For him, he's got a full stride in. He's bowling round the wicket into off stump, got a full stride in and hit the middle of the bat, and it went to a genuine cover position to Mitch Marsh, luckily.
Just tapping away Mackenzie. Hazelwood is with him, sways out of the bouncer. Saw it early, decisive stuff. 1 for 32, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. The West Indies 1 for 32. Brathwaite is 6. Mackenzie is 14 from 15 deliveries. Mitch Starc has ball in hand. He's got the full cordon. 3 in a gully. At the start of the fresh over, he's got Brathwaite on strike. The Australians trying to work over the opposition captain. Starc bowls and Brathwaite drives beautifully. Played through the offside, gave Marnus no chance, and it scurries to the rope for 4. That will have felt good as he tries to claw his way back to form. Damien Fleming, welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm enjoying watching Mackenzie bat compared to Brathwaite, but that was a pretty good shot. But it was a half volley, and it, like, Starc is just still trying to see if there's going to be any swing, and unfortunately, it's not going to happen today.
Well, don't give up so quick, Clem.
Swing.
See what we got to put up with in the dressing room, Gerard. Swinging. He's getting a little bit of swing.
Starc tries again. Brathwaite back foot, tip and run to cover. That's working for him. Lyon comes out of point to field and the single well taken.
And you can see Starc.
Well, I need a lift. Give me something.
Yes,
you're the wicket keeper. Come on.
Okay.
Get down to me, Flem.
I can see what you were thinking, Flem, there. You know, if that was you bowling, he was looking for the LBW of Brathwaite.
Yeah.
Full, fast, little bit of swing maybe, missed the inside edge, hit the pads. It didn't really swing that much, and he's pulled out the best shot of the series. So that's all right. I like how you were thinking.
If I was editing your comment there, the first 80% was up, and then you sort of backtracked.
Okay.
And now I'm back to going, it's not swinging. Just give me something.
How hot is it? Left-hander now.
1 for 37. Mackenzie faces up. Starc pitches up and he's driven for 4. The on drive is a glorious stroke. And Mackenzie executes it to perfection.
Now,
the boundary's
so what have you got now, Heels?
Any danger? What are you doing?
So Heels will be teapotting now. Tubby will be chewing his gum as well. And I know he's teapotting. No support from the slips. I've got to go shorter and start adding some variety here.
Yeah. And I quite like your pre-match prediction right now. How does slower ball go? A slower ball, you've got a short cover in there.
Mackenzie doesn't change his bat speed, does he?
That's right. He'll come at it hard and you never know.
4 fours in 18 runs, 2 in the deep on the leg side. Pitched up, went for the Yorker, and Mackenzie for a moment got a bit tied up. He jarred his pad on the way through. He kept it out, and he's got a few adjustments to make in the aftermath.
Alex Carey's got his hand up. He probably wants to ask a question, and to the bowler, as I would with you. Flem, do you want me to keep over the top? Will I come up to the stumps?
No. Bloody heels. What was that? Did you see what he said there, Heels? What was he saying, Carey?
I think they're looking for drinks.
Drinks already?
I think Smith joined in and said
oh,
drink.
wow.
Okay. Are we having an extra drink break?
Stark bowls. Mackenzie ducks the bouncer.
See, Gerard, if I'm bowling and I see the keeper, I don't want to see the keeper doing that. I'm the one doing all the hard work.
He did it while he had his back turned.
And what's Smithy doing?
Yes. Smithy's quite proud of himself. He ran down to Fine Leg and got Starkey's cap. Got his hat this over. That'll do him for a while. Starkey has been
I used to appreciate that here.
Yeah.
Do they do that as much these days? I know you noticed Smithy.
Yeah, he did.
Just a teammate going, come mate, good luck.
I don't think enough people run around. And especially today, it's going to be important because you need to stay up. You can't be obvious in a lack of body language today because they'll know they've got you.
Last ball of the over. Stark delivers. Mackenzie off his hip takes it away to backward square. Carey comes around to field. A single taken, so 10 from the over. 1 for 42. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
Stark's coming off below us. Renshaw's come down into the field, so perhaps that's what a bit of the signalling was. We're just going to roll over and just give him a quick breather.
And Carey has had a drink and a towel.
Yep.
So that's what he was all about. And one of the worst things in cricket, and this Australian side don't have to do it, is we now put our quicks down in front of the stands when they field into deep positions.
Hazelwood around the wicket. Mackenzie dabs the ball out to point, no run.
And that is the most stifling area of any stadium, right down in front where the breeze doesn't get to, in front of the crowds. You know, you see the crowd struggling in the heat. A lot of fans are out there. And so Pat Cummins started it, mid-off, mid-on, up in the ring. And when the pitch was roped off this morning, you could see there was a breeze in the middle. The bunting was flying quite well. So doesn't look like it at the moment, though, but Brisbane's a ground that doesn't have flags anywhere for us to have a look at just what the breeze might be doing. But right down in front of the stand, there's no breeze.
Hazelwood to Mackenzie, bouncer quickly underneath.
And you know what you're not keen on down there? Autographs.
Yeah.
There'll be kids down there going, come on, Starkey, and you're just struggling. You're not getting a wicket. You just blame it on the captain. Said no.
Myself, definitely.
Captain Pat.
Yeah. I just can't do it. Sorry, people.
I've just been watching Cummins to see if he's about to start warming up.
He has to, doesn't he? Renshaw's now come on to where Stark was fielding here at Fine Leg for the left-hander. And he's pulling his shirt off his body already. You know, trying to get some circulation going down there.
Head's gone to backward square in the deep. Hazelwood bowls to Mackenzie. Drives straight past the bowler. Latched onto it. Sends Labuschagne on the chase. He slides in, reaches, hooks it back to the delight of the home crowd and saves a run. She's a wild old throw as it comes in to the keeper at the far end, but a splendid piece of athleticism. It keeps Mackenzie to 3. He's 22 from 22.
Yeah, I mean, that gives you a lift as a bowler. It saves one run. So often it can lead to a wicket too, can't it? And you'd be backing or patting Marnus on the back. So that was well chased. You can see Mackenzie, when you bowl at him, he looks a very elegant player.
Yep.
You've got to get him just reaching at a slightly wider corridor. It led to his dismissal in the first innings. Just slightly shorter. Not sure whether the cut or back foot punch, but he's a beautiful driver of the ball.
Hazelwood gets a look at Brathwaite, who's on 11, and he's flashing to the ball. That is wide, no footwork whatsoever. You would want to get out doing that.
He's still in horrible form.
Yeah.
That's a horrible shot.
his body just wouldn't get over there, but his hands did. It was like, what are they doing? He's all unsynchronised. Is that a word? Yeah, he was sort of wanting to hit it, but didn't have the ability to do it and find out how to do it. Put another one out there. Just maybe wide and full. You know, tempt him into something that he's not quite ready to play.
I wouldn't mind a wide half volley.
Yeah.
They're already in the cordon. Hazelwood over the wicket bowls. Brathwaite dead bats it to points.
I think we've seen Hazelwood do it a bit this summer. You know, that wide half volley every now and again. But, you know, Cam Green in the gully's very fine, isn't he?
Yeah. I just said to Gerard before, Gully's gone out of the game a bit. That's one of those fielding positions that they're not using as much as generations before.
If you're going to throw that wider ball, I'd want a Gully, though.
Yep. Like our Gully would be, 3 Cam Green steps to his right, probably.
Definitely.
Yeah. Much squarer than he is at the moment. That last shot of Brathwaite's his best shot. Back of a length ball straight at him. He can defend okay. We've got to get the ball away from him.
Brathwaite has been squared up, got past the outside edge. 1 for 45. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection. Adam White is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Scoreboard, hot summer sale. The West Indies 1 for 45, so they've got through the first half an hour without losing a wicket. But importantly, they've added 32 runs, Ian Hill.
Yeah, they're playing really, really well. I mean, Brathwaite's fighting as hard as he's ever fought, and Mackenzie's making it look easy as his partner, 22 not out for him. And that's a really good thing that they're doing, forcing the pace. They couldn't afford to bat for so long, like last night, all day today. They'd lose wickets if they were going to do that and not move forwards. But the dugout would be enjoying it. This is fun. The West Indies batting in good conditions, putting Australia under so much pressure is fun. They need to stay in, and then the next partnership builds and do the same.
Cummins is into the attack, so the first change for Crowes Electrical and Solar, finding rising power costs. The first ball is a bouncer from Pat Cummins.
A good delivery to get yourself through the crease.
You said that yesterday, yeah.
Just bowl it fast, get yourself through. You don't want to be floating up a half volley. Hazelwood's gone off now, so there's a routine 3 or 4 overs. I don't know if they're having a quick shower or hydrating really quickly here, but you can see that that's about the limit of their spells.
Green is the one warming up.
2 slips and a gully in place for Cummins around the wicket from the Vulture Street end. He bowls, and Mackenzie gets one that bounces a bit more than he thought. Hit high up on the stickers of the bat.
I'm telling you, that is very close to that crack.
Yes.
Now, you were out there earlier this morning having a close look in the oven. What did you see?
Yeah, that it was on a leg stump line to a right-hander, so off stump to a lefty, and there's definitely, it's not a big crack, but it's broken through the surface. It'll only widen with getting baked in this sun. And that definitely didn't behave the way that Kenzie thought it was going to.
Cummins again. Past the umpire bowls, and Mackenzie in the air and getting runs down the ground. It was nothing more than a check drive. Came off the bat like a rocket. And they'll get 2 runs. Labuschagne sliding and fielding. He was about to throw it, but he would have thrown it straight into Boland, who was riding shotgun as they chased it out down the ground. So 2 more to the score, 1 for 47. Mackenzie up to 24.
You've got to keep an eye on Marnus, haven't you? When you're running to be the relay man, he might flick it back to me, but he then slid right past the ball on the right of it. He was running straight at the ball, then he crossed over, and Boland found himself in a bad position. But that was a bit like a Cameron Green shot. That Cameron Green got out just scooping a drive into the air to the fielder. That one was scooped by Mackenzie for 2.
Cummins a bit wider on the crease, and that jams up Mackenzie and hits his body and drops away on the offside. So these two have already put on 34 for Mate Internet and Mobile, and they've done it quite quickly. It's the way Mackenzie bats. But another half hour, another hour of Mackenzie, and the game starts to get away from the Australians.
Yep. This is what he's probably the main game breaker for the West Indies. It's been a promising start for the younger middle order players. You know, Hodge in the first innings, Sinclair getting a 50, but Mackenzie, I think he scores quickly, very fluent.
Tall left-hander, he waits here for Cummins. Again, down the ground, lofted, 4 runs. Straight down the ground. And that one off the bat was always going to be 4. And that brings up the 50 for the West Indies, 1 for 51, with Mackenzie up to 28 on the Tyre Power scoreboard hot summer sale.
It's just like he's facing some throwdowns. Isn't it? And he's just check driving it straight back over the bowler's head.
Great shot.
I said it yesterday, or the first day.
Watch out for that catcher at cover.
Yeah. I love his cricket bat. Cummins here, wider on the crease. He's again trying to go after Cummins. Again, a check drive up to mid-off. Labuschagne doing the fielding. End of the over. 1 for 51 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Crispy, juicy chicken, bacon, cheese, tomato, and signature sauce. New McCrispy Bacon Deluxe. Macca's next big bacony thing. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
On the Toyota scoreboard, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection, 1 for 51. And looking at the 50 coming off 93 balls for Mate Internet and Mobile, as we have another change in the attack. And it will be Cameron Green from the Stanley Street end. He's bowling to Brathwaite, who leaves the first ball outside the off stump.
I'd like to see some change up of pace to Mackenzie. He's got a beautiful swing of the bat, but, you know, he goes at one pace. I definitely think he could get caught in the covers or at mid-off.
He's talking about his cricket bat. He's got one of those SSs, the Sunridges, one of those Indian bats that often the power is right down the bottom of the bat. And to drive the ball, which is what Mackenzie likes to do, it's really coming off the sweet spot down the ground.
I think you'd want a higher middle in Australian conditions.
Yep. Green bowls and trying to drive is Brathwaite. No timing the shot up to mid-on.
There's been some good television side-on shots of those last couple of drives down the ground, and his bat is pretty conventional. It's not weighted low, but yeah, they can vary it for different countries, don't they?
Well, they started to do it in some of those Indian tours, didn't they, in the 90s heels? The Indian batsmen, they were big and
What about
low
Sachin?
middles?
You know, and Sachin's bat had a bow in it.
Yes.
Right? And we thought, we've all got to get bows. But I found out later it was just not a very good roller. Australian bats have 3 rollers. He's had 1.
Green bowls and trying to work on the onside is Brathwaite.
So you've got to investigate fully.
Yeah.
You know, the bat, when it gets rolled, would roll over the roller and the press. Well, Australian ones have 3 rollers, so it stays straight and then dips. Right?
So when you would get a cricket bat, did you knock it in, or because it had been pressed, you didn't need to knock it in? It's a real debate as whether when you get a brand new cricket bat, do you knock it in or not?
Well, depends if you've bought it or you've been given it. That's the first thing.
Green again. Bowls to Brathwaite. Tries to cut bottom edge straight down into the ground on the offside.
They still do. I was a bit of a knock-in man. I'd have one that I'd use a lot and then have a brand new one. But over time, before I got to use it, it'd be... I've had a few hits with it and been careful with it. I never liked big... cracky dents on your edges. When a brand new bat without knocking in, you know, can get hurt, and especially now they're very dry and they're quite soft and dry. So I don't like an uneven face.
Green again ambles in, bowls to Brathwaite, defends back down the offside of the pitch.
You still oiling your bats, Whitey?
I'd be embarrassed to say this. I get my dad to oil them for me. He loves doing that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
He oils my son's bats and everything.
How good does linseed oil smell?
It smells good, doesn't it? Like a brand new Sharon. It's those Or when you open a brand new tin of tennis balls, it's those sporting smells.
Footy card chewy? Or...
Yes.
Yes.
And the dusting of the flour or whatever it is, the sugar on the... I don't know what that was.
Probably icing sugar.
Green again bowls to Brathwaite, cutting and getting 4. He got it square on the offside, past Lyon, who dived away to his left. And it's gone out to the rope for 4, the last ball of the over. 1 for 55, with Brathwaite moving up to 15 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hot summer sale.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Own a caravan, camper van or motorhome? With Camplify, you can safely rent it out when you're not using it to help pay for that next adventure or project around the house. Listing is free and simple. Visit camplify.com.au and find out why it pays to share.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. The West Indies continuing on. 1 for 55. A change in commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Steve O'Keefe for the first time today.
Good afternoon.
Going okay, the Windies.
They are. Whitey, good afternoon to you, the listener. Flem.
Sock, the man in black.
Yeah, bad.
You love it, don't
bad choice of clothing. Slimming.
Oh, but I thought it was your... It's 2 days in a row. I thought that's your brand. Are you the man in black?
Black or white, generally.
Okay.
Pretty simple as I've gotten older.
Cummins over the wicket, bowling to McKenzie, and he's driving down the ground again for 4. Threw mid-off, Labuschagne was chasing, gave up 15 metres out from the boundary. He wasn't going to be able to retrieve that one. McKenzie up to 32, 1 for 59. And the boundaries for Azito are flying.
Seriously, this is like throwdowns.
Yeah.
I just want a half volley down there. The great Pat Cummins, he just practiced a little off cutter. I want to see it.
Cummins again past the umpire, bowls. This time he's squeezing into point off the front foot.
And Sock, you don't mind batsmen that go hard in the V, do you? I always feel like, geez, if I can just hold it back a little bit, I'd probably have cover, a little bit closer to mid-off. I don't think he's going to hit square of the wicket unless it's really wide.
Are you thinking boxman as well? A couple of the drives have been convincing, as in it's been the beautiful bat face, as we were talking about with McKenzie, but they have been uppish.
Yep.
Even a little catcher in there on the onside, while Pat's bowling over the wicket, I think really is in play at the moment.
Cummins bowls again. McKenzie doesn't quite feather it through to the keeper. It was an unusual way to play that ball. It's almost like he opened up his front leg to try and play through the offside and then kind of changed his mind, tried to defend, poked at it and just missed it.
Sparring with it at a good length, isn't it? But he is one batter that I want to see bat because he showed signs, didn't he, in the first innings?
Yes, he did.
Nice
and
shots.
Adelaide as well.
Got 50 in Adelaide.
Yep. Really impressive, balanced stroke player. And it's evident today with some lovely shots down the ground so far.
Paddy might have found his length there.
Yep.
Cummins again over the wicket, bowls and flicking it fine, down towards fine leg. He's got good purchase on it. It's going to go close to the boundary. It doesn't quite get there. Renshaw doing the fielding. They come back for 2. McKenzie up to 34. That's 1 for 61. So just to put into context the way McKenzie is batting, at the moment he is currently on 34 and he has 6 boundaries for Azito all day, every day in that 34.
We don't want to run too much today.
No.
Start batting.
It's amazing you were talking about bats before, weren't you? Some players, when they come out to bat, looks like they've got a wider bat.
Yes.
And that's what McKenzie looks like, doesn't it?
Yep. Cummins bowls here to McKenzie. It's a bouncer and he ducks underneath it, swaying away as well. It didn't quite get up as much as he thought.
It's a refreshing technique to watch. I mean, very much from the yesteryear, where you get right forward, provide a full face or back. Watching Chanterball and Brathwaite, caught on the crease. Stephen Smith going back, getting caught on the crease. It's really refreshing to see. And also a Caribbean batsman that they play on slow, low wickets. His technique looks well suited to the bouncier, true pace pitches of Australia.
6 runs so far off the over. Last ball coming up. Cummins bowls. McKenzie drives in the air, just short of Labuschagne at mid-off, who came forward. And he kind of got it on the up as he came forward off the bounce. Over bowled, anxious moment there for Mackenzie. The West Indies 1 for 61 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hot summer sale.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
This first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT. This morning, the West Indies have scored 48 runs in 45 minutes for Mate Internet and Mobile, and they have not lost a wicket.
It's a day of great opportunity, isn't it, Whitey? You know, we've seen with the Australian team all summer, someone has stood up, whether it be Travis Head, Alex Carey with the bat. Looking at this guy, Cameron Green now, he's going to have a big job to do with the ball.
Green bowls to Brathwaite, who leaves. Good bounce outside off stump through to Carey.
And for the West Indies, you know, their bowlers have been excellent over the 2 tests so far. And the batters, you know, their top 6, barring one, faced over 20 balls in the first innings, showed small signs, you know, that they were capable in these bouncy Gabba conditions. But another great opportunity today. You know, no clouds like yesterday, a hot day. You're going to have fast bowlers bowling short spells, and a few of them will want to rectify a few of those poor stroke plays in their first innings and really cash in here today.
Green again, tall man, ambling up to the crease, bowls to Brathwaite, who does not feather the ball through to the keeper. There was an appeal as he tentatively pushed forward. Even Steve Smith, as you'd expect, puts his hands in the air. Well, what are we thinking here, boys? What do you reckon? Come on, what?
He's inquisitive.
Yeah.
Well, come on, he's still doing it.
Yeah.
Well, someone heard something.
Well, Greenie hasn't. Well, he's only just started to walk back now. I really like that ball.
Yeah.
Getting outside Brathwaite's eye line and making him come to you.
Drawing him forward.
Oh, yeah. That was close.
It's very similar to how he got in the first innings, wasn't it? Almost on the move as the ball passed. Persisting with the fuller length. I think they have to. It seems the most likely at the moment. Yes, they've been driven down the ground, but a couple uppish, we're getting a plain miss. They have to stick full, the Aussies.
Green again bowls. That's too wide for Brathwaite, who lets it go.
And also the bumper. I mean, I'm looking at the West Indies, how they bowled with so much success. You know, the run rate was high, but Keem Roach just persisted at that fuller length. And Alzari Joseph, you know, he was threatening, you know, when he changed his length. You know, when he got at the Australians, it was a well-directed bumper. And then was able to push it up and push it full without fear, you know, of going for runs. And, you know, the slips are in play for most part of the game. And again today, I'm still sensing the same.
Green again, halfway through his over. Bowls to Brathwaite, who turns on the onside off the pad. There is half an appeal as it spits out behind square leg for a single. It's the first time there's been a how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland, choose to drink wise. For anything really that's hit a pad or maybe even an edge behind, they get a leg by.
LBW shouts in Adelaide where it was well grassed.
Yes.
Flat pitch, we have not seen a lot, have we? A lot of let goes, a lot of defensive shots hitting the middle of the bat. Talk about the bouncer sock. Yeah, I wouldn't mind Greenie. Give me a couple to Mackenzie. Definitely. Let's get his weight back, and then when he drives, he might not be right to the pitch of the ball.
Sorry, I was just about to say 1 for 62, the lead 84.
Geez, I like that catching cover to be closer to mid-off.
Green around the wicket to Mackenzie, who tries to drive down the ground, but mistimes the stroke into the covers.
I mean, he almost got caught at mid-off. That wasn't a change of pace. That was Cummins' stock delivery, really.
Yeah. Yeah, went in the area that you were talking about, Fleming. You know, Cameron Green on this sort of wicket, as you were saying, when it's not offering a lot, which it isn't. You know, we're starting to see some cracks. You know, that may open up during the game. You have to be creative with the ball. And you do that with your changes of length. Potentially your off-cutters, which Australia's really haven't gone into that bag of tricks yet, have they? It's generally been persistent with the full, occasional bumper, but not a lot of off-pace deliveries.
That is a bouncer to Mackenzie, who gets away from that quite comfortably. And that completes the over. 1 for 62, the West Indies, with Brathwaite on 15, Mackenzie on 34 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
With NHP's N line of electrical enclosures, you can save without compromising on quality or performance. Thanks to the workability of ABS material, N-line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes are easy to install, drill, cut and modify. So it's a breeze to customise to suit your specific needs. NHP N-line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes help deliver efficient projects for a range of applications without breaking the bank. Get NHP N-line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes from your local electrical wholesaler.
We've actually just seen a bit of consternation out there with the umpires getting a bit disappointed or frustrated with the West Indian support crew coming out to give a drink to the batsman. Saying, no, off you go. 10 minutes until drinks. That's when it's the Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break. The Great Australian Brew, not now. Cummins again, bowling to Brathwaite, who spars at that and misses outside off stump. So what had happened was Brathwaite had asked for a towel because the sweat is just pouring off him and he's struggling to see. And the umpire said, no.
Well, what did we do years ago? You weren't having people run out with towels and drinks and all that. They just batted.
Well, I think
take your helmet off, and just
clearly cricketers are softer now than they were when you played.
Well, they were when you played.
Back in my day, Whitey,
that's 9 times now.
We would just push on with the old ice cream tin as a helmet.
Cummins bowls, Brathwaite jumps, defends into the offside, takes a single again to cover. So he's done that a few times. Labuschagne throwing at the non-striker's end, missed. Brathwaite was always going to be home, so he's pinched another single. He moves to 16, 1 for 63.
Sock, you've been retired for a while now. What are the major changes that you've seen in international cricket since you retired?
Bats have gotten far bigger than back in my day. Flem.
Yes.
Yeah. The evolution of the pink ball, certainly a lot more drinks breaks. And we're talking about oiling the bat before. You know, my first bat, the Dean Jones Kookaburra Supreme. Still own it. And every now and then I'll just get the oil out, a little bit of linseed, just a bit of nostalgia. 10 or 11-year-old sock just at home at Christmas time, giving the parents the shits, knocking at the bat.
Cummins bowls. You're not meant to swear on air.
Sorry. Okay.
So just probably a bit of a hint for next
decorum.
time.
It's probably the most preferable swear word, though.
I could have thought of others that he could have said that would have got us in more trouble.
Annoying
Yeah.
Right.
But that's okay. That's okay. That's you. But it's like you just bowled a sort of a waste of full toss.
Day 3 on the job, boys. So.
The 50 partnership has come up between the two of them, Brathwaite and Mackenzie. 50 off 66 balls, so make internet and mobile. Cummins again bowls. Mackenzie's beaten. He's wanting to go after the drive and just that angle across. Maybe a little bit of extra bounce with that ball, just short of a good length. Really wasn't there to drive, but Mackenzie wanted to do it.
He just sets up to drive every ball, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think Pat's bowled a major change of pace. I think he's changing his grip on the ball to maximise whatever seam is still there. He's got a great off-cutter slow ball. I'd love him to bowl one.
Bowling at 135 k's an hour this over. He bowls to Mackenzie, who gets a bouncer. And he ducks underneath through to Carey.
It's very hard hands at that length, wasn't it? He did get out sort of playing a half-cut drive in the first innings to Cummins, and I think he is persisting with that similar length ball. I mean, even if he was to make contact with it, hands a long way out in front of his body, not hitting the stumps, and it's defensive push. You know, a ball he'd much prefer to be leaving, but if he is going to spar at it, Cummins is going to persist at bowling that length just a fraction tighter. You know, get that ball starting on leg and middle and moving across.
Cummins again. Past the umpire bowls to Mackenzie, who is set in defence, pushing up to mid-off. Good over there from Cummins. And the score, 1 for 63 at the end of the over, with Brathwaite on 16, Mackenzie on 34. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard hot summer sale.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
Pat Cummins is actually coming off, probably to have a shower or something.
3 overs again. It looks like that's the limit there, Whitey.
Green bowls, Brathwaite defends as a new over starts. India all out for 436 against England early on day 3, so that is a lead of 190. And don't forget...
Will they have to bat again?
Yes. Don't forget, you can actually catch all the action. Just go to the SEN app with our partnership with Talk Sport, thanks to Henley Holmes.
Okay, all right.
Joe Root took 4 wickets.
Look, almost the most threatening, I thought, out of all 4 spinners.
Is that a concern?
Yes, a big concern.
Yeah.
Green again, past the umpire. No, he did go past the umpire, but forgot to bowl it. Something was going on. I think it may have been, it may have even been. Well, isn't the batsman meant to be distracted by the rover, not the bowler?
Can you remember Steve Smith? It must have been a deep mid-wicket when Steve Smith was facing up on the onside, and he pulled away because Steve has got this peripheral vision. 180, he saw it move and pulled away. I'm like, mate, it's mid-wicket. How are you interested in anything over there? But this time it was behind the keeper and put Cameron Green off mid-delivery.
Green bowls this time to Brathwaite, who drives with some force, but it was in the air for a while before it got to Labuschagne.
Close.
It was. I often think about Steve Smith, if he ends up ever playing club cricket or something like that, where he's playing on an oval near a ground where there's a road or something like that he has to stop the cars from actually driving past the ground because he'd get distracted, or someone walking a dog, all these things that we local cricketers have to put up with.
Flying by 100 metres away, just wait for that fly to fly past.
Well, he did have a full year, didn't he? Came back, we played him at Manly. Big crowd, 2,000 people.
Green bowls, that's a full ball jammed out by Brathwaite again to cover.
That'd be standard for your home games when you're playing.
It's a beautiful play. Well, Manly Oval, when I was playing at Manly, it's a couple hundred metres from the water, and it's a lot of people, a lot of heavy traffic.
Yeah.
But Steve was doing his penance, and he came to play T20 game, and he would have been there for, I reckon, 3 or 4 hours signing autographs. Like, it
Fantastic.
was incredible. Yeah. It's great to have him back. But
Stark warming up. Is it 3 overs and then 3 off and then back on again, maybe?
Green here bowls to Brathwaite. Again in the air and out. Straight to cover. Labuschagne takes the catch. And it was quite interesting there from Labuschagne. He took the catch and then threw it up and dropped it and quickly realised, what have I just done? It is out. It is out. Labuschagne has been credited with the catch, and it's Cameron Green that gets the first wicket of the day. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, is gone. The West Indies 2 for 63 on the drive. No timing in the shot. Spooning it straight to Labuschagne. And he quickly threw it up Herschel Gibbs style and realised he lost control of it. And as a result of all of that, it is a drinks break. Thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Don't let your business get caught behind this year. Sign up your next apprentice or trainee with MEGT and get some runs on the board. Call the experts today on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
Crispy, juicy chicken, bacon, cheese, tomato, and signature sauce. New McCrispy Bacon Deluxe. Macca's next big bacony thing. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Enjoy New Year. New savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Plus, get amazing finance rates with Nissan Future Value. Go see Adam and the team at Berwick Nissan Kangan Drive, Berwick. T's and C's apply. LNCT 8760.
Mark Bowles and Brathwaite drives beautifully. Played through the offside. Gave Marnus no chance. 1 for 37. Mackenzie faces up. Stark pitches up and he's driven for 4. The on drive is a glorious stroke.
Cummins over the wicket, bowling to Mackenzie. He's driving down the ground again for 4. Threw mid-off, Labuschagne was chasing, gave up 15 metres out from the boundary. Green here bowls to Brathwaite, again in the air and out. Straight to cover, Labuschagne takes the catch.
Macca's catch of the summer hit hunger for 6 with the Aussie Angus Deluxe at Macca's. 2 for 63. Brathwaite caught, Labuschagne bowled green for 16 from 54 balls. The West Indies lead is 85. The drinks break's going just a little bit longer than on a cooler day for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Stephen O'Keefe, it's Cam Green who gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, the Australian team, as I was saying earlier, looking for someone to stand up. It's hot out there, it's difficult, and they've had certain players at different times be able to do that. And Cameron Green is one player that, you know, I've identified that I think is the guy, the man of the moment for Australia. Possesses some great qualities to bowl fast. You know, he's going to get that extra bounce because of his height. And the first wicket is indicative of that. As we see Scotty Boland come off with a tray of slushies.
Yep, they were spoons in them.
Well, I spoke to Michael Divenuto before the day's play and said, how are you going? He said, look, we have one job to do today, and that is to keep the players' body temperatures down. During the drinks break, you could see there were ice packs on players' necks, towels, wet towels around shoulders, and in this case, some Hydrolyte slushies, I think, on a tray. It looks quite nice.
He looked quite debonair, Scott Boland. Just needed a jacket. Cam Green, Alec Athanase, the new man in. Athanase turns him away through mid-wickets. He just leant on that neatly and crisply, took it away into the deep. They'll get a couple and progress to 2 for 65. Athanase is 2. The experts chair in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Ian Smith joins us. Hello to you, Smithy.
Good afternoon to you, Gerard and Sock, and to everyone listening around the world here. This is an intriguing first hour of play. Some wonderful drives and then some dangerous drives.
Yes. It has progressed the West Indies to an 83-run lead. Athanase stands and defends the last ball of Green's over. So a successful over, 2 for 65. What have you made of the early exchanges?
Well, I thought West Indies were outstanding. I loved their attitude early on. It would have been quite easy for them to just sit out there and say, look, we're going to make it very hard to get bowled out here. But they've taken the positive approach and they've hit a number of boundaries, I think 8 or 9 boundaries in the first hour. That doesn't happen very often against this Australian attack. I've kind of felt that, you know, they've taken the upper hand and they're still in good shape in this test match. But there is always the danger with a very new look side that you squander this kind of opportunity that they've got. And we saw that with Pakistan. We saw it in Adelaide. And that's the danger they have here. I see Pat Cummins has come back on the field, but Travis Head will be pretty good with his spell of captaincy. He got the breakthrough.
We saw that yesterday, didn't we? Alzari Joseph had a little run. He really excelled in it. He was pointing everywhere. I'm not sure where he was pointing, but he'll have a deep backward square here. It was his time to shine, and he picked up a couple of wickets. So, Dave, the vice-captains.
Mitch Stark is coming back into the attack for Crowes Electrical and Solar, fighting rising power costs. 2 for 65. Mackenzie has struck 6 boundaries in his 34. Stark will have 2 slips in a gully. Deep points, heads to the rope. The appreciation for Nathan Lyon as he gets there in front of the Saturday crowd. Stark heads in from the Vulture Street end. Mackenzie's on 34 and he's driving again. Marnus Labuschagne quickly out of the blocks around to his right. He fields cleanly and tosses it up to Carey. A single taken. Now, Smithy, in our pre-match yesterday, you gave us 2 for our bingo card. You gave us the West Indies plus 300 and a big one from Usman Khawaja, who was the high bat.
Yes.
So nobody else got anything right yesterday except you.
Yes.
What did you have a hunch on today?
Hunch on today, I had a great chat to the wonderful BC Lara, and he was a little bit more confident about the West Indies' fortunes than me, but I'm going to say at the end of the day that the West Indies will be out, but they'll be asking Australia to get around 240, 250 to win this test match.
Stark over the wicket. Athanase, it tied him up on the leg side. It falls away to head.
So about another 180, 190. They'll progress. They'll get bowled out in the final session this evening and ask Australia to go after 240, 260 in the final innings of this test match for tomorrow.
Lovely. That would be a delicate scenario to be presented with two to finish the test summer.
And what about the West Indies with the new ball under lights? Are you seeing the Australian order hold firm, rectify some wrongs, or
I see some
little session?
I see some very experienced cricketers very nervous.
Athanase faces up. Stark hits the crease. Athanase in behind it, defending.
I mean, we were talking about it last night, Smithy, about maybe a declaration. As it turned out, they did declare, but it sort of happened naturally, didn't it? It was 9 down. Do you see a circumstance in which the West Indies, are batting well into a night period and there might be a bold declaration to try and expose this Australian top order, which has been struggling?
8 down, 9 down, yes,
yep.
I do. I see that advantage and an opportunity there. 6 down, 7 down, perhaps not.
Yep.
Stark pushes off. He's bowling his 8th over to Athanase down the leg side. He had a swish and Marnus gave it a bit of a yelp from mid-on. What could he see from there?
What does Marnus hear that no one else hears? He is 60 metres from that point of contact and no one else showed any interest at all on the whole, the whole ground, the whole of Brisbane.
Yes, it was a bit of a yelp too, wasn't it?
On hot days like this, though, I know Marnus at times can get on your nerves, but it's hot. Everyone will be down. There'll be one bloke you'll be guaranteed out there who'll be up for every single contest, and it'll be Marnus.
Athanase, small figure at the crease, ducks the bouncer, which was well over the top.
And I tell you where you don't want to be on a day like this is just below us is the Australian dugout. And it is just a mad flurry. There are 3 or 4 guys with their singlets on, which are the guys that will come in and help do the 12th man duties. There'll be people inside the change room mixing those slushies, mixing drinks, hydrolytes. It's just go, go, go the whole time. Gone are the days of the 12th man who just kick his feet up, sit there and watch days play unfold. You've got a big responsibility down there. And there's a lot of support staff. There's probably 1 support staff per player out there. And they'll have 1 job today, and that's to look after that playing 11.
Stark bowls, Athanase leaves the rising delivery. Lions just started to warm up at point as well, so we're on alert there. Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection, 2 for 66.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
This opening session on day 3 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. 2 for 66, the West Indies. Mackenzie's 35, Athanase is 2. Josh Hazlewood comes back into the attack from the Stanley Street end. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. So a day of high rotation. And Renshaw has come onto the field with Green tagging out. So Marsh goes to gully and Renshaw goes to cover.
Tagging out, I love it.
Hazelwood over the wicket bowls. Mackenzie tickles the ball to the leg side on the jump out to deep square for a single.
So when did that become a thing, tagging out? I mean, I know it's a hot day and we've got to look after, you know, the players' best interests and welfare comes into it these days. When did that become an accepted practice in Test cricket?
I would have loved, or will we see a keeper ever do it, Smith? Would you have just loved to have just tapped out one day on a hot summer's day? And
I only just glanced over my left shoulder and there's a wily old gentleman behind me just shaking his head. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No.
Renshaw comes into the cordon now. He's a third slip with Athenay's high back lifts. Hazelwood will be around the wicket to him. He bowls and Athenay squared up, got tied up. Ball lands on the popping crease.
So right now, Cameron Green's in the air-conditioned changing room. Change of clothing, maybe even have a quick shower. Sprinkle under the shower, maybe.
Slushy. There's some nice slushies going on
Slushies
down
under there.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pims and lemonade.
Nice.
Chatting to Sean Abbott, who was 12th man for most part of the World Cup, and talking about the prize money and whatever else. And he goes, I've earned my share. He goes, I fielded every game, and majority of most games he was on the field.
Hazelwood bowls. Athenay's defends off the inside edge out to the leg side. Headfield's no run.
It's constant tagging in and tagging out, which is, I guess a part of the modern game. Wouldn't have happened in my day, Gerard, at all.
Well, I suppose there is, as we said, the player welfare, and it is hot. There's no doubt about that, and it's hot in India every day. But there used to be an advantage, to batsmen later in the session, because that's when it started to hurt the bowlers. Started to really get to the bowlers, and that was that time where, as a batsman, you could prosper.
Hazelwood bowls to Athenay's. Again, he's all tied up as he tries to play his defensive stroke. Ball falls at his feet.
It seems almost a little unfair that right now one of their strike weapons is Australia's strike weapons is sitting downstairs getting all sorts of attention. If he's got an injury and he may well have a niggle, so be it. But if he hasn't,
no rest for the wicket. Well, the attritional aspect of that is very interesting to raise, I think. Because the advantage of being able to bat for the long period of time is to wear them all down, not have them refreshed after 3 over spells. Again, Hazelwood gets onto the pads of Athenay's, who can't quite get everything in check. It falls away to the leg side, and they'll be able to take a single. Athenay's to 3, inside edge onto the pads.
An over as well. If you're offering over, that's fine. But I think, what we're seeing is it's close to 3 over spells, which is a significant amount of time. You're off for 10, 15 minutes. And I don't know, I remember if you ever went off the field, you'd have to tell the umpire why, and generally have a pretty good reason why. I'm getting some taping done. I've got to see the physio. Does, extreme heat fall into that category?
2 slips in the gully. Point pushes out into the deep. Mackenzie faces up to Hazelwood. He's on the back foot defending across the popping crease. So that's an excellent over from Hazelwood. He's asked good questions. 2 for 68. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection. Here come the subs.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
100% Aussie Angus beef, melty cheese, chunky tomato relish and U-Butte beetroot. The Aussie Angus Deluxe is back at Macca's. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Yum, yum, yum. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
The West Indies have added 55 runs for the loss of their captain thus far today. 2 for 68. Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Mitch Stark sets in from the Vulture Street end. He's bowling to Athenay's, who leaves outside the off stump. So the man to go is Brathwaite. Caught Labuschagne, bowled Green for 16. The captain has a real live chance of a famous victory going at the Gabba, but his form in this series has been wretched. 13-1 and 4-16, and hasn't looked a shadow of the player who was here last summer when he was the West Indies front line of it all.
One shot of conviction in 4 innings. One shot. And that was just down the ground earlier on today where everyone thought, hello, he might have turned up, but no.
Stark pushes in with the full cordon set. He bowls and Athanase drives out through a cover. He'll get runs. Labuschane's all fueled up after the drink from the subs. He'll have a dive, hook it back and save a run. Much to the delight of the locals. Athanase is to 6. He's earned his drink now, Smithy.
He'll get another one shortly. Well, we were having this chat actually even before play started because we were watching the players warm up and it was very, very hot. I was having a chat with Alan Border. Of course, we all know about Alan Border and suffering extreme heat with Dean Jones and working your way through it and showing that steely resolve and don't give in. Imagine what AB's thoughts were.
Stark to McKenzie. Turns from his pads. Passed backwards square. And they'll be able to get 2. Quick stuff. As the fielding had to be done in the deep by Hazelwood.
During that same test, I think I remember Greg Matthews with a long sleeve jersey on out there, you know. Wasn't too hot for the cool cat, Mo Matthews. Doesn't those moments go down into folklore with the late, great Dean Jones? You know, I'll send a real Queenslander out here if you can't tough it out.
Yes,
yes. And ends up on a drip a couple of hours later.
Barbaric days.
Yeah.
McKenzie's on 38. He's got sweat dripping out of the helmet as he faces up. Leaves down the leg side.
What a great opportunity. You know, the West Indies have got their noses in front here. It's a young group. Most of the experience coming from a Craig Brathwaite, but it's the young men who are standing up at the moment in this side. Sinclair on debut's been impressive. You know, what it would mean to this group to be able to find a way to beat Australia, not only Australia, but at a place that's a fortress for Australia. You know, we lost against India here not so long ago, but it's very rare that touring sides come over here and put on such a dominant display, and the West Indies right now do have their noses in front.
Stark over the wicket. McKenzie's short ball stayed out of it.
We were chatting earlier on, Gerard, that it was a bit like the 1980s West Indies team. You know, aggressive bowling, some cavalier batting, great catching in the slip score. And I remember Phil Simmons, some of the catches he would take at gully, you know, they just covered such an amount of space and it always used to stick. And then, you know, they invented the high five and now they've invented the somersault into backflip and perfect landing as a celebration. And it's really is something quite special to watch.
It is. There was a real wave of affection that met that performance yesterday. Stark bowls. McKenzie nibbled at a ball that he might have left. Bit of a knuckleball going on there. End of the over hit. 1, 2, 3. 5 subs are on their way out there. 2 for 73. Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
With NHP's N line of electrical enclosures, you can save without compromising on quality or performance. Thanks to the workability of ABS material, N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes are easy to install, drill, cut and modify. So it's a breeze to customise to suit your specific needs. NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes help deliver efficient projects for a range of applications without breaking the bank. Get NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes from your local electrical wholesaler.
This session for MEGT, test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT. It was like a changeover in ice hockey. It's all off, all on. Amazing. They've got to get off in time. There's still a couple of the orange vested who are out on the field.
At least one of them has come out with protective equipment for Travis Head because it looks, for all intents and purposes, as Nathan Lyon is not too far away. So there's justification there. But we might as well take out 8 drinks while we're there.
You'd be happy with that sort of service at a crowded bar last night. Swarmed in.
Gee, I'll bet there were some too in Brisbane, wouldn't there?
Yeah. Were there?
Well, the Story Bridge, we all parked at the bar, so we didn't need service, just needed the bartender. But it was a busy night, a great night. Great atmosphere at the ground as well.
Hazelwood to Athanase, who plays the ball out to Gullies to open the face on it. Marshfield's no run.
Because yesterday was also a big surcharge day, wasn't it? Being a holiday.
Yeah, 15%.
Man, did I cop that at breakfast yesterday morning?
Right.
As you will probably know, I don't mind a breakfast. Previous day, scrambled eggs, bit of bacon and avocado on the side and a skinny cap. I don't know why I have a skinny cap after all. It's a bit hypocritical, isn't it? But I do have a skinny cap. $24. I thought, that's okay, I'll go back tomorrow. Same meal yesterday morning. Can you believe this?
That pad has gone in. Athanase forward. Plays the ball through mid-off. He'll get runs. Labuschagne is in pursuit, so he'll get 2 on the hook slide.
So the young lady came to me with her ordering, they don't take a pad anymore, it's all digital. And so she said, so I had to explain my order. Scrambled eggs, bit of bacon, bit of avocado on the side and a skinny cap. So she said, just make sure I've got this right because I'm relatively new. Fair enough. Yeah, good. Came out beautiful. Absolutely fantastic. Went to pay the bill. $52.
No.
I said to the guy behind the counter, this was $24 yesterday, it's 52 today, and he just pointed at the surcharge thing, 25%. I said, even if you do that, it's not that much.
Hazelwood to Athanase, duck the bouncer.
This is outrageous, I said. Didn't go back today.
Wow, they saw you coming.
I mean,
$50 breakfast.
$50 breakfast. I mean, in all honesty.
Bloody Mary, I'm saying, okay, scrambled eggs on toast.
Yeah. Scrambled eggs. And see, that's the ironical thing. I didn't ask for toast because toast, is a bit carbo-ish.
Paleo diet.
Correct.
Yeah.
I didn't even go for the toast.
Knocking back the carbs. Skim flat white.
Yeah,
None of this is making sense, Smithy. Where am I going wrong?
Athanase ready for Hazelwood. She's in behind defending.
Well, I know where I went wrong. Went to the wrong joint.
I made Pete Lawler buy me breakfast yesterday morning. He could have paid anything. I didn't realise I was getting away with murder, so I'm going to square up with him later on. I'm going to get half the bill.
Well, there's a few scones here in the morning if you get here early enough, Smithy. And I've just brought a little plastic bag in and just a few in the back pocket for later, maybe tonight. Avoid a surcharge at dinner. Scones for breakfast, lunch and dinner for me. Free of charge.
Per diems, Gay, the old per diems.
Hazelwood pitched it up, Athanase forward defending.
So there are people that try to make money out of per diems as opposed to just live off the per diems.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, some people have played long enough. Very tight cricketers have bought beach houses out of per diems.
Yeah. Wasn't it like Monopoly money? You'd go away on a trip and you get a little yellow envelope and it'd have your per diems for the whole week.
Right.
And it'd last one night, of course, because it just felt like Monopoly money. You know, this isn't real, I'm going to spend it. Of course, it was meant to feed you for the week. It did get through a fun night for the boys, generally speaking.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over. Athanase waits and he drives straight to mid-off. 2 for 75, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
Turn up the heat on your taste buds because Schnitt's spicy chicken schnuggets are here to satisfy your fiery cravings. Each bite brings a perfect balance of heat and flavour that will keep you coming back for more. And for a limited time, you can grab a bundle of 6 schnuggets, small drink and peri-peri sauce for only $9.50. Schnitt's. Taste the heat, love the price. Available at all Schnitt's restaurants for a limited time.
Our experts for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. 2 for 75. The West Indies lead is 97. Mackenzie is 38. Athanase is 8. Pat Cummins will be bowling from the Vulture Street end on this quick rotation of bowlers on a hot day. Bharat Sundaresan has come in to join Ian Smith. Bharat, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Smithy.
We're talking public holiday surcharges and per diems at the moment. If you have anything to offer on those two fronts, we'll ask. Mackenzie's driving is the other specialist topic of the day, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cummins, 2 slips and a gully, and he's got the cover in place for Mackenzie, who jams down on a ball straight to Mitch Marsh at that position.
Well, the only thing I can say about per diem is it's never been enough, in my case, the companies that I've worked for. On the print side of things, that is. SEN takes really good care of me, must say. But yeah, it's led me to stay in rather interesting place, Smithy. In England, during the Manchester Test, Gerard, you'll love this. David Lloyd was doing some amazing work for us. And one day he was just telling us all the things you could go to in Manchester, the bars, parks.
Cummins to McKenzie, flays the ball out through point, stand and deliver stuff. Lyon gets out to chase, and the crowd builds. He saves on the slide. And 3 for McKenzie, who moves to 41. The lead is 100 for the West Indies.
A significant number. And I was staying in a part of Manchester called Salford, the only place I could afford to stay.
Rugby league country, Salford.
Indeed. And when I mentioned to Bumble that I was staying in Salford, 3 times he just went, Salford? 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 I said, what does one do when you live in Salford? Lock the door and never leave. And he was right. Interesting part of the world.
Athanase has the strike. He's on 8. Cummins over the wicket to him, and Athanase in behind defends.
As good as McKenzie's driving has been, Gerard, and I understand it's the pink ball, you want to see if there's any movement. I'm a little surprised with Australia's plans to him. Yes, they wouldn't have seen a lot of him, but he did play that one test match. And even if they saw a bit of him, that Karen Broughton old pitch, he does struggle when the ball's just above his waist, but they have given him so many opportunities to drive, and he's been really successful, not just in this innings, but pretty much all 4 innings we've seen of him so far on this tour.
Marsh has gone to leg slip. Head is under the helmet at bat pad. Cummins bowls. Athanase forward defence.
And I was just chatting about it with Ian Bishop at the back. This is before they bowled a short ball. That's why I'm even mentioning it now. And he said, hey boy, I know all about it. That's why I've not been mentioning it on TV commentary either. I don't want them to find out. Because that's pretty much how they all bowl to him in the CPL and in domestic cricket. But good if you're a neutral watcher. He's been so good to see. Every time he's driven on the up. I can't think of too many batters, young batters who've come to Australia and driven better.
Cummins to Athanase. Pulls. He went after the short ball and he jammed it away through backward square for 4.
That is a great shot from a player who's yet to find his best on this tour so far. And maybe this innings will launch him as well. Just a very, very young face on a very tough block here. But that is a glorious shot because he knew they set him up. They had a player on his shoulder and Mitch Marsh at leg slip. Got Travis Head under the helmet. He knew it was coming and he took it on.
Yeah.
Really encouraging.
Terrific boundary for Zito all day, every day. How will Cummins be on the follow-up? He pitches onto the pads and he's lifted up by Athanase. It sends Stark away from mid-on to chase. They have 2 as Stark arrives and they'll come for 1 on the throw. An expensive over, 10 from it. 2 for 85 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection.
Tyre Power's hot summer sale is a sizzling way to save on a hot range of Kumho tyres. Get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres, plus other hot offers during January at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Hilux and Kluger available now at Chadstone Toyota. With the warmer weather, weekends are for exploring in the family-friendly Kluger. Or for your next year's goals, get goal ready in your new Hilux. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. T's and C's apply. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Terrific replays of the shot making of Alec Athanase, who takes the bit between the teeth for Titanium Caravans built tough. Nathan Lyon is being brought into the attack at the Stanley Street end with the West Indies leading by 107 runs, Bharat and Ian.
Yeah. Well, this becomes very important now because he's the one bowler who's going to be able to bowl spells in this heat. Genuine spells, test match spells. And if the West Indies can either dominate him or resist him, this is a massive time for the West Indies, particularly with 2 left-handers on strike here. We're into a 3rd day pitch. Might offer a little bit more than it has been for Nathan Lyon. Crucial point in the match right now.
32 minutes away from the tea break, which will be for Camplify. It pays to share. Lyon is going to begin around the wicket. He bowls to Athanase, who's back and cutting from the stumps. He calls for the single and it beats the dive of Marsh at backward point. It's covered up by Green. A single taken.
If you've already seen in this series the way Mackenzie targets Lyon, he's hit him for a couple of sixes, he uses his feet. And Athenaeus is the same. He plays spin pretty well. So I think they will look to attack him, which could open the game up as well from an Australian perspective.
Long off on the rope. Mackenzie down to sweep, got past him onto the pad and he's out. He goes immediately to Lyon. Intemperate at the start. Mackenzie's going to have a quick word, but he knows his fate. The Australians are celebrating the wicket, 3 down for 86. And the bowling change does the business. So he is going to review now. He took 4 steps towards the pavilion and then went back just to have his fate confirmed. So for IMAR Insurance, tradies trust IMAR for IMAR Insurance. 1-3 IMAR.
Field decision out. I've checked the bowler's feet, fair delivery.
Yeah, he was convinced he was out.
Yeah, and Lyon was too.
Yeah. It's not going over. Promise you that. It's hit him well below the knee roll in the middle of the pad, so it's not going over. Question is, did it hit him outside the line playing a shot? Sit him on the back leg.
Bat and go to hot spot leg side.
Don't think it's going over, put it that way. It's hit him, it's missed his front pad and hit him
forward
at the back.
Please keep going forward.
Still think
Just
it's
go
hitting.
Back to frame of 2.
Yep.
I think
keep going forward.
trouble.
Okay, there's no.
Athenaeus convinced him to take that review. I don't think he wanted to.
RTS when ready, please. Keep rolling forward, keep rolling forward, keep rolling forward.
Yeah, no
Just roll it
bat
back in
either.
frame and roll it forward for me, please. No bat involved. Then you go to ball tracking and ready, please.
Unless this is the ball
Original
that doesn't
decision is
dislodge
out.
the bail.
Pitch in line, impact in line.
Waiting for that.
Wickets, umpires call. Nitton, you can stay with
It
the
is.
original out decision.
It is.
Stand by.
Mackenzie's stay ends at 41. Nathan Lyon, Liam Smith nominated it. This is the phase, and Lyon opens with a second ball wicket. The Australians are celebrating another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Okay.
Go on.
3 for 86. I was sort of just waiting for a bit of a break there, and that's a big mistake from Mackenzie, who had Australia for a long period of this morning in the palm of his hand, or this afternoon in the palm of his hand, and now, of course, he's succumbed to Nathan Lyon in the very first delivery that he faced. It took Nathan Lyon just 2 balls to have an effect. And now, all of a sudden, Australia now think, well, OK, it's 3-4, net 108. This is starting to work back towards us. Another one in this first session of the day. And we're in big business, big business in this test match. So crucial for the West Indies. They do not lose another wicket in this first session of play. Absolutely crucial.
A play of the day for Drinkwise.
He just picked the wrong length, didn't he? It's too full to play the sweep. You could see he got into a pretty bad position. The bat came down. He was never going to make contact. And as expected, Nathan Lyon has opened this game up. Hodge batted so well in the first innings, though.
He's in his second test match, Calvin Hodge. He's on strike. He's turning the ball to leg, which is well protected. Heads under the helmet, and just behind him is Labuschagne at mid-wicket.
Start, guys. Come on, boys.
They have pushed deep mid-wicket back. That's Marsh. They're up on the straight hits. They are up everywhere else, in fact. Smith at slip. Lyon over the wicket. Hodge back and defending.
Lovely start, guys.
Just starting to hear a few more things coming through the effects, Mike, from the Australians. They've found some energy in this heat.
Hodge readies himself. Lyon's at him, and Hodge is back and just keeping it out.
Yeah, and they worked really hard in this heat, but the 2 wickets have come to deliveries that weren't really special, were they? Just full deliveries from Cam Green and Nathan Lyon. Poor execution of 2 shots.
Last ball of Lyon's over. Hodge to see it. He's back and turning around the corner, and he'll get runs. He placed it just to the right of Cam Green at backward square. He slides in and keeps it to 2. Hodge off the mark, a successful over for Nathan Lyon. 3 for 88 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, and unbreakable connection. Adam White will take you through to T for Bundaberg and Jibia.
Summer Jam, Australia's biggest street ball festival, is back, thanks to Foot Locker and Jordan Brand. Experience hoops culture as the best teams battle it out in men's and women's tournament play. Plus, world-class dunkers, unique product drops, local food and culture, and more. Don't miss Summer Jam, Australia's biggest street ball festival, at Peanut Farm Reserve, February 9th to 11th. Secure your tickets now at summerjam.com.au.
On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. The West Indies 3 for 88, Athenaeus 16, Hodge on 2. It is a very hot day here in Brisbane. We are much better here than out in the middle. As Cummins comes past the umpire, bowls to Athenaeus, who drops it away on the offside. So I've got this has come through from Cricket Australia, about what the players are doing when they're coming off after bowling their spells.
Right, okay.
They come in and sit under the air conditioner industrial fan, change clothing, towel, ice packs over neck and shoulders, slushy, crushed ice to drop the core temperature, and general hydration. They can shower, but they haven't so far today. Generally don't want to do an ice bath as it shocks the system too much. They're coming off and they're doing that. So that's an explanation of where they disappear to and what they do. Cummins bowls here and it's left alone by Athenaeus. So Ian Smith, when you know that, is that acceptable?
Is that acceptable? It's a heck of a question. Well, it doesn't affect me because I'm sitting up here in an air-conditioned room. And I suppose if it's the same for both sides, if the West Indies choose to do that, then it is very hot. I mean, I have not been out in it apart from getting out of the Uber and crossing the road. But what my colleagues in television say who have been working out there prior to the start of the day's play say it's a stinker, a real stinker.
Cummins bowls again to Athenaeus, who ducks under a bouncer. There's no doubt about that. And Bharat and I spent a good part of an hour out there before play, and we were melting. However, I would like to throw this forward. Isn't part of cricket, it's a summer sport, and part of fielding, part of bowling, there is an attrition attached to cricket, and that is part of the game, is that you do get hot when you are fielding, you do get hot when you are bowling, and that might have an impact on when you bat later, but that's part of the game. Cummins here, past the umpire, bowling to Athenaeus, who's hooking it away and not quite. Oh, in fact, he does get it partially through. Marsh had a bit of a misfield out there behind square leg, and as a result, they can come back for 2 runs, 3 for 90. Athenaeus up to 18.
And then just to break from that conversation, Whitey will come back to it. That fielder, Marsh, has been put in place at the start of this over because Athenaeus finished the previous over hitting a lovely pull shot, but it was aerial. It went in that direction. So it's at a deepish square leg, like halfway to the deep backward square leg boundary. So you expect a couple more short balls in this over from Cummins.
It's an unusual spot, isn't it? Behind square leg. Cummins again bowls to Athenaeus, who sort of sparred at that outside off stump and didn't make contact. So, Smithy, I know it's the modern game and it's across multiple sports. We have this debate across multiple sports about, the players coming to the bench and all this sort of thing. But when it comes to cricket, part of the game is to get hot and tired. That's part of it. Not have 3 overs and then go and sit down for 3 overs and then come back on and bowl 3 overs. That's not what I believe the spirit of cricket is.
I think you've got to find a balance here. You don't want to get to a situation where it becomes, I won't say dangerous, but...
Cummins bowls to Athenaeus, who edges along the ground to backward point. He played on the rise. It was in the air for a little while. We'll come back to it. It is the end of the over from Cummins. The West Indies 3 for 90. Hodge on 2. Athenaeus 18 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hot summer sale.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Crispy, juicy chicken, bacon, cheese, tomato, and signature sauce. New McCrispy Bacon Deluxe. Macca's next big bacony thing. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
2 for 77 so far today. The West Indies for my internet and mobile. The score 3 for 90. So the men out today. Brathwaite for 16 and Mackenzie for 41, who is the leading scorer for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. As Lyon starts a new over, edging just past Smith. Runs for Hodge. He got caught on the crease. Thick outside edge, and it's gone down to the rope for 4. Past the diving right hand of Steve Smith at slip. Hodge to 6, 3 for 94.
Beautiful length delivery. It was the perfect delivery to not a tall player, one who's going to struggle to get his feet right out to the pitch of the ball unless he leaves the crease. So to play from the crease and not be able to control that, Steve Smith wasn't that far away from it. He just got enough on it. Hodge.
Line again from the Stanley Street end. Bowls to Hodge, who goes back and across and defends to bat pad.
Just in the umpire's defense, all I will say is officially it's when it's extreme heat, they have to use the heat policy, and that's where the safety of the players comes into play. It's part of the playing conditions.
Line again. Bowling to Hodge, who again goes back and across defending to bat pad.
And when it is extreme, I think there are allowances like that in place that you whether it's fair or part of the spirit of the game that I leave to Ian Smith, but that's just the umpire's perspective.
But Bharat, it was hot 30 years ago when they played at the Gabba, and this didn't happen.
Well,
Line bowls. Hodge cuts and cuts well, but can't beat Stark diving to his left at backward point, so can't get a run.
I mean, now you're entering the area of, there was no concussion back then. They just batted on and just up, So I think that's the thing. I think the way umpires manage the game has also changed. Not just in cricket, I guess, across all sport, whether it's right or not.
Lyon comes in again to Hodge, who's going around the corner, swivelling as he played the little sort of flick shot to backward square leg, no run.
I get where you're coming from, though, Whitey. I get exactly where you're coming from. And as long as it's the same for both sides, I guess you can't argue with it.
Last ball of the over, Lyon to Hodge, who again plays back, dabbing into backward point for a dot ball to end the over. 3 for 94. The lead is 116 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hot summer sale.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine, and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger, and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
3 for 94 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Pat Cummins, can he break this partnership before the tea break? We've got 20 minutes to go. He's coming over the wicket to bowl to Athanaze, who pokes at that one again on the front foot and misses. The angle across the left-hander, causing some problems for the youngster.
This is one of the big challenges of Test cricket, isn't it? Can you somehow survive this spell from a world-class bowler? He did take 10 runs off him a couple of overs ago. From the slight change in field from Pat Cummins. And he's got Athanaze guessing. He's expecting the short ball early in the over. And a couple of times now Pat Cummins has bowled it full just with that wobble seam and got it to just go with the angle.
Yeah, just looking at that replay for Titanium Caravans Built Tough, he actually got beaten on the inside, but the angle is still bothering him. That one sort of seaming back in. Cummins again bowls to Athanaze, who's playing that one much more correctly and authoritatively, just on the back foot, pushing defensively into point. Lyon doing the fielding, and there's no run.
Just every over we're waiting for. And he just has to survive this, isn't he? If he wants to make it in Test cricket, he's still a young man, highly touted.
He's the one that Brian Lara likes.
He is the one that Brian Lara likes. He's also the one that Carlos Brathwaite said you will remember the name of. So yes. He's already passed on that title as Big Carlos.
Cummins on the approach again under overcast skies. Bowls to Athanaze, who drives down the ground. That is like watching Brian Lara. Beautiful shot through mid-off. Caressing it down the ground for 4. That was such an attractive-looking cricket shot from Athanaze to move to 22. The West Indies 3 for 98 with that shot.
If anything, it was better than even what Kirk McKenzie has offered to us this morning or this afternoon. It was much fuller from Cummins. Right on top of the ball. deftly punch, sped across the outfield.
Wonder whether this one will be in Athenaeus' half. It is a bouncer, and Athenaeus ducks underneath. Pat hasn't just had it his way so far in this test match. He's been so good throughout the course of the summer. But here, where he's got a bowling average of 15 in test cricket, it just hasn't worked for him.
He's had to bowl a maiden over in this game, isn't he? Don't remember him bowling a maiden in the first innings. Went for a few runs as well. He's had a few expensive overs.
Yes, we so often talk of him as being the player of the day for Bing Lee, Better Living Every Day throughout this summer, but it just hasn't quite happened for him for whatever reason here at the Gabba. He bowls here to Athenaeus, who dabs it into the offside off the back foot into gully. Green doing the fielding, and there's no chance of a run.
But these are good signs so far for the West Indies. Yes, they've lost 3 wickets, but in what is the last innings of the series for a lot of these youngsters, who knows when and if they'll ever play a test match again on Australian soil. Can't forget that either.
What's your gut feel? Do you think they will?
Not anytime soon. We know what's happening the next 3 summers at least. We got India and then the Ashes and New Zealand come over for 4 tests. And the bicentennial, is that it?
No, it's not quite, but it's halfway to that. Yeah. Cummins bowls here to Athenaeus. It's a word that I find really hard to pronounce, so I just don't. It's 150. 3 for 98, the West Indies. Hodge on 6, Athenaeus on 22. So the lead is 120 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Hot summer sale.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
In-Place Living. Design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion. Because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
Nathan Lyon will continue. The West Indies 3 for 98 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Line from the Stanley Street end. He's bowling to Hodge, who did so well in the first innings. That one bounced on him more than he thought. He did very well with soft hands to drop it at his feet on the onside, with Travis Head just waiting there for the catch.
There's not much on offer for Nathan Lyon, but he has really looked threatening in this spell, hasn't he? Adam, he got that outside edge of Hodge in the previous over, just went wide of Steve Smith.
Lyon again, a bit closer to the stumps, bowls to Hodge. Again, a fraction short, turns it around the corner and gets a single as Green does the fielding. Had to dive to his left to prevent it going out into the outfield, but they still were able to get through for 1. Hodge to 7, 3 for 99 the score.
And like a lot of world-class spinners, it's just something that happens to them when they pick a wicket early. And you see that about fast bowlers, but spinners as well. You can just see the rhythm that he's in. His body language is so confident. It's the way he's going through his action.
Lyon bowls. The left-handed Athenaeus strokes the ball into the covers. Labuschagne doing the fielding, no run.
And Australia, like he's done so many times before, will back him or bank on him to bowl the long spell. Give them 3-4 wickets at least.
Lyon bowls again. Athenaeus lunging forward this time in defence, so no stroke into the covers. That was just a block.
Guys, really good, guys.
Alex Carey, you can hear, he enjoyed that delivery from Lyon. That was just a little bit slower. Tantalising, sort of, the speed and trajectory. Lyon again around the wicket to Athenaeus, pushing into cover again to Labuschagne. So there's only 3 playing at the moment.
Come on, guys.
In a triangle, the bowler, the batsman and cover. There's Josh Hazlewood and also Cameron Green warm up. Wonder who'll go next. Lyon again. Athenaeus pushing this time into the onside to forward square leg to Khawaja, over bowled. Good over there from Lyon, just the one coming from it. As 3 players come on to give drinks. 3 for 99 the score, the West Indies on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
So Cameron Green will be the new man into the attack. He has been the Jenny King bowler of the match, or bowler of the day for the Australians, the king of commercial cleaning. Jenny King, franchises available. He got the first wicket to spark the Australians. And he'll bowl from the Vulture Street end, so he runs away from us to bowl to Hodge, who gets a good bouncer, and Hodge played that late, just backing back, almost limbo style, to make sure that he got his head away from the ball there as it went through. There are a heap of messages coming through. You can interact with us thanks to Tyre Power, your trusted local, 0433 98 11 16. We're talking about players going off and cooling down before going back on. It's very much the modern way. There are some agreeing that should happen because we've got to be health conscious, and then there are others saying that they're soft. So it's sort of, it's one or the other. Yeah. As Green bowls full ball, driven nicely, attractively by Hodge up to mid-off, and there's no run.
No, I just go back there. It's a good point to debate on. But whenever, whatever it is, whether it's heat or even when there's lightning around, or
I think that's different if it's light.
You know, I know. What I mean is any extreme weather condition, you have to kind of take care of the players. The last thing you want is someone going down because it's because of the weather. And like I said, the umpires are the managers of the game.
Green again, he has the figures of 1 for 6. Bowls to Hodge, who pushes forward, opens the blade, and will take a single to backward point. Lyon doing the fielding. Yes, I don't have an issue as such with the players, getting drinks brought out to them. That brings up the 100, by the way, for the West Indies, with Athanaze on 22, Hodge on 8. So that 100 coming off 187 balls with 11 fours for mate, internet and mobile. Yes, I don't have the issue with that so much. I do have an issue with players coming off and having a shower after bowling 3 overs, or cooling down. I mean, the batsmen have to stay out there. They're not going off after batting for half an hour and getting a cold shower and then going back out and batting again. They're running between the wickets. They've got the helmet on. Green around the wicket to Athanaze, who tucks him around the corner. Nice shot past the square leg umpire for a single into a pocket of space. In fact, he's coming for 2. He timed that one well. Athanaze, he's looking the goods here. He's up to 24, 3 for 102 the score.
It's also important to know that it's not that every bowler has come off the field after every spell. Pat Cummins has just finished a spell of 3 overs. He's on the field at mid-off. So it's also important to say that it's not like a rotation going on the field. Yes, there have been a few substitutes who've come on. Matt Renshaw has spent quite a bit of time on the field, but it's not a case of at the end of every spell the players have gone off.
Green again to Athanaze, driving, edging it and getting runs past Gully. That'll go to the boundary for 4. Again, it was in the air for a while, short of Marsh, who had to dive to his left. Thick outside edge. Athanaze trying to play it through the covers, but getting 4 through Gully. 3 for 106. Athanaze to 28 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Well, it was one of those cases, right? Cam Green needed Cam Green at Gully.
Yes.
If only he could have duplicated himself. That could have gone to hand. It was well wide of Mitchell Marsh.
I was just looking at that replay for Titanium Caravans Built Tough. I don't think it would have. I don't think it carried, but it could have been stopped. Green again around the wicket to Athanaze, who pushes forward in a very, very strong forward defence into the covers. Over bowled, 3 for 106, the West Indies. The lead 128, and we are 10 minutes from the break.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Nathan Lyon to continue here. The West Indies 3 for 106. Hodge on 8. Athanaze on 28. Lyon bowls and Hodge on the back foot trying to force, opening the blade straight to backward point. So we see Hodge as much as possible, Bharat, trying to play Lyon off the back foot. whereas Athanase likes to get onto the front foot. So it's an interesting right hand, left hand, very different ways of playing Nathan Lyon. Lyon again. Bowls, a bit slower, covering it, smothering it, Hodge into mid-wicket.
Yeah, there's not enough bounce from this pitch, especially with the soft pink ball for Nathan Lyon, or I would have been surprised if he wasn't using a leg slip. Wickets he's got in that fashion.
Lyon again to Hodge, who plays back. It was a bit quicker, that one from Nathan Lyon. So looking at the speed there, that was 91.3 for Mate Internet and Mobile. Let's have a look at the next one to see whether it's that's his stock ball at this moment in time, or whether he'll go back to that sort of mid to high 80s. He bowls. No, it's a bit quicker again. Hodge trying to force on the onside. No timing in the shot. Into mid-wicket.
And for your South Australian club cricket tragics, a guy who once played for Prospect, bowling to a guy who played for Sturt, with a guy who plays for Glenelg, keeping wickets.
There you go. Line to Hodge. Stands tall, punching into mid-off. That ball there, 87.2 for Mate Internet and Mobile. So again, it's that subtlety in speed and trajectory change from Lyon that makes him so difficult to play.
Yeah, pushing him back, dragging him forward. That's the game he's playing with Hodge.
Lyon again bowls a bit fuller. Hodge still wanting to go back to it, turning it on the bounce into Travis Head. Over bowled. Good one there from Nathan Lyon. The West Indies, 3 for 106.
Enjoy New Year. New savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Plus, get amazing finance rates with Nissan Future Value. Go see Adam and the team at Berwick Nissan Kangan Drive, Berwick.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8760.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
The West Indies 3 for 106. I've certainly got people that are sending us messages. Thanks to Tyre Power, your trusted local. I'll give you a bit of a sample of that after this ball from Green. Around the wicket, bowling to Athanase, tucked up in defence, pushing into the offside. So Frank says that's why it's called Test cricket. Test out the conditions, hot or cold. Test out batting, test out bowling, test out all the conditions. It's Test match players today. Too damn well precious. So that's from Frank. And then from Dean, it's the new age. Must adjust with conditions. Can't be like the 70s and 80s. Extreme heat is dangerous. No one wants heat stroke. Just hope that both teams are treated the same.
That's good.
Green, again, a bit wider on the crease. Bowling to Athanase. Has he nibbled it? He hasn't. He tried to. That was a good ball from Green. I mentioned he just came a little wider on the crease. And he drew Athanase into a line that he probably shouldn't have been playing at.
Yeah, just dragged him out, didn't he? Pat Cummins had his arms up in the air for a while. Alex Carey was briefly interested as well.
Just looking there at the replay for Titanium Caravans Built Tough, you could just see the bat was where Athanase didn't want it to be. Green again wide on the crease and again beating Athanase. This time as he came forward with a bit more purpose, but the line was good and maybe a little bit of seam movement away from the left-hander.
And immediately his fellow Dominican has walked down the pitch. Hodge just asking him to keep his bat closer to his body. 4 minutes to go for the tea break, the long break. The last thing West Indies want is to gift another wicket.
He's bowling well here, Cameron Green. Past the umpire, bowls to Athanase. This time he does leave on a very similar line to the two that he did play at. So he's learning.
He is, and whatever Kavem Hodge told him has worked. Now, just to finish up on the way the players are being treated here, I just love the colour of that slushy. He's got that light pink, which might get me into trouble.
So what would that be, you reckon? Light pink's guava type.
Could be actually guava. Yeah, that's good. Good point.
Raspberry, but just not very strong flavoured raspberry. Green bowling here to Athanase, up on his toes, pushing into point from the crease, neither back or forward.
So I wouldn't mind a glass of that drink. And what we also need to find out is how the poor substitutes are being treated.
Yes.
They've been running out, sprinting out at the end of every over.
Well, they've probably got a stitch because they're drinking Slurpees while the over's on, and then they run out at the end of the over and come back and drink. And Green here. Last ball of the over, still around the wicket to Athenaeus. Edgy, and oh! No, it's gone down. Steve Smith nearly taken the catch of the century at second slip. Diving away in front of first slip with the right hand. It looked spectacular, but it went down. Have a look at the replay here, Bharat. What did you see?
Exactly what Cameron Green was trying to get. Oh, could he have just not gone for it? It was an outstanding effort. We've seen Steve Smith pull off some stunners at second slip, but it was traveling at a good height. Went full stretch. Could Khawaja have got to it if...
Oh, there's no doubt Khawaja would have taken... Well, he would have been able to get two hands to it. He crouched down and moved a little bit to his left, but he definitely would have had a ball that would have carried to him, and he would have got two hands to it. So Lyon is now going to bowl the last over of the session, and Hodge tries to force off the thigh pad and doesn't make contact. But look, you know, Smith, second slip, he's backed himself in. He's probably dived further than he needed to. He was acrobatic the way he went about it. Would have absolutely been the Macca's catch of the summer. Lyon bowls here to Hodge, who again defends.
Yeah, he's done it so often as well. So, no, there you go. You can just hear him clapping his hands at first slip now.
I must confess, I thought he'd taken it because he definitely got a good piece of it. And he almost flipped over in the dive as Hodge defends the next one, just dropping it at his feet.
Yes, officially there's two catches that Steve Smith has dropped in this innings. One, a pretty straightforward one last evening.
It's amazing when there is a spotlight on someone, the ball follows you in the field, you seem to get the balls that the other batsmen don't get. It's all going against Steve Smith at the moment, and that doesn't normally happen. As I said, it would have been a spectacular catch, but he did get a good piece of it.
The next slip in.
Line around the wicket to Hodge, turns it around past that leg slip, but there is that extra protection with Green at backward square leg, and there is no run.
Yeah, Alex Carey just walked down the pitch and had a little chat with Nathan Lyon. A couple of fielding changes, leg slip, mid-wickets gone a little squarer.
Lyon again bowling, and Hodge again defending away on the onside. Again playing as late as possible and trying to play off the back foot. That one went to backward square leg again. So last ball of the session before the tea break for Camplify. It pays to share. Lyon wasting no time. In he comes, uncoils, bowls, and Hodge doesn't play. Lets it hit him on the body. I think if he had his time again, he probably would have done it differently because he's worn one in the mid-rift. But the West Indies, after 2 hours, 3 for 106. So the lead is 128. So it was 35. It's now 128, 35 at the start of play. The West Indies have lost 2 wickets. Just briefly, Bharat, in 30 seconds, who won the session?
I think if Steve Smith had somehow hung on to that catch, it could well have been Australia's session. They've put in the hard yards in this extreme heat, but the West Indians would be disappointed with the 2 wickets that fell, just in the manner of which that did happen, but they would still take this. Still in the game. Kavim Hodge just laughing away, sharing a joke with Usman Khawaja. Once again, I'm going to stick my neck out and say West Indies the session.
Okay, so 3 for 106 here at the Gabba. SEN Test Cricket. Athenaeus 28. Hodge on 8. The wickets to fall in that session. Brathwaite, he was the first to go, and Mackenzie. So a wicket to Lyon and also a wicket to Cameron Green. Thank you for all the messages that are coming through. Thanks to Tyre Power. We'll try and track them through the the lunch break and also into the second session. As I said, I've certainly, uncovered a hornet's nest with the amount of messages that are coming through. But we'll take a break here. Gerard Whateley and Stephen O'Keefe are up next as part of the tea break for Camplify. It pays to share.
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Bharat Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Australia is a sports haven, and in any sports-mad nation, there's a whole swoop of iconic sports fields, stadiums, ovals and grounds. And our most iconic grounds are watered by Rainbird, like the MCG, Australia's hallowed turf, home of Aussie rules, the grand final, Boxing Day. Heroes are born on that emerald field, with the bat, with the ball, or 50 out from the posts. And its field is watered by Rainbird. Smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water.
Level up Dad's game. Skip the usual gift options for Spitwater's Aussie-made tools, not toys. Best models, bonus accessories, and savings of up to $630. Picture this: cold water petrol-driven and hot and cold electric diesel model pressure cleaners, plus the Vacstorm wet and dry commercial-grade vacuum cleaner. Visit spitwater.com.au or dial 1-800-SPITWATER to join the tool revolution. Spitwater, working as hard as you since 1982. Tools, not toys, because grown-ups deserve the good stuff.
Is it finally time to get that deck done?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done. Merbu decking is only $9.35 per metre. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. And if you want 24-hour delivery, guess what?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Leaping from roof to roof, he's keeping the residents of homes across Australia safe from rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Sourcing energy direct from the sun, he's helping everyday Australians save thousands of dollars every year. Lower the cost of living with Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Visit CROWLZ electrical.com. REC 22623.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
He's pulls. He went after the short ball and he jammed it away through backward square for 4. Long off on the road. McKenzie down to sweep, got past him onto the pad, and he's out. He goes immediately to Lyon.
Lyon starts a new overeating just past Smith. Runs for Hodge. He got caught on the crease. Thick outside edge, and it's gone down to the rope for 4. Last ball of the over, still around the wing to Athanase. Edgy, and oh! No, it's gone down. Steve Smith nearly taken the catch of the century with the right hand. It looked spectacular, but it went down.
The Tea Break. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now.
And it wasn't his catch in the first place. It's the tea break for Camplify. It pays to share. The West Indies lead is 128. They're 3 for 106. Brathwaite gone for 16. McKenzie gone for 41. And Athanase granted that life on 28 in the penultimate over of the session. Stephen O'Keefe is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Let's start with the dropped catch. Smith's second of the innings, which is just so unusual. His catching has been absolutely brilliant in this summer up until now.
Yeah, it's tough sometimes, isn't it? You know, I was listening to Whitey before. He said, you know, sometimes when it's not your game, the ball tends to follow you. And I think Steve's really trying to impress himself on this match. Quite rightly said, Gerard. It would have been straight in the breadbasket for Usman, who's been catching them beautifully as well at first slip. It was a spectacular dive to his right in front of Usman. You know, it would have been around knee, mid-rift height for him, and you'd expect him to catch it. Instead, it's Steve Smith diving right in front, not sticking, and, you know, it's just getting a bit tougher and tougher for Steve at the moment. So, yeah, unfortunate. I think that session, Gerard, you know, with that catch going to ground, I think was the West Indies. The Aussies toiled away really, really hard in some tough conditions. It's quite hot. A number of changes from the sideline bowlers coming off after 3 over spells. And Athanase, with that life, has looked quite classy outside of that. I really like the way that he goes about his business. You know, he's 28-29, and I think he'll be, again, trying to impress himself on this match, make a big score. And if that's the case, you know, 250, 260 is going to be quite tricky for the Australians if they have to bat tonight and into tomorrow.
So the West Indies progressed from 1 for 13 to 3 for 106. They did it largely because of the sprightly driving of Kirk McKenzie, who arrived in the middle, and he peeled off 6 boundaries in quick time. He ended up being LBW to Lyon, 41 from 50, but he was very good.
Yeah, the Aussies came out with, you know, a different intent. I think they saw what they liked from the West Indies bowling attack. They got the ball full and got rewards. The Australians kept the ball, you know, full, and Kirk McKenzie was up to the challenge. Nice and balanced at the crease. Beautiful on drives, beautiful off drives. On occasion up in the air, but, you know, it wasn't causing any trouble for him because they were, you know, well wide of fielders and looked quite good, you know, but it was his decision to go across the line to Nathan Lyon early in his spell. You know, he'd had success against him in the first innings, playing with a straight bat over mid-on a couple of times, and went to the sweep. And, you know, Nathan Lyon, you know, was looking for a way to inject himself into this match and finds himself with an early wicket. And you'd suggest in these conditions he's going to have a big role to play today as well.
McKenzie, the player of the day thus far, thanks to Bingley, better living every day. The wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Stark, 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 32. Hazelwood, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. Cummins, 6 overs, no maidens, none for 29. Green, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. And Lyon, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8. What have you made of the Australian bowling efforts?
Yeah, well, you know, Kurt McKenzie, you know, filled his boots on anything that was full. Beautiful bat face integrity, as they call it, playing down the ground. So there was that intent from the Aussies to get the ball up and nice and full. They've been working in 3 over spells, you know, and I think as a quick, it can be hard to get into a rhythm when you're doing that. And I think the numbers will reflect that. You know, Mitchell Stark going at 3.5 and over, 9 overs, none for 32. Pat Cummins going at 4.83 and over, 6 overs, none for 29. I've been impressed with Cameron Green. You know, a big role for him. He's missed out with the bat. but in these trying conditions, you need your extra bowlers to really step up for you and offer a supporting role. And I thought he bowled really, really well. Nice and straight. Used his bumper very, very well. And in the end did get a handy wicket of Craig Brathwaite, who looks, to be honest, a little bit out of touch. Again, driving on the up. Brought about his dismissal in the first innings, caught behind the wicket. This time driving on the up and caught it short cover. So, a pass mark from the Quicks. The West Indies will be asking them to come back for their second, third, fourth, fifth spell and really wear them down. And I think it's important. Nathan Lyon has 5 overs, 1 for 8. They have to be proactive against Nathan Lyon. If they let Nathan Lyon settle into his groove, that allows Pat Cummins to recharge his bowlers and go from one end. So I think the West Indies, when they go in at this break, they'll be trying to decipher how they get busy against Nathan Lyon, whether it's a down the ground being aggressive or trying to manipulate the strike.
The opportunity for them. So the ball is now 34 overs old. This has been the best batting time in the Test match, the middle session, when the ball has been something like this. So how bold, how big's the opportunity for the West Indies to really run the game here?
Yeah, I just think what a great opportunity for this group here on this pitch in these conditions to, stamp a bit of authority and show, hey, we are the team to take, this West Indies, the country forward. And I was out there in the morning, I had a look at the wicket and it looks beautiful. Damien Fleming, fellow broadcaster, was saying there are some cracks. So you may see a little bit of up and down or a bit of sideways movement if they do come into play. But for the large part, this is the best time to bat. Yesterday, cloudy conditions, the artificial light took over, then it was the natural light. This is as good as it gets. And most of the top 6 in the first innings, look, they had a good look at the wicket, faced 4 or 5 overs, 20-plus balls themselves. We talk about in cricket your first 20 balls being the toughest, so they've had a good look at it. The ball will be soft. We have a couple of guys set at the crease. Athanase has had his chance. It's now his turn to really fill his boots.
It's so interesting, and there is the historical precedent at the ground is fascinating. There's the first day-night Test match. Pakistan played it. Australia set them 480 in that very Australian way. They just ran the game. Pakistan made 450 of the 480 runs. Pink ball Test, day 4, day 5. It just got better and better to bat on, and the ball was like it has been here. So, yeah, your natural reaction is anything over 260, but there is a historic precedent to say that it could be much higher than that. You've got to chase them down, though. So,
yeah.
So I'm fascinated by the Test, particularly because there's storms for the next 2 days that are forecast as well. So the conditions aren't going to be like this when the run chase happens.
I think all along in this match, and what's made it so intriguing is that there's been plenty of twists and turns. What we've expected hasn't eventuated. We expected Australia to come out in these, friendly conditions, see off the new ball and go to work. And as you said, get in front of the game and boss it and lead and dictate. It's been the reverse. And both teams, although on equal footing, have gone about scoring their runs in different ways. And that's one thing I really do admire about this West Indies side. They've seen the likes of Carey be aggressive, Pat Cummins be aggressive to get runs, but they've said, hey, we're going to do it our way. If the ball's full, we're going to show that full face and look to score down the ground. And we're going to look to build partnerships. That's how we break. That's how we dismantle this Australian bowling team. We're not going to play the same way that they did by being aggressive. We're going to do it our way on our time. And so far it has worked. Batting longer than a day, keeping the Australians out there just for that bit longer, allowing their bowlers to rest, striking when they've got the opportunity. And I sense it here again. They've had the overcast conditions yesterday. Now they've got the heat on their side. Make these Aussies work for it. You get a sense that the Aussies are tired. And last Test of a summer shouldn't be the excuse, but that's the feeling that you got. And they've really got to take advantage of that while they're batting, and they do that by batting for as long as possible.
Terrific, Sock. Thank you. 3 for 106, the West Indies. Athanase 28, Hodges 8. The lead is 128. Each day of the Test summer, we have recognised a local cricket legend with a $100 Liquorland voucher. Do you live and breathe local cricket? Enter now at iCanWin.com.au. It'll be game day right around the country. Brendan Craghill belongs to the Barwon Heads Cricket Club. Brendan, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks for having me, Gerard.
Tell me about your involvement with the club.
Yeah, well, Barwon Heads Cricket Club, we moved down there about 4 years ago, and we really didn't know anybody. So after 15 years out of retirement, I wandered down, and it's the best thing I ever did. great bunch of blokes and still taking the odd wicket.
That's splendid, Brendan. So why did you want to get back to cricket? It had obviously been part of your life in a younger day.
It was, yeah. Back in WA, I used to play, and obviously the best mates I've ever met are through cricket. And I thought, you know what, I've still got a little bit left in me. So headed down to the local cricket club and, I haven't looked back. What style of bowler are you, Brendan? Genuine swing, Gerard. Similar to probably about half the speed of Damo Fleming, but still get it done nonetheless. How many strides in the run-up these days? At a push early on, it's probably 10. If we get to the 6th or 7th over, maybe we might cut down a couple. Can you still befuddle batters at your level with your swing? You know what? I reckon my batting's improved, Gerard, to be honest. The older I get, I'm in my 40s now, but I reckon I might have improved. Tell me, what's the secret to swing bowling? We spend endless hours asking Damien Fleming this. Give us your solution to it. Seam upright. I'm flick the wrist. You know, I keep it pretty simple. It's an ugly-looking action that I've got, Gerard, but it gets the job done. Seam upright, flick the wrist, and follow through. Seems to work. Yeah. Have you been playing today? No, we've decided to take the kids away. We're actually in Hall's Gap today, Gerard, listening to the coverage with the kids. So we've had the weekend off, but I'll be back in the Whites next Saturday. You're living a great life, Brendan. How's Bowen Heads gone this year? Really good, really good. This year we've actually extended to 5 men's teams, so we've literally got 5 men's teams and 2 women's teams. So we're going really well. A grade flying. We're pretty good in every grade. We're a chance of probably making finals in each of those. So been a super effort. And then obviously my oldest, he's 8, and he's playing Blaster. So then there's good mix of boys and girls down there. So it's a ripper club, mate. Yeah, we can't complain at all. Kids who are going to follow in your footsteps there, Brendan. That's a great story from a town. I love Bowen Heads, but that will reverberate right around the country. Good on you, Brendan. Well done getting back to cricket. It's great to hear your story. Awesome. Thanks for your time, Gerard. Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise. Enter now at iCanWin.com.au for your chance to win and be recognised. Thanks to Liquorland, just like Brendan Craghill, Bowen Heads Cricket Club. The tea break on SEN Test Cricket for Camplify. It pays to share, which means the quiz. The tea break quiz for Crowes Electrical Solar. Fighting rising power costs. 1300 736 736. Ian Healy is taking up the challenge again today. I was eavesdropping while the quiz was being put together. See how you go against Heels for the Archies. 1300 736 736. The West Indies 3 for 106. England's going rapidly. They've got a bit of work to do to make India bat again. They're 1 for 89 in their second dig. Full coverage. Our partnership with Talk Sport. It's there on the SEN app thanks to Henley Holmes. 1 for 89 England at the lunch break, trailing India still by 101 runs. Here's how the opening session of day 3 has sounded.
Crawley, who comes down the ground and hoists it down the ground, up in the air, and it clears the rope at long on for 6. The first 6 for Zach Crawley as a reverse sweep from Ben Duckett, fetches it. It was back of length, and it's gone for a boundary. Backward short leg and forward short leg, both in position, and that's edged and taken at first slip and catches it comfortably. The first wicket down for England.
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Bharat Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
When I was growing up, I wanted to be a physio.
A footballer, and I was always too small, so then I wanted to be a jockey, but unfortunately I was too tall.
I always wanted to be a zookeeper.
It's never too late to try something new. So if you're interested in being a part of the funeral industry, watch the So You Want to Be video series at tobinbrothers.com.au. Then join the conversation on their socials and have all your questions answered by their friendly team. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Pioneer Seeds is excited to bring Australian farmers the next big thing in our trusted Y-Series canola hybrids. Optimum Gly is a new third-generation glyphosate tolerance canola trait technology with improved crop safety, superior weed control and greater herbicide application versatility. Contact your local Pioneer rep to choose the right Y-Series Optimum Gly hybrid canola seed for your program. Call 1-800-PIONEER.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Murbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Summer Jam, Australia's biggest streetball festival, is back, thanks to Foot Locker and Jordan Brand. Experience hoops culture as the best teams battle it out in men's and women's tournament play. Plus, world-class dunkers, unique product drops, local food and culture, and more. Don't miss Summer Jam, Australia's biggest streetball festival, at Peanut Farm Reserve, February 9th to 11th. Secure your tickets now at summerjam.com.au.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before, stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMAR. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. IMAR covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
The Tea Break Quiz. For Crowell's Electrical and Solar, helping everyday Aussies fight rising power costs with solar power systems.
Yes, it is the tea break for Camplify. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. We are in the tea break quiz for Crowell's Electrical and Solar, helping everyday Aussies fight rising power costs with solar power systems. Ian Healy is representing the SEN Test cricket team today.
Come on!
Such a great performance on day one.
Yes.
You've been really focused in the last 10 minutes, just getting into the zone.
No, this is tough stuff. I think my opponent's going down today.
Yeah, bad luck, Justin. Justin from Perth joins us. Justin, how are you today?
I used a fake name. This isn't Justin. This is Bryden Coverdale.
Bryden Coverdale.
Yeah, don't believe you. Don't believe you.
I thought you were Justin Langer from Perth.
Yeah, that's right. I thought I was up against Alvin.
Justin from Perth. I know Bryden's voice.
I'm ready, mate. I'm glad I got heels. I heard Stevie O'Keefe kick ass yesterday, so I'm a bit happy about the heels.
There's some fighting words.
Confident contestants.
You've
Up for grabs.
obviously got enough pairs of thongs, have you?
Yeah, up for grabs.
Don't want the Archies?
The Archies, the footwear voucher, the comfiest thongs designed right here in Australia. So a $60 voucher up for grabs. So we're going to rotate the questions today, Bharat. You want to go first?
No, you go first.
Okay. You're
Oh,
be
you
like
had a
Steve
fight
Smith.
just before, and now you both
All
each other.
right. Question number 1, Justin, and for Ian Healy. Brian Lara's highest test innings in Australia. By the way, the theme is West Indies versus Australia, since these two teams are playing against each other. Brian Lara's highest test innings in Australia was 277. At which ground was it?
Hills. Oh, come on.
Justin got in first. Yes, Justin.
Adelaide Oval.
Oh, my goodness.
No,
Justin, that's horrendous.
No,
you got a free hit.
Do I?
Yeah,
You get a free hit?
yeah.
You do.
Oh, I think it was Sydney.
Correct.
Ooh. I knew Heels would know that. I had to get in early with a guess.
I fielded behind him for about 2 days.
I did like the fact that you were aggressive. Yeah, I did like the fact you were aggressive.
Yeah, that's fine. Like Justin,
I'll rate that.
Someone yesterday who didn't press the buzzer at all. But anyway, so which West Indian legend, and there have been many, made his test debut at the Wacker, your ground, home ground, in November 1980? All right. Went in too early.
Oh,
That's all right. Go for
Courtney
it,
Walsh.
Justin. Well done.
When was that? 1991?
84.
Oh, I thought you said 1990.
No, 1980.
1980.
Well done.
righto.
1-1.
One hell of a guess.
I really like this question from Mitch. This is a good one. Who was bowling to Michael Bevan when he hit the match-winning boundary?
Hills.
Justin.
Heels got in first.
Hills. I'm saying Roger Harper.
Correct.
I would have got that wrong anyway.
Competitive.
Oh,
really? Oh.
Who would you have gone with? I started to worry about Carl Hooper. I'm thinking,
I had no,
might have been
I had
Carl
no idea. I
Hooper.
was going to go with Bish.
Righto.
Fair enough.
It's as big as Bish. Halves.
All right. Okay. Number 4, Jeff Dujon, the great Jeff Dujon, holds which record in the Frank Worrell Trophy, or in the history of the Frank
Justin.
Worrell Trophy?
Hills.
Justin.
Most catches behind the wicket.
Puss.
Yeah, we'll give that.
Oh, hang on. What do you mean? In total?
Well, it's most dismissals.
Yeah.
In
But it
the-
was,
In Frank Worrell.
but it was 83 catches and 1 stumping. I don't think you've got him covered.
No, but that's right. No, so that's what
Yeah.
Justin said, most
Yeah,
dismissals.
we'll give
I
that
thought
to
it was
him.
most in an innings or
Oh,
something.
okay. No,
Most overall dismissal.
Okay, well done, Justin.
2 all. What?
So this
what
is
a quiz
this
this is turning out
Have
to be.
we got any sort of dramatic music to sort of play?
got a
for the last
super over?
question?
I don't need any more excitement. I'm pacing back and forth as it is. Leave the music going.
All right. This is the question. A famous confrontation between Curtly
Justin.
Ambrose and Justin. You've gone in early. Yes, Justin.
And Dean Jones with the sweatbands.
Yes, we'll give that.
Well done, Justin. Well done.
That is a 3-2 win to Justin over Ian Healy.
No, that's a solid win. Solid win.
I like the aggressive
Justin
play.
won that. I didn't lose it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, but
Justin Basball
I'll take it, I'll
through that.
take
He
it.
did.
yeah. What was the topic again? West Indies
West
legends in
West-
Australia.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was hoping Justin might say Steve Walk. You know, the confrontation.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, between Curtly and Steve.
You were there that
in
day.
Trinidad.
Yeah.
But
Did that really get serious? Like, or was
Oh,
that,
yeah. You weren't in Trinidad?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Richie started to put him
Yeah, Richie was, and he sort of fought with Richie to stay in Steve's face.
And did that sort of simmer on throughout the series after that? Or
No,
was it,
nothing other than that, I don't think.
that was an amazing day. All right, well done.
Just well done, mate. Have you got any Archies? You wear the Archie thongs and slides?
No, I'm in the Birkenstocks craze at the moment. But I'll take
no, you won't.
Okay.
You'll be changing
The Archies
now.
are another option. Good option too. So
You'll be
they're both
changing
good.
now. Well done, Justin. Congratulations.
Good on you, mate.
I'm listening. I'm renovating a retro caravan at the moment. I'm listening to the ads for Camplify every day because the goal is to get it ready to rent out on Camplify. So there's one.
Well
looking at the
done.
Archies, but there's one for Camplify.
Okay,
Well,
Justin
don't waste
obviously
too
wants
much
a
time doing
Camplify
this.
voucher
Get
as
back
well
to
as
your
that
Renault.
Archie's voucher. Well done, Justin. Justin from Perth is the winner of the quiz today. Bad luck, Heels. Bad luck.
Thank you.
But that's the way it goes, unfortunately. This has been the tea break for Camplify. It pays to share. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Built with confidence. Gerard Whateley will be back after this. The second session not far away. The West Indies, 3 for 106.
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Work youth ransacked overnight. Locks before doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian-owned and operated with over 30 years' experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full-range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
When it comes to delivering on experience and reliability,
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies can help you get the job done.
They sure will. Right now, pick up 200 by 50 sleepers at only $7.85 per metre. Building trades, engineering projects and at-home DIY. Robot's been in the building game for over 70 years. They've seen it all and know it all.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Melbourne Beer Fest is back. Experience over 350 unique, exotic and small batch craft beers, ciders and cocktails in over 2 jam-packed sessions, guaranteeing twice the offerings and fun throughout the day, all complemented by the very best in gourmet local street food. With live music day and night, comedy from Nick Cody, Midnight Juggernauts, Daft Punk tribute show and more. It'll be a cracking day out with mates. Melbourne Beer Fest, Kitani Gardens, St Kilda, Saturday, February 24. Tickets on sale at beerfestivals.com.au. Always drink responsibly.
Summer Jam, Australia's biggest street ball festival, is back, thanks to Foot Locker and Jordan Brand. Experience hoops culture as the best teams battle it out in men's and women's tournament play. Plus, world-class dunkers, unique product drops, local food and culture, and more. Don't miss Summer Jam, Australia's biggest street ball festival, at Peanut Farm Reserve, February 9th to 11th. Secure your tickets now at summerjam.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous once-a-year summer spend and save is on now. Yes, the National Tiles famous once-a-year summer spend and save is on now. Spend $4,000 and we'll only charge you $2,750. Or spend $2,000 and we'll only charge you $1,450. This National Tiles famous annual summer spend and save is not to be missed. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Work Locker Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work.
The West Indies 3 for 106 to the lead of 128 as we reach this middle session of day 3. So the halfway mark of the test will pass here. Kirk McKenzie top scored with 41. Athanasius 28, given a life by Steve Smith, and Hodge is 8 the weather update for Rainbirds. We've come off a couple of degrees. It's 32 degrees, and it is, 25 to 5. So maybe another hour and a bit of the sun to endure, and then at least there'll be a reprieve on that front. For Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. Ian Healy is by my side. 128 lead with 7 wickets in hand. And this has been the best batting session of every day thus far.
Yes, okay. And that was a good one by the West Indies. So they did well first up today. I think they've got to try to compile one more of those and not sort of lose wickets in clumps. If they're going to lose 1 wicket, get your next partnership set. Take your time, but look for bad balls. They're out there, aren't they? They scored, what did they score, 90?
Yeah, 90
in that innings, in that session. Another 93 and no wickets down or 1 wicket down. They're looking in okay shape. 220 in front with 6 wickets in hand. And, of course, Australia want clumps. They really want to change their bowlers nicely. I think they're going to see the best of the conditions physically in the next 2 sessions. So they've got to maximise their effectiveness.
The ball is 34 overs old. I did want to share this one with you, Heels. Best batting conditions of the summer. Even Whateley gets runs on this track, so that's where you know hyperbole has kicked in. Like to see Australia chase 340 starting under lights. New ball pitch.
Yes, it's a new ball pitch under lights or in the day. So you do have to weather that storm. But, gee, it seems to be not to the bowler's liking quite quickly. Lino did reveal that it was like a hacky sack after not too long. But they've got to get through that. They've got to not worry about whinging about the condition of the ball and get the job done. Keep it really tight and punch through some heat.
Did you think Steve Smith had a rush of blood having to fly at that?
A big part of catching in the slips cordon is decision making, to go or not to go, isn't it? And he probably he made a mistake. And that's why the cordon practices together so often. Get your positioning right so you know exactly what they cover and what I'm supposed to go for if it is dropping. And he just got it a little bit wrong. No one should have to take a catch that tricky in a slips cordon. So he's decided to go. He committed to it and just put it down. So it's a real pity that he didn't take a screamer, because he's well known for it. His highlight screamer list is an unreal one. So anyway,
I've seen him take that catch in Perth to remove Kane Williamson in a day-night test.
Yes.
Parallel to the ground, but yes, the trouble was in this instance that was just going to be a neat low-down catch to Kawaja.
Yes, and he was covering it, and he's in good touch with that, and it was going to carry. So, another little blunder, but they've got to continue to make up for blunders and help each other out and do it as a full team effort, and so too to the West Indies. It's still on. What a great test.
Yes, it is. There's all manner of possibility, and those are the best test matches. Hazelwood, Green and Lyon have the wickets so far. Where are you in the debate around in the heats being able to freshen up the way Australia are doing it extremely well, the health and safety protocols, but what about the old school nature of attrition of test cricket? Where are you in that debate?
Yes, where did endurance pop out of cricket? And I think it's when lawyers became involved and staff grew. When there's a doctor, when there's all sorts of assistants in the staff that have got spare sets of hands to do stuff, they can do it. You know, when the old school travelled, they had a manager who didn't know anything about health and a physio. That's about it. Yep. So there weren't spare hands everywhere, and there is now. I think the Australians overdid it in the first session, and I think they put so much energy into that part of the game that they've forgotten it was only 2 hours. It's already over, and it's down to 32 degrees now. So I think it was possibly a little overdone.
Cam Green is going to open up after the tea break. He's been going through his routines for about 10 minutes to set himself up. So with an assistant coach, put the stump at the far end, and we've been right behind him as he's been tuning up his game.
Another spare set of hands. In the old days, someone would say, would you come and catch for me? No way, get lost. But, that's good. He is. Steve O'Keefe mentioned that he'd been impressed with Cameron Green, so too have I, and he's got the ball just on a nice length, decent pace, and with a surprise value or two.
He's going to start off to Alec Athanase. 28 not out. Got the reprieve in the penultimate over. Green just sets his deep square exactly where he wants him. So 2 in the slips and 2 in the deep on the leg side. Green with clean white heels. In he goes and bowls and pulled away by Athanase. Straight to the deep backward square head, precisely where Green had placed him, a single taken.
That's a tough first half, and that's why Green's been out warming up, because if you're going to start with a short ball, it better be good. and Athanase is probably thinking, oh, why didn't I get that in the gap a little better, and I could have got into this session with a 4, because he was ready and back and across, ready to play the shot. He hit it straight to the man. So, yeah, I mean, every partnership from here on in is so important, but these two would be nice to break.
It's 21 between them at the moment as Green bowls. It's pitched up, full face of the bat from Hodge, picked up by the bowler in his follow-through.
We said this morning, didn't we, that the West Indies dream score would be 350, 300 minimum, and Australia's, they'd love to keep the total or the amount they have to make in their last innings to 250. It's all still possible.
It is. What can we learn from history? So a few of the players this morning were talking about the game in December 2016 here, the first pink ball test at the venue. Green over the wicket bowls and Hodge leaves outside the off stump. Australia made 429 in the first innings with centuries to Smith and Hanscom, and then bowled Pakistan out for 142. The damage shared between the quicks, which was Stark, Hazelwood and Bird. Then Australia, in that very Australian way, just racked up 5 for 202 and set a target of 490. A fantasy. Pakistan made 450 batting for 140 overs, and just for a little while on day 5 made you think that it was possible. And that was a pitch that got better and better as the test went along, and there's a few who remember it quite vividly. Green bowls full, it's defended. So whether that's cricketers trying to talk themselves into what's to come, and I'm sure that's an element of it, they feel like they've seen these conditions before, and the batting in the 4th innings won't marry up with what's typical, and what's possible is 450.
Yes, and then will it click into gear? I'm lifting it, I reckon, from 250 to 300.
Yep.
I don't think I'm going to be comfortable with 300, but I think it's possible that they could chase it. There'll be time. The wicket probably placid enough.
Yep.
And the West Indies, brand new.
Green bouncer, Hodge underneath.
So 280, I'll say. 280 is doable.
That you sort of think through as the damage was done with the new ball, Kemar Roach, and there's a couple who will be disappointed with how they handled that phase. And then the 2 Josephs represent the high airspeed. There's not a lot of depth to the attack after that. Graves didn't look threatening at all, and Sinclair's just finding his way in Test cricket. So sort of bundle that into all of it as well. Last ball of Green's over, he delivers, and Hodge is forward defending. That was a well-pitched delivery. 3 for 107, the Maccas scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Crowds, heels, the last count we got was 9,118. So I feel like the heat has played a role, as Matt had sent through a message a little earlier on saying he'd been here the first 2 days, but stayed home because of the extreme heat, stayed in the air conditioning.
Another great reason that just keep an eye on it, and because tomorrow's day's play might be worthy of turning up, and the weather might be a little softer in the middle of the day, so it could sustain some really, really good viewing for 4.5, 5 days, this one.
The session of players for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Nathan Lyon from the Stanley Street end. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8, bowled for the last half hour of that first session. Alec Athanase has the strike. There's a bat pad in place. Oh, he tried to slog across the line. Goodness me. What a way to start. Carey with the bails off. He didn't lift his back foot. That was the only thing he did right.
And I'm not sure whether he was swinging onto the leg side or the offside, because he's so wristy and the flourish is big. You're not quite sure where he was intending to connect it. And it was a real backyard swipe.
He got lost halfway through, it felt like. Line to him, Athanase forward. That's much more in his wheelhouse. Bat and pad tight together, decisive front foot block.
on, get ready.
They're mentioning, what was that, mate? A cover drive or or a slash cut? But the second ball, Lyon bowled faster. I'd rather see him bowl slow. Keep it slow. See if he wants to play another one.
That pat to silly mid-off, and it's driven past head under the helmet, but there's plenty of coverage in the covers where Marsh fields.
Still 89 k's an hour, that one, same as the second one. The first one would have been closer to 80. So just throw one up and see if he can control himself so early in this session.
Fine leg and long off, the only two out of the infield. Lyon bowls and Athanase played late, jammed it out of the stumps. Green terrific around to his right to haul it in and save 3 runs. A single taken by Athanase, who's 30.
Great cricket, really good cricket. It was a change of shot. He was well on the front foot, but then glided it well behind point. Green did well to field it. And quality was good. Now the right-handed Hodge.
Bat, pad and slip. And something of a catching mid-wicket. Lyon over the wickets, bowls. Hodge plays back along the popping crease to point. No run.
He's taken his time. Let's see if he wants... It was taking time just to get to the tea break. And now he might play with a little more freedom. There's a couple of gaps for him to hit into if he's willing.
Lyon bowls and Hodge is back, clipping around the corner, and he'll get a single out at square leg as Green gets around. 3 for 109. The lead is 131 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
100% Aussie Angus beef, melty cheese, chunky tomato relish and U-Butte beetroot. The Aussie Angus Deluxe is back at Macca's. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Yum, yum, yum. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Cameron Green has been used in a couple of spells today. This will be his 7th over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. So under pressure in the batting lineup, promoted to 4. Doing his work with the ball right now. Hodge is on 9. He has the strike and he beats him on the outside edge. Just the yelps for a moment that there might have been a touch. Green just makes the umpire say not out to him.
It was a guilty look by Hodge. Did you see his head go back? So he was lunging forward on the front foot, played and missed or nicked, and his head went straight back to have a look what the keeper was doing.
Get a look at a replay for Titanium Caravans built tough. We beat him on the inside edge. That is a big gap between bat and pad with a little bit of shape from Green.
Good length again. I like his length and his pace is good.
Green striving bowls and Hodge leaves, shoulders, arms high out of the way.
So Green's bowled 1 over since tea, and the substitute came out to him with a towel and a drink before this over. And then the umpire walked over to them. And I'm thinking, oh, here we go, here's some good umpiring. The umpire put his hand out to take his hat and glasses. So, and then Green called him back and gave him the towel. Can you hang on to this? It must fall out of the back of his pants.
Yes.
Where the boys wear them.
There was just one detectable moment in that first session where the umpire said, hey, you had a drink last over. Leave it be. Green bowls. Hodge edges shorts of Gully. It bounces in front of Marsh. He takes it clean on the bump.
Probably with Cameron Green at lunch break, as we said, he's been out bowling a little bit and probably didn't get enough slushy himself, so he needed another drink after that first over. But it's still not cool, obviously.
No.
There's a bit of a breeze. Some of their shirts, just look at the umpire's shirt. It's moving in a bit of a breeze at times.
Small mercies out of the middle. What has been a hot afternoon. Green bowls. Hodge off his pads. Turns it economically away past the square leg umpire. The signal to fine leg to get around. Stark obliges. And with a heave, gets it in over the bails to keep it to 2. Hodge to 11. It's 3 for 111. Plaudits for Green on the text. Green has been our best bowler today, is what's coming through there. Got the initial breakthrough of Brathwaite. Caught by Labuschagne. Lyon, the other successful bowler in the day's play. Green bowls, defended by Hodge. Well, they go, the single is sent back. It would have been madness. Hazelwood was coming up from mid-on, and Athenaeus kept his wits about him and turned his partner around before that got right out of hand.
Very cagey, Josh Hazelwood, too. He foxed nicely. He was a little bit slow, but acting slow, and he pounced. And Athenaeus had Josh Hazelwood right next to him when he was picking up the ball. That's why he knew, I can't make all that.
Hazelwood, it would have been a walk-in run-out. He would have taken 2 steps to his left and flicked the bails before Hodge made his ground.
Just needed Athenaeus to overcommit from the non-striker's end.
Hodge faces up, ducks the bouncer. Green's over cost just 2 runs. 3 for 111, the Maccas scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Celebrate the new year with a same-day service offer at Chadstone Toyota. Get a special lube service on SUV and 4x4 vehicles for $299 and for small passenger vehicles just $249. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. T's and C's apply. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. 3 for 111. That makes the lead 133. Hodge is 11. Athenaeus has the strike. He's on 30. Nathan Lyon with ball in hand, 1 for 10 from his 6 overs. And they're going to go with the silly mid-off rather than the bat pad. Head just asked to switch sides. So a slip and a silly mid-off for Athenaeus. Line around the wicket to him. He cuts the ball hard to point. Misfielded by Marsh. It burst through as he tumbled over. And he'll give up a couple of runs at least. They hurry through. Marsh arrives. They're coming for a 3rd. No one's rapt about that. First the misfield and then the thought that Marsh should have been able to keep that to 2. It's the odd hand wave you can detect here and there. 3 for 114.
That was awful. Awful. Misfield the first up. Then off the deck, he's a big man, so that he got off the deck okay, but then didn't sprint after it, thinking, oh, well, it's 2, and they've pinched 3.
Marsh at deep mid-wicket, just out into Coventry, right out on the rope now. Line bowls, smothering the spinners. Hodge turned it away to mid-wicket. Labuschagne went with it, but Marsh comes up. It's the odd Bronx in the crowd. He picked it up cleanly and tossed it in. Add 1 more to the total.
And good play. There's sort of chance in the out the field there. Well bowled, but that was a half volley that he just went with onto the leg side into the gap.
Lyon bowls to Athenaeus, just runs the ball to backward point. That's where Green is, and there's no run to be had. Bit of shade coming across the Gabba now, so Hazelwood is able to enjoy that down at fine leg. Over to the right of our broadcast position. That'll creep across over the next half hour or so. Athenaeus inside edge, past the stumps and Carey. Smith will tidy up. Lyon's feeling like he's getting close.
That was nice length. I think Athenaeus is looking for something that he can hit through. Drive, cut, but that was right in between.
Lyon off his half a dozen paces. Bowls driven out to backward point. Green fields, nothing for Athenaeus there.
He's fiddling around there, though, isn't he? How did that get it backward? You know, short 3rd man, really. And you've got deep long off, deepish long off. Mitch Stark's there. They might be able to tempt him to hit over him if they brought him up.
Athenaeus from the crease, clips from his pads, straight to mid-on, no run. 3 for 115 on the Maccas scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
The session of play for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. The West Indies lead by 137 runs. They're 3 wickets down in Hyderabad, and this test match is being carried on the SEN app, our partnership with Talk Sport, thanks to Henley Holmes. India and England. Now, England are going at 6 and over in their second dig. 1 for 109. Crawley's the man out for 31. Duckett's 43. Ollie Pope is 31. Green begins the fresh over, and he's tucked up Hodge in defence. That means the deficit for England is now 81 runs. After earlier today, India was bowled out for 436. Joe Root took 4 for 79. And the top scorers were Jadeja 87 to go with KL Rahul's 86 and Jaiswal's 80.
Yeah, so that intent from England.
Yeah.
We'll see how far it gets them this time. 3 down, 80 behind.
Undaunted after things had run heavily against them on day 2. Hodge is stroking the ball out through cover. It sets point into motion. Labuschagne slides, throws in the cup for the seconds. Couldn't avert it. Well run by Hodge. Quick in and out of the non-strikers gave him the chance.
Not a great doubles pair, these two batters.
No.
There's not a whole lot of trust going on, but he's a live wire, Hodge. And he was coming for 2. Athanase didn't quite know what to do. But then sort of decided, I better go.
Labuschagne can put plenty off that. He can almost talk them out of it, given how fast he moves. But Hodge had measured all the angles well. He's to 14. Green bowls to him, and Hodge lets it pass down the leg side. Kerry does a good job, leaping away to his left to save buys.
Green's got something else going on, not just heat. I'm sure. I think he took a puffer that time in the middle of this over. So maybe there's some remnants of that COVID. He's just got through. He's got heat. He's taking a regular drink. He's making every effort not to hold the game up. They're certainly looking at where the batsmen are and where the fielders are. Are they in place yet? And trying to do it without disrupting the timing of the game.
Hodge faces up. Green bowls to him, and Hodge lets it pass outside the off stump. It'll be Green's last over. We're watching Hazelwood start his warm-ups, so fits in with the 3 over spells that are being sent down. I absolutely loved here, as I was reflecting on yesterday, and how each test match belongs to its own city. This is where the silliness of Perth has kicked in. There's just excuses galore. But so here, day 2 is dress-up day, and no one needs to speak about it. Everyone just knows.
Well, they probably do social media, don't they?
Yeah.
They do it in their forums.
And there were 65 groups with all sorts of different dress-ups yesterday that had all coordinated to be a part of it. Green bowls. Hodge drives for 4. It was over-pitched. He holds the pose on the on-drive because it was picturesque. 18 for Hodge. 3 for 121. Azito all day, every day, the boundary. So the test belongs to a whole city and to its people, and you make it what you want it to be. Adelaide with the village green has been absolutely brilliant with what they've created there. It's got the spring carnival feel. You can take or leave various parts of the cricket. You gather with your social group, and it's got a pilgrimage. People head there from interstate. The Gabba at the start of the summer has that same quality of people book in well in advance. Right, we're going to Brisbane to be a part of that. Close to the off stump as Hodge shoulders arms, and that ball made a late dive in. Green's spell is likely at an end. 6 from that over, 3 for 121. Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it.
He's one of the world's greatest athletes, a 7-time world champion, entrepreneur and MVP quarterback. And now you can sit down for an evening with Tom Brady in Brisbane this Sunday. And Tom sharing stories and touchdown insight on sports and business from his decorated career both on and off the field. Don't miss an evening with Tom Brady at Brisbane's Royal International Convention Centre this Sunday. Tickets on sale now via Megatix and will sell out.
Our experts for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Ian Healy joined by Stephen O'Keefe. Sock, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Heels. Gerard, the listener. Steady as she goes here at the Gabba, isn't it?
Green's left the field. Hazelwood's finishing his warm-ups. Lyon is at the bowling crease, and the West Indies are 3 for 121. Silly mid off Athanase. That's where Head is, and Smith's at first slip. Lyon bowls. Athanase back and covers his stumps. So just the characteristics of each test. So for generations, the start of the summer, the first day, he came to Brisbane, the dog track was here. John Harms used to write beautifully about it. And then for however organically it grows, day 2 was started by the Stormtroopers, who probably be a decade here, I reckon now. Athanase smothers the spin of Lyon. And then it sort of caught on for the city. Big numbers, great feel to it, and dress-ups everywhere you looked yesterday.
Yes, it was a good look, good feel. And today you can hear that hush, if you can hear a hush. Right now it's well balanced.
Line around the wicket. Athanase drives, knocked down by Head close in.
There's no better feeling than coming off a subcontinental tour and then having a couple of weeks at home, maybe getting ready with your Shield teams and your Shield squads, and then coming to the nets at the Gabba. Oh, it's all green again. and the wickets are going through, and it's a really nice feeling. And that anticipation of the season starting is one that you never forget. It's a very favourite time of a summer, and it's generally in Brisbane.
Lyon to mid-wickets. Lyon has employed Khawaja at a deep mid-wicket. He's going around. No, he's going over the wicket. The change of angle. Athanase just plays to the offside. Are you hopeful that in the new schedules that are done that Brisbane goes back to the top of the order?
Oh, yes, I am. But I also always have some empathy for Adelaide. They've been the most pushed around venue out of all of our venues, haven't they? They were Australia Day when I started.
Athanase clips off his toes out to the deep mid-wicket. Khawaja gets around to his right. They'll take a single.
So in the late 80s, they were at the first week of February. Then we'd go to Perth. The Australia Day weekend was one-dayers. And then they got moved to the middle of December, and they just get shoved around a bit. So I hope they can establish their time. Brisbane, it's a working week, late November. When there's 6 tests, it's early November.
Hodge plays back to the backward point. Hazelwood fields. He's about to bowl. End of the over. 3 for 122. The Macca's scoreboard. Cricket Home 11 it.
Enjoy New Year. New savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Plus, get amazing finance rates with Nissan Future Value. Go see Adam and the team at Berwick Nissan Kangan Drive, Berwick. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8760.
Crispy, juicy chicken, bacon, cheese, tomato, and signature sauce. New McCrispy Bacon Deluxe. Macca's next big bacony thing. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
The session of play for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Now, there's a lot happening at this changeover. The golf cart came on with the ground staff to pound away at the popping crease. The calipers came out to just check on the shape of the ball, as well as the subs doing their thing, as has been the case all day. So people converged from everywhere.
And the West Indies batsmen finally get a chance to have a drink. The bowlers been having plenty, so there's a chance for us. But yeah, I think the Brisbane Test is suited to. They cope okay with it being a working week, and they seem to get behind it. So, and now they can get some bigger crowds. They should get. Our biggest crowd in Test cricket's like in the 50s. That's about all, because the ground could only hold about 17, 18. So, the crowd numbers can lift, and the crowds are here. We've seen them from the Brisbane Heat. We've seen them for the Brisbane Broncos. There's big sporting crowds here. We've just got to get them into the habit of coming for more than 2 days.
So it seems as though the intention of Cricket Australia is to sign contracts for 7 years. Now the Gabba becomes a difficulty in that, and really lock in those 5 test flow of the summer. Hazelwood's around the wicket, begins his new spell, driven by Athanase. No run to mid-off. So the change of bowler comes for Crowds Electrical and Solar, fighting rising power costs. If you're reading the tea leaves, you'd say they'll go Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, and then Melbourne, Sydney, and firmly lock into weeks. So you will know for the next 7 years when your city is going to stage its test and go forth and build something.
And you'll also know Heels being heavily connected at the Heat Is there a chance at the end of the summer that we'll get some of those Australian players back for the Big Bash?
Hazelwood bowls full and driven out to point, no run.
Next year's, it's on the cards, yes. There's no international cricket to clash with after the Sydney Test.
Mm-hmm.
Now we'll probably see the bowlers get a rest and not play the early Big Bash games after Sydney Test. I'd also ask, so yes, we're planning on seeing all these stars that have always been on our doorstep, play the finish of the Big Bash.
Great.
Maybe the last 2.5 weeks. I forgot what I was going to say, Jeff. Sorry. It's going to be a good question.
Athanaze is on 34. Hazelwood bowls to him. He jams down on it. Inside edge into the pads. Trickles across the popping crease.
The Sydney Test. They really love the Sydney Test where it is, don't they? The Sydney crowd, the congregation. It's like a reunion every year.
Yes.
Because I would also ask them, are you happy? Because they get a dead test. How often?
Yeah.
Regularly the test, is the series is over. But they still seem to go.
It's because it's so social and cultural, they're undeterred by the weather patterns, which have ruined test matches there for a decade, and the fact that there are draws on what have been substandard pitches and dead rubbers. But it has no impact, Athanaze defends, which is so salute to what's been built there. And this is why all I hear out of Perth is excuses instead of building something.
Yeah.
Every other city has managed to build something around their test which insulates against opposition and circumstance. And Perth haven't done that yet. So get busy doing that. And if you can't, if your people don't want it, then let it go.
The appetite's there, isn't it? They had the test, and then a few days after the test, they had the Scorchers there, 40,000. They want to see cricket. Make it iconic. Make it something to remember.
Hazelwood bowls to Athanaze, who drives him away to cover. Labuschagne is there on the first bounce.
And a beautiful wicket as well. There were a few question marks, moving from the whacker, of course, through the purists, had some doubts over it. They moved into Optus Stadium, and it is such a gorgeous cricket ground, and that wicket is characteristic of what the whacker's like. It's got beautiful pace and bounce. It suits the fast bowlers. I'd have to say I was really disappointed when I didn't see it packed out for the first test that we had there, to watch a great contest.
Last ball of Hazelwood's over. He delivers. Athanaze turns to leg and he denies Hazelwood a maiden as he runs it out to mid-wicket and takes a single. The West Indies build the lead to 145. The Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Adam White coming in for Bundaberg Jabir.
Here's some stats from ResMed to wake you up. Almost half of us don't get the amount of sleep we need to feel our best. In fact, according to a recent ResMed Global Sleep Survey, 42% of Aussies struggle with sleep, with only 10% waking up feeling refreshed. ResMed has been helping Aussies sleep and breathe better for over 30 years. So, if you or your partner have trouble sleeping or wake up feeling tired, take the free online sleep assessment at resmed.com.au.
The West Indies 3 for 123. Athanaze on 35. Hodge on 18. So still no breakthrough for the Australians after the break. We've been going half an hour. That lead now out to 145.
I lifted my doable target to close to 300. Even 300 I'm okay with. I don't think I'll be comfortable, but...
Line bowls here. Athanaze drives square of the wicket, but straight to point.
I lifted from 250 to 300.
Okay.
And I think the West Indies should be looking at 350.
I think that's been the method of the game, hasn't it? Both sides have had to recalibrate what they think might be reasonable because the conditions have changed so much.
Line again around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Athanaze, edging and caught to Smith. Smith takes the catch. Athanaze is out. Simple catch, chest high, straight into the middle of the hands. Lyon has 2. The West Indies 4 for 123. So trying to drive expansively through the offside. Athanaze was starting to get frustrated, and he's edged it straight to Steven Smith.
Great catch for Steven Smith. He'll get a lot of confidence out of that. But it was the ball before, for me, Whitey. The ball got driven to cover point, and it was full, almost identical. And Steve Smith, at first slip, had his hands together, clapping above his head as if to say, more of that, please, Nathan. Get it up there. Get them driving. The very next delivery, full ball, flighted outside the line of off stump. Athanase obliges, and Steve Smith in at first slip takes the edge. A big wicket. Nathan Lyon now 2 for 15 off just 8.2 overs.
The look of satisfaction on Lyon's face right there, and we're looking on TV, the appeal. Yes, you beauty. I was hoping that was going to happen. He planned that. He set it up. It came in. He came into the front pad of Athanase, and then this one was slower, more flighted outside the line, and he thought he could go harder at it to his downfall.
You can actually see there on the replay for Titanium Caravans Built Tough, Stephen Smith actually pointing at Nathan Lyon. See, I told you. And Athanase is out for 35 off 72 balls. His innings for Mate Internet and Mobile, all the stats and facts and figures. And as Stephen O'Keefe said, 2 for 15 for Nathan Lyon.
You love it when a whole team unit is working together, and that's a great example of it. Your keeper, you know, you would know Heels, and we've seen it, the special relationship you had in particular with the late, great Shane S.K. Warne. Just being able to, you know, you get the best view behind the stumps along with your first slip. If you can see something out there, you know, up to the challenge to tell the bowler what's happening.
Graves, the new batsman, faces Lyon for the first time, and he's rushed into defending the ball away on the onside, took the inner portion of the bat and skittled out to backward square leg along the ground, no run.
It was a wasteful dismissal. 35 not out for Athanase. You know, I hope he doesn't get too down on that. He got stitched up there.
Line bowls, Graves defends.
And he fell for the trap, fell for a bit of bowling tactic, but he'd done some good hard work. For today's play, the West Indies have to take it on. Someone else go and get 35, and someone else go and think. And when you become more experienced, you won't get out to that. You'll go on and make your 50 and then more.
Lyon again in the sunshine, bowling to Graves, who again comes forward, pushing out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, there certainly is a touch of class about Athanase. I really like the way he goes about his business. But as you said, you know, he's a bit more experienced. You know, maybe he gets his head over, covers that ball. Maybe he's not as aggressive on a wider, slower delivery. Has a little bit more patience. But, you know, all in all, great to see Steve Smith back catching them. You know, sometimes that's a bit of confidence that you need.
Lyon again over the wicket to Graves, who drives and gets it through. He did this in the first innings. He gets off the mark with a boundary through the covers. Terrific shot there from Justin Graves to get off the mark on the last ball of the over. 4 for 127. Graves on 4. Hodge on 18. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted local.
Enjoy New Year. New savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Plus, get amazing finance rates with Nissan Future Value. Go see Adam and the team at Berwick Nissan Kangan Drive, Berwick. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8760.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
It wasn't quite a Macca's catch of the summer. Hit hunger for 6 with the Aussie Angus Deluxe at Macca's, but Stephen Smith would have just been grateful to hold on after dropping his last 2. Steve O'Keefe.
Yeah, and, you know, it's great to see him switched on. I just saw him at the end of the over there. Again, a long discussion with Nathan Lyon, potentially scheming their next wicket.
Hodge on strike. Hazelwood starts a new over. It's outside off stump and it's left alone. You just get the feeling that this is where the game can be won or lost in this next hour. Either the Australians can really just rip through the middle order and they're chasing 200, or the West Indies dig in and it does get close to that 300, Ian Healy, that you were talking about.
It's none or a gutful, isn't it? The West Indies batting, they either dig in and go nowhere, or they're a bit reckless. They don't have to be in these conditions. Just keep it going. Graves, a brilliant drive. Hodge playing well enough.
He's waiting here for Hazelwood and leaves again outside off stump.
You know, to play assertively. You know, if the ball's there, hit it, knock it in the gaps for 2s and 3s. We've seen them, we haven't seen them run 2 or 3 2s in a row, have we?
No.
Sometimes they get a 3 and then they go to sleep for a while, a dot, or 1 off the pads, 1, and then a 4 in the middle. Then, you know, someone needs to bat consistently because it's doable.
Hazelwood on the march again from the Vulture Street end. Bowls to Hodge, hit on the pad, trying to work away on the onside. He wanted a leg by, but Graves at the other end was not interested at all. And again, we haven't had too many how's-ats get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wires throughout the course of this innings, which shows that at times the West Indians have batted well, but I think it also shows that the pitch isn't offering too much for the bowler, especially with a pink ball that's softening.
Yeah, I think the Australians will certainly identify this partnership as a big one. You know, it was Hodge and De Silva that were able to take the game away from the Australians in the first innings. Hodge now looks really settled at the crease, 18 off 51. He's in, so his job is to continue on like Ian Healy has suggested.
Hodge here punches down the ground through mid-on. Oh, that's a good shot. That will be 4. That was a shot of a man in form, so still on contact. And another boundary for Azito all day, every day. And Cavan Hodge with that stroke goes into the 20s. He's up to 22, 4 for 131.
Failed plan by Hazelwood there. They sent the man back. Renshaw at deep backward square leg. Double bluff with the full straight one. And Hodge was good enough. I'd like to see Hodge on a dance floor. Did you see him get to this end? Yeah, he got to this the non-strikers end. He tapped down. Really rhythmical.
Hazelwood again bowls to Hodge. Just a bouncer. And he gets underneath it comfortably.
He swiveled round on, slid around and walked back to his spot. Get ready for that one.
He's also got that little sense of whenever the ball's bowled, the modern day player now, they'll usher with their hands what they think the ball's doing. It's nipping around, and you can just sort of sense with Hodge that he's up for the contest. He's in the moment. I don't mind it. For some players, it really works. If they go over the top, you might be going, oh, their wheels are spinning a little bit. But for Hodge, I don't mind seeing that, a bit of personality. To me, it just seems like he's really up for this contest.
Last ball of the over here, Hazelwood. Past the umpire, bowls to Hodge, who pushes forward in defence, yelling and screaming, not for Justin Graves to come through for a single at the other end. We all heard that one. There was no run there. We get it. 4 for 131 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. Before you go on a road trip, make sure you run a few tyre safety checks. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Head back to work with Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. They have red hot deals on shorts, boots and pants from Hard Yakka, Bisley and FXD. Stock up and save with awesome multi-buy offers at Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham.
Work Locker.
The West Indies have lost 3 wickets today. Brathwaite for 16, Mackenzie for 41 and Athenaeus for 35. So all 3 batsmen for the West Indies dismissed have got starts but haven't been able to get on with things and post a big number for Mate Internet and Mobile. All the stats, the facts and figures as Lyon starts a new over and he bowls to Graves, inside edge, and bobbles up past Head. It was hanging in the air for a while. Head had to turn around and chase the ball in the air, but it just escaped him.
It's a happy hunting ground, isn't it, the Gabba for Nathan Lyon. 50 wickets now at the Gabba at 28. Suggests he likes bowling here more than anywhere else in the country, and this is a fine example of it.
We've just seen the replay for Titanium Caravans built tough. A big inside edge confirmed. Lyon again bowls. Graves pushing forward, dabbing into the offside and calling through for a single. So he moves to 5. The score 4 for 132. Damien Fleming has come back into the commentary position. Welcome back.
Righty, Sock listeners. Still a nice gripping test match.
It is, isn't it?
Just one big partnership. Puts the Australians under the pump, but a couple of quick wickets. Aussies sensing a victory.
Lyon again bowls to Hodge, who pushes forward. Our experts for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Damien Fleming and Steve O'Keefe with me. Adam White, the score 4 for 132.
Still very hot, but you can just see that it's decreasing and the players look more comfortable, particularly those ones fielding in the shadows.
Yes. Line over the wicket to Hodge, who plays from the crease, just turning into the onside, dropping it at his feet in front of Travis Head. And the good news is, at least at this moment in time, there is sunshine. The fear is that weather is coming in later. Hopefully it's after play, but this is where we don't want a day-night test match where the thunderstorms can often come in sort of late in the afternoon, early evening here in Brisbane. Hodge, bat and pad close together. They're appealing for that one, but Hodge took a massive stride outside the line of the off stump, defending into the offside, and that was Marnus. Yes, it was him yelling out from mid-wicket.
Ball, guys.
He's bowling well, Nathan Lyon. From the Stanley Street end to Hodge again, who again just turns it around the corner to backward square leg and gets through to the end of the over. Hodge 22, Graves is on 5, 4 for 132 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted local.
Enjoy New Year. New savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Plus, get amazing finance rates with Nissan Future Value. Go see Adam and the team at Berwick Nissan Kangan Drive, Berwick. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8760.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Just a short time ago, the Australians were celebrating a wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives with Athanase, the only wicket to fall in this session. And it was to Nathan Lyon, caught by Steve Smith at first slip. Now we have a bowling change for Crowes Electrical and Solar, fighting rising power costs. Pat Cummins replacing Josh Hazelwood here from the Vulture Street end. So he runs away from us in our commentary position and bowls to Graves, who leaves outside off stump. Graves on 5, Hodge on 22.
Expensive early, Captain Pat, for 29 off 6. I think he'll enjoy I wouldn't say the cooler conditions. It's just less hot. But we've seen it so much this summer. He just grabs the ball when he feels like this is the big moment. And certainly this is, isn't it? Get into the tail. Lead's not excessive. Pitch still looks pretty good.
Cummins again bowls to Graves, up on his toes, punching through the covers. Nice shot. There is the protection coming around from point, but still 2 runs. With Travis Head doing the fielding, throwing into the non-striker's end. So I actually asked Ian Healy this. Do you feel that this hour kind of is the moment for the Australians to try and really rip through the middle order, so it is a score that's sort of 200 to chase, whereas if the West Indies can absorb this, then all of a sudden it could be a 300 type situation.
Yeah, and, imagine if they get bowled out with 40 minutes to go tonight. It's going to be very good bowling conditions.
Cummins again bowls to Graves, who is rushed in defence, turning into the onside, but still was able to find the bat on ball into the onside. Renshaw doing the fielding.
And I'm intrigued, Sock, just to see, can we run through the tail for one of the few times this summer?
I really think, Flem, that a lot of that will be dictated by how well the West Indies combat Nathan Lyon in this second innings. And I think it's, the points have all gone to Nathan Lyon. 2 for 20 off his 10 overs. In the first innings was just, let the game roll on. He had a deep long end. The field didn't change. Maybe changed over and around the wicket a little bit, but there wasn't as much animation, particularly with guys in and around the bat.
Cummins to Graves, up on his toes again, trying to force. No timing in the shot as it goes to cover.
But in this innings here, he's moved his bat pad sometimes onto the offside, then back onto the onside. Mid-on is at least 15 or 20 metres in further than what he was in the first innings. He's taken a couple of big wickets. And I think if the West Indies are to get that lead up to 300, it'll be dictated by how well they play, Nathan Lyon. If they're able to get the scoreboard moving, maybe take a couple of risks, but put pressure back on him to try and get up to 280, 290 and still be bowling tonight potentially.
2 slips in a gully. Cummins bowls here to Graves, who is in defence, trying to come forward to a ball just short of a length.
Yeah, I think, 1 for 60 in the first innings. People are a little bit critical, but, you obviously, back in your day, you bowled spin. Day one, that's
Was there colour television when Steve O'Keefe bowled, or was it just sort of going through that sort of transition?
It could have been borderline. Definitely radio was
crystal radio
strong
set
medium.
sort of situation.
Yeah, when he started.
Cashmere willow bats.
Do you use the SP?
Cummins bowls here to Graves, who looks comfortable pushing forward on that occasion. Defensively, into the covers, and that is the completion of the over. 2 from that from Pat Cummins. The West Indies 4 for 134. Hodge 22, Graves 7. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted local.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The second session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Nathan Lyon to bowl again. Now, with that wicket that Lyon took of Athenaeus, he now moves... Well, he's in third position. I'll explain more after this ball because Lyon's going to start the new over. Bowling to Hodge, who clips up to mid-on and takes the single with Cummins set sort of halfway to the fence there. In fact, it's Stark halfway to the fence there at mid-on. So with that wicket from Lyon, he's now... up to 50 wickets at the Gabba for my internet and mobile. In third spot. I'm not going to ask you who's first and second because it flashed up on the scoreboard.
Warner McGrath.
Lyon bowls to Graves, who steers into the onside on the front foot to Labuschagne at mid-wicket. That is correct. And in fourth and fifth positions, did you look at that too? Or did you both just go to the top?
I knew who was fifth. It's our captain, Pat.
That's right. Lyon bowls again to Graves, who forces down the ground through Lyon, who tried to dive away to his right to stop the single. Couldn't.
40 and 7 at 19.
Wow.
Yes. So Graves
wow.
Up to 8. Hodge 23, 4 for 136. But interestingly, 3 players in this game fill out the top 5 spots. 3 of the top 5 spots.
So what's Big Hoff doing then? Where's Hoff?
I don't know.
Come on,
You got
Josh.
the top 5. Lyon to Hodge, driving firmly up to mid-off to Cummins.
You sort of forget that Hoff's missed a bit of cricket,
Yes.
hasn't he, in the last
Particularly
couple of
at home.
summers? Because he was playing the white ball cricket and a bit overseas. You just thought, oh, well, he's played the same. But no.
Short mid-off now, under the helmet, Travis Head. Lyon bowls, Hodge turns into the onside again, up to that mid-on position. And they can take a single. This is good batting from Hodge and Graves. Sensing there's a single on offer there, they have to steer sort of from outside off stump into the onside to play. So there's an element of risk. Hodge 24, Graves 8. 4 for 136. Last ball of the over. Lyon bowls and Graves forward. Inside part of the bat. Spits out on the onside safely. And that is the completion of the over. 4 for 136 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket I'm loving it.
Wishing summer would never end? With Venture Atlas, it doesn't have to. They're serving up the ultimate experience where luxury meets adventure in Western Australia's Kimberley region. Soar through towering gorges on an exclusive 6-day helicopter safari or enjoy the Kimberley's highlights on short tours that fully immerse you at land, air and sea. Summer doesn't have to end. This winter, let Venture Atlas take you on a journey beyond imagination. Visit ventureatlas.com.au.
The Australian team is for Red Energy, switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au, and the Aussies need another wicket. They've got one, but they can't get any momentum into their bowling innings here. The West Indies 4 for 137, that lead now 159. As Cummins starts a new over, bowling to Hodge, who works it onto the onside, takes a single to Renshaw, and they get one to Renshaw, who fumbles. He got the shock of his life, it looked like there, Renshaw, that the ball was hit to him. He was half asleep.
I'm not sure.
4 for 137.
I'm not sure there was one there, Whitey.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah. Straight to Renshaw, to his right, his preferred side. He goes down with one hand, fumbles, but he would have had a shot at the stumps for a run out there.
Well, see, if there was a bowler on there who's instead resting, having a slushy, he would have been able to pick that up and thrown the stumps down. There would have been a wicket.
We've poked the bear here, haven't we, Whitey? Where is that bowler?
He's having a shower. Cummins bowls to Graves, who's in behind the next ball, defending away on the offside.
Have you gone through all the routine?
Yeah, we
do?
did.
Yeah.
And my point is that should not be allowed.
I wish it was allowed in my day.
Well, this is the thing.
Because
did you finish?
We weren't allowed to have a shower. And
Did you finish before or after Steve O'Keefe?
I think I played with his son. No, you weren't allowed to have shower. You couldn't go off. They were on to you.
But nor should you.
No.
Anyway,
I don't mind off for an hour, but you can't go off and have a shower and have a massage and watch a Netflix.
Cummins to Graves. He'll take a single, just turning it into the onside.
But watch a Netflix. It's catching up. Only an episode, not a movie.
Graves to 9, 4 for 139.
Ice bath.
I did like the message out that was they don't tend to like to have the ice bath because it's too much of a shock. And I'm like, could you just imagine you've just bowled 3, then you just come in and it's the same bowler just sitting there in a bath, Netflix on in the corner, just slurping a slushy and could you
having one of those
change the
umbrellas with the the paper umbrellas?
Pina colada.
Can you pass the remote? Can't reach it.
A few bubbles.
So he slips in a gully. Cummins bowls here. It's a Hodge. That was a tight leave. That wasn't too far away from the off stump.
Hey, where have they come to? I know it's been a while since you retired. Ice bathing, because I was part of when it first come in, and it was literally ice, and you were freezing. But then I heard over years that wasn't the actual theory. It needed to be really cold, but not freezing, ice freezing.
Yeah, there was to me. I said,
change a little bit through.
I said, give me the papers, give me the evidence that shows that any of this is useful at all.
It proved wrong.
Yeah.
Cummins a bit wider on the crease bowls to Hodge. Good bounce and carry, but Hodge shoulders arms.
So did you do it much at all?
We started off and it did. It came in with full gusto. It was like, this was a test of attitude more than trying to physically help you. It was like get in there, up to your neck and freeze, essentially.
And then the hot shower.
Yeah.
And then back to that.
Yeah. Then there was the theory of going hot, cold. And then, some places wouldn't have a bath, so you'd have to fill up a bin that had been out in the stinking hot sun all day with half a meat pie at the bottom of it.
Last ball of the over here. Cummins bowls to Hodge, another bouncer. And Hodge ducks underneath comfortably. So the over bowled, 4 for 139, Graves 9, Hodge 25. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Steve O'Keefe is in our Ringers Western black number today for whether it's in the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Nathan Lyon to bowl. The new over SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Healy Homes. Build with confidence. The shadows starting to lengthen here at the Gabba. But we're only 5 minutes away from drinks. So a crucial little period here. Nathan Lyon very precise with how he wants the field set. As he starts again. Bowls to Graves. Inside edge. Pad. Is there inside edge? No, there's not. It bobbled up high, not dissimilar to the one from a couple of overs ago that did hit the inside edge. There were some appeals, but the umpire said no.
So they've just blocked that area they were getting a single to on the leg side?
Yes, they put that extra man in at mid-wicket. Line bowls here, Graves around the corner. Just works it to backward square. Kawaja Fields, no run.
You happy with this sock?
Just a little bit more purposeful, with where that mid-wicket, as you quite rightly said, Flem, a little bit straighter, mid-on up another 10 or 15. You have to be perfect if you want to hit that gap.
Line bowls, that was slower. Graves picked it, though, was able to clip it up to that man at mid-on for a single again. Let's have a look at the speed there, 86.4. That speed for Mate Internet and Mobile from Nathan Lyon.
Flem, would you like to see mid-on, as we see that mid-wicket, who was quite straight now, move into a leg slip cover? Cameron Green now moves across into a mid-wicket. So aggressive field. 3 men now around the bat. A bat pad slip and leg slip and a catching mid-wicket. Do you want mid on in tight? Are you happy with where he is, Flem?
I always want mid on up.
Line bowls to Hodge, who turns it around the corner. And we've got a situation here, Sock, where Hodge wants to play back as much as possible. So is that hard from a bowling point of view to bowl it that little bit fuller to a guy that wants to go back all the time? Because it's not necessarily the way you're programmed. Line again around the wicket and bowls to Hodge, or are you happy with that? You just set a field adjusting to the way they want to play you?
I think Nathan would much prefer that. You know, that's where he's going to do his best damage. He's getting a player misreading the length and going forward.
Yep.
However, with Nathan Lyon, you know, we've seen it a lot. Going back, that extra bounce, inside edge, thigh guard.
Yes.
You know, I don't think either way, particularly because he's bowling around the wicket, he'll be perturbed by it.
Hodge here again from the stumps, turns on the bounce to Labuschagne at that leg gully, and no run to end the over. So the West Indies 4 for 140. Graves 10, Hodge 25. The lead 162 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted local.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au. That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply. Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home in Melbourne's southeast. Land now selling from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
One more over before the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And the West Indies 4 for 140 in this second session.
Let's see how Captain Pat constructs this over.
2 slips and a gully. Graves on strike. As the shadows lengthen.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So now what happened there is Cummins...
Pat won't know.
The towel came out of the back of his pants just as he was in his sort of load-up position, and Graves said, hang on. And he aborted mission.
Nice way to construct the over. Flem, you like that first ball?
Very crafty.
Drop the hanky out.
No, but just like, wow.
Yeah.
You have to deal with that. I've still got 6 to come at you. So this is part of the FBC handbook.
Dizzy had the eagle, the soaring eagle.
He did too.
Got banned.
Did it?
Yeah. Yeah, he won't allowed to do it anymore.
I thought it was just part of his natural run-up.
Just to get a bit of extra speed. Cummins bowls here to Graves, who leaves. So remember, Wasim Akram used to come in behind the umpire and dart out.
No, it was a nightmare.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mate, you're just facing him. You just pop out the last minutes. And bowl it 150 kilometres an hour and swung it.
And then he'd hold,
a metre and a half.
He'd hold the ball.
And I asked him, was that a different a ploy of yours? He goes, I was going to swear then. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, he said.
I was going to say, you had to say something. You're nodding. It's like, we're on radio, Flame. You've got to say something.
But yeah, he used to just pop out. He didn't have a very long run-up, was he, Macri?
Cummins again from the Vulture Street end, bowls to Graves, who clips it away behind square leg. Travis Head on the chase and might be able to prevent a second run as he does the slide and throw as Graves moves to 12. And like he has throughout this short series, admittedly, so it's a small sample size, whenever he's batting, he looks good, Damien Fleming, but he kind of gets out.
I look good. Who looks good?
Graves.
Oh, Graves. I wouldn't know
He looks good, and then he just, gets out. 4 for 142. Well, of course,
Well, he hasn't really... You wouldn't say, he's got a real weakness here or whatever, isn't he? He's looked just a handy player.
He has.
Another tactic there, Flem. They got the old handcuffs out to get the ball through the hoops.
Okay. This is beautifully constructed.
2 slips and a gully. Cummins to Graves, who is playing late and just opening the blade, pushing into backward point. No run.
The previous ball sort of went down the leg side, so he scuffed where he landed as well. So that's straight out of the FBC handbook. If you bad ball, there's some excuse, and that's generally where you land.
Yeah,
that is Damien Fleming for in-place living specialist disability accommodation.
It's a very expensive book, the FBC handbook.
You're running out of tricks here, wouldn't you? I think they've all been used, haven't they? Scuffing the foot marks, the hanky trick.
Trip over halfway.
Check the ball. And is that something you thought about, Flem, when you did go to your bat, like the height of the bat? It seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, it's hard. I didn't like trying to bounce shorter batsmen. I found that.
Trying to get that length right.
Yeah, because you got to get it fuller.
Cummins to Graves, another
Oi.
bouncer that, again, Graves played rather strangely, ducking down, but his bat was above his head. It was all sorts of things going on there. Like he was fencing almost.
He was a musketeer. Oh, man, that's wow.
Just having a look at
That's
that
not
replay.
the periscope.
No.
That's
the replay for Titanium Caravans, that was strange because it almost hit his bat on the way through when ducking, but he got his bat into such a strange position.
He couldn't have tried harder to hit it, could he?
Last ball of the first hour of the second session. Cummins to Graves, who is working away on the onside when he tried to play on the offside behind square leg, and they rush back for two. Stark can't stop it, even though the throw came in like an absolute bullet on the half volley to Carey. So after the first hour of the second session, the West Indies only losing the one wicket. It's tough going for the Australians. The West Indies 4 for 144, Hodge 25, Graves is 14. The lead for the West Indies is 166 as the drinks come onto the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Gerard Whateley shortly.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Leaping from roof to roof, he's keeping the residents of homes across Australia safe from rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Sourcing energy direct from the sun, he's helping everyday Australians save thousands of dollars every year. Lower the cost of living with Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Visit CROWLZ electrical.com. REC 22623.
Don't let your business get caught behind this year. Sign up your next apprentice or trainee with MEGT and get some runs on the board. Call the experts today on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
100% Aussie Angus beef, melty cheese, chunky tomato relish and U-Butte beetroot. The Aussie Angus Deluxe is back at Macca's. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Yum, yum, yum. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Hodge drives for 4. It was over-pitched. He holds the pose on the on-drive because it was picturesque.
And again around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Athanase, edging it caught to Smith. Smith takes the catch, Athanase's out. Simple catch, chest high, straight into the middle of the hands. Lyon has 2. Hodge here punches down the ground through mid-on. Oh, that's a good shot. That will be 4. That was a shot of a man in form. So still on contact.
The West Indies have added 38 runs. Australia's taken a wicket since the tea break. It's 4 for 144. Drinks on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. This is the halfway mark of the test. The West Indies lead by 166 runs. I will just share this with you because at the halfway mark of the test it's important. The forecast for the next 2 days is deteriorating back to sort of where we started. So tomorrow, showers and a possible storm, 90% chance of rain, 5 to 30 mils, very high chance of showers, the chance of a thunderstorm possibly severe. And then Monday is worse, 90% chance of rain, 0 to 35 mils, high chance of showers, the chance of thunderstorm. Hot both days. So there's a certain urgency to move the game along, but you can't really plan around it. Ian Smith, welcome back.
Well, that was depressing. Welcome back to the commentary box. You know, I was thinking we could have a cliffhanger test match going down to the wire, and you're saying that the Duke of Spain's going to have the last say. So, it's depressing. But at this point, as you say, we can't do anything about it. But what we can do is make progress while the sun does shine, and it's a beautiful evening, twilight going into that phase now, and the West Indies are getting themselves into a nice position here. They haven't got into a position where they can use tonight to their advantage unless they get bowled out very quickly. But they have got themselves into a position where they're going to ask Australia, by the look of it, to get a decent old fourth innings total.
Damien Fleming, hello.
Yeah, Gerard, Smithy, listeners, and potentially having a bowl tonight in some nice swinging conditions. But it's been an arm wrestle day, hasn't it? You know, it's been tough test match cricket in hot conditions.
Most of the Gabba is now covered in shade. There's just one pocket left, and that's where Usman Khawaja and Mitch Marsh are residing. Nathan Lyon, after the break, bowls down the leg side to Hodge. Carey takes. They've got a slip of a leg slip and a bat pad, as well as a close-in mid-wicket. What you gave us at the start of the day is very much in play, Smithy. Something between 240 and 260. The West Indies might have an eye a little bit higher than that at the moment. Hodge is on 25. He plays back and lets it strike him, and he's regretting that immediately. Right in the nads.
Use your bat.
Where guys?
Oh, jeez.
Nathan Lyon is taking humongous amount of delight in this, because it's not very often the old spinner gets this.
I don't think I've ever seen it before, Smithy. He's middled it. Hasn't he?
That is batter error like you would rarely see. Plays back and around the corner. It goes past Carey. I wonder what that is. It's a boundary for a Zito all day, every day. And there's just a tickle of bat in it to help it on its way.
Gee, you'll take that.
With the leg slip and the keeper both there. Got it between the pair.
Umpire changing positions too. Mitchell Stark warming up.
Hodge is 29.
Good feeling when you're batting, isn't it? That doubt of, oh, is it a leg by, or are they going to say, I hit it, you beauty. Take that 4.
Take all that you can get. The lead is 170. Line bowls. Hodge plays back. Didn't know a whole lot about that. He ended up blunting it right to his toes. Doesn't look like a sound technique just for the moment.
Here we go, boys. 5-6 now. 5-6-8.
Carey looking for those pair of dismissals. Line around the wicket bowls. Hodge edges as he plays back. It runs away to backward point where Greenfield's no run.
Well bowled, wasn't it? Just went straight on. Playing for the turn. Almost got an outside edge to Stephen Smith. Oh.
It's an over. Hodge will be grateful to get through. He's got one more to survive. Line gives him a look, and Hodge clips the ball to short leg, throws the stumps down head. This will go upstairs. Head was brilliant. Took it clean out the back of the hand, straight onto the stumps. Now, where was Hodge in all of that? IMAR Insurance Tradies, trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
Head's confident.
Oh, I don't think Alex Carey is that confident. That's interesting.
Carey's not.
Not at all confident.
Head is.
I think Hodge is quite confident he's got back. What a piece of work, though.
So forward in his work, turns bat to head, clean hands. Hodge on the turn, out the back of the hand. It's close. He's out. He's in midair. Zero right in on that. Oh, Travis had a moment of brilliance. Sheer brilliance. It belongs in indoor cricket, that sort of thing. He has indeed.
What does that mean?
Just roll the backline frame, roll forward for me, please.
It's the sort of moment that can change the flow of an entire day.
Yeah.
Look at Hodge out there. He's on his knees, pleading to the big screen for some good news.
He couldn't get out of the over, Hodge. What a dismissal from Travis Head.
You did talk it up, Gerard, didn't you? Can he get through that over? And he can't.
Out. It's as good a moment as fielding as we have seen all summer. Big smile, a chuckle from Nathan Lyon, and a wonderful fielding celebration from Travis Head, thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. It's 5 for 148. How about that, Smithy?
That is just absolute brilliance. Out of absolute nowhere. I mean, Hodge can't believe it. He's finally picked himself up off the deck and he's making his way very slowly off the Gabba. In fact, the Silver's already out there talking about Greaves and how they're going to go about it. And he's still got 40 metres to go. Like, you just can't believe it.
No, this is Inzamam ul Haq proportions here. The only thing slower than an incoming Inzi was an outgoing Inzi. And Phil Simmons as well. Simo was very slow, but Hodges, he might be in the grand final with Inzi here.
Oh, I don't know. I think Manus Labuschagne, it's at least in the trifecta, Manus.
Yeah, they take a lot of time to start, even Stephen Smith, but once they start to go off there quicker, that was very slow.
It's an indoor cricket move, isn't it? Gather around the thigh, out the back of the hands, and Carey just watches it onto the stumps.
Yeah, definitely.
Gorgeous.
Indoor cricket.
So Travis Head pays his way in the field. Oh, total bonus. 5 for 148, the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. And suddenly the lead at 170 with the lower order to come.
Well, the lower order has played well. We will say that. The Silver has played well. Greaves has looked a good player. And we know that Sinclair scored a half-century on debut, and Azuri Joseph has scored good runs as well. Shamar Joseph. So there is 100 worth of runs,
Roach,
I think.
Yeah. That's not a brittle tale that we've seen from other touring teams.
But 2 subbies on, Renshaw and Boland.
So Lyons having a breather.
And I saw Cameron Green come off again.
Right. So Stark has been tossed the ball. Joshua De Silva out in the middle. That was the last moment of the over. A play of the day for Drinkwise, if ever there was one. Now Mitch Stark's got 2 slips and a gully in place. Graves is on 14 from the 26 balls that he has faced. Can Australia go? Bang, bang. Pitched up outside the off stump and allowed to pass through to the keeper. Matt is listening. Tyre Power, your tyre experts, 0433 98 11 16. He's doing a little bit of everything at the moment. Ha ha. Johnny have a whinge. Bairstow just got bowled, not playing a shot by Jadeja. I laughed for 2 minutes, then turned back over and saw that unreal play by Travis Head. 4 for 142, England. Bairstow out for 10. So Pope's 46 and Stokes has arrived in the middle. They're still trailing by 48 runs. Stark sets in. He's bowling to Grave. Edging? No, not edging. I beg your pardon. Sorry. Out to cover. The pink ball just fooled me there in the changing light.
It was almost. I could almost accuse you of a bit of Australian commentary there.
Yes.
Almost.
Yeah, I'm just carried away with Matt. Thinking of Johnny Bairstow going without offering.
Square leg just dropping back to. Mitchell Stark will enjoy bowling in these conditions compared to early in the day. Well, that was impressive heat.
Stark sets in from the Vulture Street end. He bowls to Graves. On the back foot, fends the rising delivery out to point. No run.
Getting to the nervous stage now for the West Indies because they just haven't got enough to challenge Australia, I feel. They need another 100 runs to challenge Australia. I'm not saying Australia won't get them, but that will present a challenge. But anything less than 250, I think, is one decent partnership away from another test win. So a lot of work to do for this West Indies lower half.
Stark in full stride. He bowls to Graves, chopped it off the inside edge, past the stumps. Well, didn't go to the stumps. It ran to square leg instead. Boland had a lot of ground to cover, and they're able to scramble 2. Graves to 16. 150 up for the West Indies, and this is the... What over mark are we? 51st over.
Yeah, it's a slower pace than what we saw from the Australian innings. Mackenzie's probably the one West Indian that looks like, well, he did score at a decent rate. Mitchell Stark, he's just trying to challenge that outside edge, waiting slips. They want to catch.
Graves faces up, bouncer, swayed back.
They're really having a crack at Graves, aren't they? It was first of all Cummins, and now it is Mitchell Stark, and they are trying to set him back on his heels in terms of heights of deliveries. And I don't think they think he's handling it too well. That's why they're persisting.
No wickets for Stark or Cummins. That doesn't happen a lot.
Stark with 4 in the first innings. building on his imperious pink ball record. He bowls to Graves, who drives straight to cover. There's no run to be had there. 2 from the over. 5 for 150 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Yes, see that?
Oh, sorry. Was just checking out Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre's new online store. They've got everything for your roof. Check it out.
Hey, that's pretty flash.
Oh, yeah. And you can draw up your custom flashing too. And they deliver around Melbourne.
Roof repairs just got easier with Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre's new online store. For roofing products including roof sheets, gutters and downpipes, visit rscentre.com.au. Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. Everything sheet metal from the roof down.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. 5 for 150. Cam Green back onto the field, straight back into the attack. The lead is 172. Joshua De Silva is the new man at the crease after a splendid knock in the first innings of this Test match. His 79 is still the high bat in the Test for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Green from the Stanley Street end. He'll be right arm over the wickets. He bowls to De Silva. Bouncer, stayed out of it. He got plenty of practice at that in the first dig.
Well, they haven't set a field as a trap as such. It's very, very orthodox. 2 slips in a gully and the man in front is square. Only the one potential catcher of a top-edged hook, and that is Mitchell Stark, way down there in a traditional fine leg position. But maybe they've decided, we'll just see if you're going to take it on this time around.
Yeah, give it a go first up if you're good enough. Well played.
It's Stark down at fine leg. Green bowls. Silver smothers, knocks it away to mid-on. I do rather like this on the text. There's been that idea that Travis Head's been morphing into David Boone. The moustache, the celebrations, and now the work at short leg.
Yeah. Also, there's a bit of Warwick Todd in there as well, yes. Celebration-wise. It is looking similar, isn't it, that moustache?
Yes. I do think Boone wore it better for what it's worth. Maybe that's just the age. Green over the wicket, bowls to Silva. Inside edge onto the pad. No, maybe not an inside edge. Green was up and then tossed his head back.
Kerry is asking Matt Renshaw about the height here. Renshaw, who's at backward point because Lyon is not, has been asked about the height because that's how Australia have it. That's how they work it.
But the thing is, you come on as a sub fielder, you're not automatically thinking about that. Now, normally they've got Nathan Lyon at point or someone like that who are very switched on. The positive Green's bowling is he's so bouncy, but that hurts LBW shouts.
Yeah.
But his bouncer gets through really well.
How's that get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland? Choose to drink wise. De Silva, full face of the bat, guides the ball wide of Cummins at mid-off. He'll be able to get his first runs. Cummins slides in as they complete 2. Good dash from the captain. So just looking at the replays for Titanium Caravans, built tough on the back thigh pad. He's got a thigh pad on his back leg. Is where that landed, and I'm sure they'll give us the projections that'll show over the top in a moment's time.
That was a nice shot, wasn't it?
5 for 152. Green to De Silva, edges through the cordon. There's a gap at third slip that's been opened up. It races down to the boundary as Smith and Marsh look at each other on their haunches.
It's that decision, isn't it, with De Silva new to the batting crease. Do you have cover or do you have a third slip? Don't know if that would have carried anyway, but that's a good delivery. You can see De Silva's hands so far in front of his front pad. Did not control that stroke at all.
These are eventful minutes as we cross 6 o'clock on Saturday evening in Brisbane. De Silva back foot, strokes the ball. Renshaw dives away to his right at point and keeps it to 1. 5 for 157 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted local.
In Place Living design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion, because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
Crispy, juicy chicken, bacon, cheese, tomato, and signature sauce. New McCrispy Bacon Deluxe. Macca's next big bacony thing. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Nathan Lyon is the king bowler of the innings. Jenny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises, available 2 for 28. He was taken out of the attack after the head run out, so all pace. Lyons had his little breather and he's freshen up in the rooms. Hazelwood 1 for 22, Green 1 for 29. Stark is wicketless through 10 overs, none for 34. He is in operation from the Vulture Street end. All of the Gabba now covered in shade. De Silva is on 7. Stark in over the wicket to him, and De Silva shoulders arms.
Well, we've talked about this taking a breather and cooling off. I'm not sure a spinner gets that right. I don't think a gentle off spinner gets the right to have 2 or 3 overs sitting down in the air conditioning, toweling off, having a slushy. I don't think an off spinner gets that. I'm sorry. I think you've got to draw the line. I don't think this heat is injurious or dangerous to his well-being as opposed to a fast bowler charging in. I mean, where do you draw the line?
Yep. 2 slips and a gully in place. Stark bowls. De Silva drives. Caught by Green. Leapt up, parried it in the air, hauled it in at the second grab. Green returns to form in the gully. Stark gets his first. And De Silva, who might have been such a danger, has gone quickly for 7. It's 6 for 157.
The Albatross. The Albatross does it again. And this is a terrific reactionary catch on 2 counts. 1, to be able to get up and parry it, and then to have the presence of mind and the calmness to haul it in. It's gone behind him. He reaches back with the big talon, doesn't he? And grabs it. That is a fantastic dismissal and a key one in the match. A wicket for Stark and an end open. You almost think now for Australia, the West Indies are just teetering.
It was the 3-hand trick. He got both to it at the first and then took it 1 hand at the end. Bharat, Sundaresan, what a time to come back.
Yeah, at times it feels like when the ball flies towards Cameron Green at gully, he grows in size. And that's what it felt like. To just jump up in the air, like you said, Gerard, parry it up. Then how did he manage to put that right hand behind him almost? Stretch that hand right behind him. Made it look even better. Yeah, I think he is the best gully fielder Australia have ever had. There you go, I said it. And he just keeps proving it over and over again. And such a crucial wicket. Suddenly, like Ian Smith said, the one end is open. And Australia can suddenly look at that run chase and say, maybe we can keep it to within T220 even.
Poor shot. A really poor shot from a player who, knowing the situation, should do better than that, Josh De Silva. He's pushed a long way away from his body there. He's thrown his head back as if to say, that's bad. That's really, really bad. And that has exposed now the West Indies to a real possibility of being in trouble. 179, only 4 wickets left. Goodness me.
I feel like that's in the podium for the Macca's catch of the summer. Hit hunger for 6 with the Aussie Angus Deluxe at Macca's. Sinclair, great figure in this test match so far. Faces up to Stark. Oh, where's the inside edge past the stumps? Oh, dearie me. 20 minutes has changed everything.
The Travis Head piece of brilliance might have been the turning point in this match. May well have been the dismissal of Hodge.
Played away from his body, no footwork, inside edge, and that's just missed the bail on the way through. No guarantees it would have knocked off the bail, but he could have given it a spin for luck on the way through. 6 for 161. Stark to let fly. He bowls to Sinclair, leaves through to Carey.
That wasn't from the Carlton, Grandpa Carlton book of batting though, that shot. the French cut, Gerard? I don't think so. I don't think that was allowed under the mango tree.
It was very tentative, wasn't it?
Yeah, just facing Mitchell Starc with that pink ball. And the West Indies, whatever they end up with, will look back at today and feel a little disappointed. A lot of wickets have come from, except the Travis Head piece of brilliance, from bad shots. Let themselves down after getting their eye in.
Starc bounding in. He bowls Sinclair full face to the bat that time. Finds it away to Marsh at cover. No run. It's actually a good replay of Mitch Starc, who watched a catch go down to his chagrin yesterday. Every emotion goes across his face when he thinks the catch has been dropped.
Yeah.
And then when he sees that Green has hauled it in, and the big chuckle that comes with that. It's a good replay for Titanium Caravans built tough.
It's been a frustrating test for the Australian bowlers, hasn't it? Like, edges have gone through the gap and a couple of drop catches here and there. So yeah, I'm really relieved, if anything.
One to come in the over. Sinclair to see it. Starc bowls. Sinclair leaves. 6 for 161. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted local.
Level up Dad's game. Skip the usual gift options for Spitwater's Aussie-made tools, not toys. Best models, bonus accessories and savings of up to $630. Picture this: cold water petrol-driven and hot and cold electric diesel model pressure cleaners, plus the Vacstorm wet and dry commercial-grade vacuum cleaner. Visit spitwater.com.au or dial 1-800-SPITWATER to join the tool revolution. Spitwater, working as hard as you since 1982. Tools, not toys, because grown-ups deserve the good stuff.
The West Indies lead is 183. Graves is 16. Sinclair, the new man, in for 4 so quickly. And we heard Alex Carey said, right, 5-6, 5-6, and almost on cue. Head with an incredible run out at bat pad to send Hodge on his way for 29, and then De Silva came and went, caught in the gully by Green for 7. Your thoughts: 0433 98 11 16. Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Henry's got the scent of blood. If Australia can finish the Windies quickly tonight, they'll likely go hard batting before stumps with this weather forecast. There's a little bit of devil in the deep blue sea in that. Is if you play the forecast and rush things under lights, it could go very wrong. Graves is on 16. Green starts his fresh over. It's coming forward to defend.
Especially with a lot of nervy batters in that top 4. Steve Smith to start with, and even Marnus Labuschagne really hasn't had the kind of series you would have hoped for against the team that he dominated just 14 months ago on home soil. Cam Green's looked as good as he has with the ball for a while now, Gerard.
There was high praise from those spectating earlier. Green bowls full face of the bat and knocked down by Green in his follow through to deprive Graves of runs.
And it can't be easy being Cam Green. Every time he's been used as a bowler in Test cricket, rarely has he bowled more than 3 or 4 overs. Of course, the first 2 years of his Test career, he was managed all the time. So he's not been allowed to build into a spell, set a batter up. I thought he bowled beautifully to Athanaze before the break. Should have had the wicket. Steve Smith let that catch go by.
Green at full stride bowls. Graves ducks the bouncer.
He's not picking them up, is he, Graves? He's having trouble there. I mean, his evading is proving okay, but by goodness, he's leaving it to the very last split of the second. He looks uncomfortable and rushed in his leaving and dodging.
It's so uncomfortable that I remember a couple of times when he was getting out of harm's way, Hodge was ducking at the non-strikers end for him.
Right. Shadow ducking.
Yeah. Both batters ducking.
Head's gone back to the rope at deep square. Will Green go short again? He doesn't. He pitches up, and Graves is there with his sound defence.
And just on Cam Green, spent so much time for the first 2 years of his first-class career bowling a lot. At times even taking the new ball for Western Australia. And bowling long spells. There was a period when they said he could play purely as a bowler as well. He's not been allowed to do that because of how good Australia's fast bowling has been. So a rare opportunity for him to bowl longish spells today, and looks like he's in much better rhythm.
This is his 10th over. He bowls. Graves drives in the air, landed short of the point and runs away from Labuschagne for 4. It was the slice drive. Labuschagne got away to his left, but had no chance to haul it in. Graves moves to 20 with that boundary.
Yeah, false shot. Never in control of that kind of length. Pushing at it with the front foot, but not getting anywhere near a big enough stride in to control the shot. But I don't mind the aggressive attitude of the West Indies. They just sit and wait. They'll cop one. I think they've got to keep these little 15, 20, 30-run partnerships ticking over. Get that lead in excess of 220, 230 at least.
Graves edges short of Marsh at gully. He got the fingers to it on the bounce, but it will go all the way for 4. Streaky boundaries back-to-back for Graves. Applause from the fellow bowlers for Green's efforts. 6 for 169 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Adam White is going to take us through to dinner for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Welcome to Officer Fields, your new home within a community built on the vision of enjoying life in balance in Melbourne's southeast. Officer Fields features natural open spaces while still being close and connected to all of life's conveniences. With 4 unique precincts coming soon, offering land from 350 square metres to 1,000 square metres, there's something for everyone. Officer Fields is currently selling land from $467,000. Officer Fields, life as it should be. Register your interest now at officerfields.com.au.
6 for 169 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving. And we've got a situation where the game is teetering. The West Indies lead 191. And we're getting into that zone, Ian Smith, where you said that the West Indies were in with a fighting chance. That 210, 220. Starkey bowling to Sinclair, who turns into the onside, and there's no run to forward squarely.
Gives them a chance, but it gives them an underdog's chance for me. 210, 220. 270, 280 gives them more than an underdog's chance.
So do you think the way the pitch is played today, having seen what we've seen for nearly 4 hours, that it just needs to be bumped up that little bit more?
I think so. Yeah. I think by and large it's still a very, very good pitch, particularly in the daylight hours. Yep. It might be interesting tonight. I mean, if the West Indies were to get bowled out and have a crack under the lights tonight for half an hour, 40 minutes, might not be a bad thing.
Might be their best chance. Stark to Sinclair, who again is forced into defence, into the onside. So if you're instructing the West Indians now or at the dinner break, are you saying to be a little bit more aggressive, saying, well, we've kind of got nothing to lose because it means we do bowl, or they need to bat as long as they can because it is only day 3?
Oh, I think it's just bat in normal fashion. Just, treat every ball on its merits. If you see an opportunity to put them away, then certainly do that. I think they've played quite a nice positive brand of cricket in this test, and I don't think there's any reason to go into a shell just because you've got a slight fear of losing all of a sudden.
2 slips and a gully in play. Stark bowls and Sinclair leaves. I guess the West Indians bat naturally quickly anyway, don't they?
Well, they've got a very strong...
Especially the guys that are...
A strong 11, yeah.
And the ones to come.
Yeah, Joseph. Both
Josephs.
A quick 30 from him, as we saw in the first innings. Game turner. You've got the other Joseph, of course, who's probably the most informed number 11 and going in world cricket at the moment. And Kemar Roach will not give it away.
Yeah.
So what we're looking at here is some substance, real substance. And Sinclair, of course, is on strike.
The lead is 191. Stark over the wicket, bowls to Sinclair, who leaves again with that angle across the right-hander.
Just noticed, as happens when a third innings gets to the stage, it's the big thing flash up on the big screen, the highest totals chased down at this venue, and right on top was that famous win for India with Rishabh Pant, and already talked in the media centre, the press area, about if this will be the biggest upset in the history of Test cricket if West Indies were to pull it off. For the longest time, it was that game, wasn't it? An Indian team.
History of Test cricket.
The history of Test cricket.
Wow.
Stark again, past the umpire, bowls to Sinclair. It's a bouncer, it's down leg side, and Sinclair can get underneath. I guess that is, whether it's would be the greatest upset or one of the greatest upsets, that would weigh, I would imagine, on the Australians a little bit with that extra pressure not to be that team that loses to the West Indies at home when they hardly get any Test cricket. That would have to come into some level of pressure factor.
Yeah, I mean, that Indian team that did win here would have had a bowling group experience of 3 Test matches between 5 bowlers.
They had good batsmen though, India.
Yep.
Stark bowls here. Sinclair pushing on the front foot defensively into cover point, finding the middle of the bat. No harm done there. Over bowled, 6 for 169. Graves on 24. Sinclair on 4. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted local.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Look up on the Macca's scoreboard, Cricket I'm Loving It, and it sees the West Indies 6 for 169 through 55 overs of their second innings, and it will be Nathan Lyon to bowl. So about 22 minutes until the dinner break, so he might get 3 overs in here if he's lucky. And we're bowling to Graves on 24. Certainly taking their time in setting the field. There's nothing too extravagant about the field. A 4-5 field. Bat pad and a slip the catches as Lyon bowls, loopy and bouncing, and Graves defending.
Yeah, so just on the biggest upsets in history of cricket. Firstly, people down there, so you like their hyperbole, so everything is the greatest or the best ever. Short-term memory.
Line bowls here, a bit quicker. Graves flicking to mid-wicket along the ground.
Well, this could be a bit of a hunch move here from Pat Cummins, because the last 2 deliveries of previous over of Cameron Green, the false check drives, they were both almost catching opportunities. So this is interesting.
Line again to Graves, a bit quicker, flatter. Graves defends into bat pad on the bounce.
He might have persisted with 1 more over, just to see if he still wants to drive through that offside.
It is very unusual for someone to have their last 2 balls edging into catching type of positions, not to bowl the next over. Line again bowls, and again a bit quicker, and Graves rushing in defence, knocking it out into the offside on this occasion. 91.3, that speed for Mate Internet and Mobile. So it's really been ranging in this over from between 84 and 91, mixing up the speeds. That was right on line. Graves defending that next one again into bat pad. So Travis Head's in the game. Any variable bounce, particularly one that might just jump a little bit more. We saw when Graves first came to the crease, there was that inside edge onto the pad that ballooned up into the air. One more ball in the over. Line bowls, edging and getting runs. It'll be 4. Sort of half edge, half intentional opening the blade, Graves, with just a bit shorter from line. And he sort of opened it up the face of the bat and getting it past slip and down to the rope for 4 to finish the over. 6 for 173. Graves up to 28 with that boundary. And the West Indies lead now, 195 at the end of the over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket I'm Loving It.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Once again, we're seeing quick bowling changes. So Stark out, Cummins in. Cummins just applauding Stark and saying, well done, mate, you did your job for us. It's my turn now to take you up until tea. Pat Cummins, the captain. from the Vulture Street end. He's bowling to Kevin Sinclair, who is defending, opening the blade, absorbing the bounce into the gully on the second bounce, trying to get onto the front foot.
Yeah, before you are up in arms, Mitchell Starc is still on the field. He hasn't gone for a break or to take a shower. Adam White, just calm down.
I actually went into another box during the last half an hour and started fighting that box about this.
Oh, wow.
I had a batsman very much in my favour and a bowler very much not in my favour. Surprise, surprise.
And the guy joining us has been sitting on the fence through this all.
He's a spinner. He could bowl 30 overs in a row. Cummins over the wicket bowling to Sinclair, who leaves a ball that didn't get up outside off stump.
More of a fan of icing from the inside out, you know, at the end of a day's play rather than the ice bath. Whitey, a nice tinny. We had some of them on day one.
Yes, that's right.
It is very customary. We were talking about it before with Flem, the new or various ways of forms of recovery, the ice baths, the gels. It's all very modern. It was at the end of a day's play, but now it's creeped into the middle of a day's play.
Cummins, 2 slips in a gully. Sinclair is, again, comfortably pushing forward. And I think this is the part of what Ian Smith was talking about a short time ago. Even there, Sinclair has only just come to the crease. He's only faced, 12 balls, but he can just prop onto the front foot to Pat Cummins just short of a length and defend comfortably back down the offside of the pitch.
Yeah, he was doing it in the first innings as well, because by the time he'd walked out, that ball was soft, like it is again. And you can see in the field as well, just 2 slips and a gully for a number 8 batter who's just walked out. Best bowler in the world. They pushed Travis Head back, nearly all the way back to the boundary, but a few yards in.
Cummins on the approach, past the umpire, bowling to Sinclair, who leaves outside off stump. So we've got that weird light where you kind of feel like it's going to rain because it's got that grey feel to it. But then you've got to remember that it's 20 past 5 local time, and it's actually just getting late in the day as the lights start to take effect.
It's the kind of light you don't want to wake up to if you're an afternoon napper, right? It just messes your whole... At least it used to with me back in the day.
You don't want to have a nap that late in the day, then it affects your sleep at night.
Oh, and just like, it just messes with your mood. Maybe it was just me.
Cummins again. Past the umpire to Sinclair, who gets a ball that does bounce that little bit more, but Sinclair up to the task. Sort of chest high, just defended it back down the offside of the pitch, going back and across. 135.3 the speed there on the Mate Internet and mobile radar gun, which is sort of where he's been coming through this match. In fact, almost through the entire summer in that sort of mid to high 130s range. We kind of feel that Cummins is a faster bowler than that.
I want to talk about it in the next over, because some of the Pakistani fast bowlers have had a thing or two to say about it.
Cummins bowls a bit closer to the stumps there and draws a half-foul shot from Sinclair, opening the blade, getting it through gully. They're just going to take one. That was good work in the field to keep it to just the one. But I thought there for a moment it was more an edge than an opening of the blade. But in any case, it was a single to Sinclair. He's up to 5. 6 for 174 at the end of the over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
The play of the day, thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. If you haven't seen it, watch the news tonight or jump on social media and have a look at the run out from Travis Head, which has almost changed the whole tone of the game at bat pad as Kevin Hodge was unluckily run out. Line bowls here, and it's cut away by Sinclair. Good shot, but Starc is able to field it backward point. Can't prevent the single. Starc did well to get down low, the big man, considering how tired he'd been in the hot weather. And he was able to field the ball.
He's not left the field since his last spell.
It's heroic.
It is. extreme heat as well. Well done, Mitchell Starc. From one left-arm fast bowler to the next, to the other. Sorry. To bring myself in there. Sorry, Attaboy.
Lyon comes in, bowls, up on his toes. Graves again plays to Starc off the back foot at backward point, no run.
And speaking of left-arm fast bowlers, so you brought up the speed guns. So Shaheen Shah Afridi, of course, Pakistan went to play T20 cricket from here. His first press conference said the speed guns were tampered with in Australia.
Lyon bowls to Graves, who plays late, bottom edge, inside edge, into head on the bounce.
Because you'll remember a lot of people here said, oh, this is the slowest Pakistan attack we've seen.
Yeah.
And in his first press conference, he said, yeah, we put in so much effort, but the speed never went past 132 kph.
Lyon bowls to Graves, who pushes into the covers for at least one. A lot of work for Green, who's sweeping at cover point to pick up and throw. And as a result, they can come back for 2. Graves into the 30s, thinking about an overthrow, but not going. And as a result, the score goes to 6 for 177.
So basically what Shaheen Shah Afridi was doing is, or saying is, you know how they do it in those big trucks? At least they used to do it in India. They put that speed control so you can't like power past a certain speed for your own safety.
Lyon bowls, forward comes Graves, wants a single, Starc charges in from backward point. No runners. Graves came onto the front foot.
So that's what he was alleging.
Yeah. It is interesting. We'll probably explore a little bit more after this ball from Lyon, end of the over after this ball, but a bit more time between the deliveries, because I think it's an interesting point you raised, Bharat. Lyon bowls here, and it's pushing forward again. Graves, bat and pad close together, maybe a bit more spin inside edge onto the pad as it dropped forward of the wicket. Over bowled, 6 for 177 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
At In Place Living, they believe that every Aussie deserves a beautiful home that supports their independence and lifestyle. That's why In Place Living design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation in all categories for people with complex and high support needs. In Place Living values inclusivity, innovation, compassion and choice, and put this into practice when they design and develop fantastic homes for Australians with disability. In Place Living, creating homes for people to create memories. Learn more at inplaceliving.com.au.
3 wickets and 71 runs for the session on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it, with still about 11 minutes to go until the dinner break. Pat Cummins will continue with, I was going to say 2 slips and a gully. It's almost a second and third slip and a gully. There's a big gap between Steve Smith at first slip, if we call him that, and Carey, the keeper. What's the odds on it going between first slip and the keeper? Bouncer from Cummins to start the new over. So just on the radar, is it something that you cared much about, Steve O'Keefe, bowling your spin? Or because, I mean, we were talking before about Lyon, about what his optimum speed. Are you charting those sorts of things as well for your stock ball and that sort of thing?
My goal was to try and get it into the 60s. That was my goal before my career. And I think I did. Got it down to 60 Ks. There was a 6 in front of it. The slower, the better. No, I never really looked at the speeds. It was more about feel, personally. I think if you ask Nathan Lyon, it'd be the same answer.
Cummins bowls here and up on his toes. Graves defends on the offside.
Quicks might be a bit different. You know, they want to be maintaining that, that high consistency in speed, which our quicks generally do. You know, they're quite fit. Paddy Cummins at 135, that is about right. And at times it may feel a bit slower on a wicket like this, or Starkey might be bowling 140, but the ball's just zipping through a little bit different. It is all... There's a lot of elements that go into it. It is just one factor, when you're looking at it. To say that Pat Cummins is bowling with the same energy he has all test, I would say that he is.
And defending again, Graves away on the offside. Because in domestic cricket, the domestic cricketers will say, and this is what they say, it's not saying it's right, that it's juiced up for the BBL and it's not the same for Test cricket.
IPL as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You reckon it is?
100%.
TV. The IPL, it certainly is.
Yeah.
Well, is it like a T20 tax or something that they put on the...
Oh, I love it. And then the mythological heavy ball comes out as he bowls a heavy ball. What is he? Is he put the 156 gram back and he's pulled out the 180 gram, has he?
Cummins again from the Vulture Street end, bowls to Graves. So again, he's defending into the offside. It's like they've locked in here, that they just want to get to the dinner break without losing a 7th wicket.
Well, I really appreciate the engine room of the West Indies. You know, I'm looking at their first inning scorecard. Kevin Sinclair, 98 balls. Alzari Joseph, 22 balls faced. Kemar Roach, 40 balls faced. Shamar Joseph, 9. But they put on 90. You know, when we talk about it, at shield level with New South Wales, 8 to 11 have to contribute. It's such an important part of the team. You know, it's the engine room. It's the guys you're not expecting to make runs but need them to.
Cummins bowls here. That one a bit faster and it bounced a bit more, but it was again defended quite comfortably by Sinclair.
And they were able to put on, you know, over 90 runs. And we look at the lead at the moment for the West Indies, 199. If they can conjure up another, 80 or 90 runs, you know, that'll equal what Australia got in their first innings. And again, you know, we've been saying it, Bharat, all game. West Indies have got their noses in front. West Indies have got their noses in front. I think it might be back to even at the moment, but another 100 runs, I'm back with the West Indies.
Cummins again, last ball of the over to Sinclair, who is up on his toes. Again, not able to score a run. Cover point in play again with Sinclair going off the back foot. So the over bowled on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it still. 6 for 177.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
So 6 for 177 with 6.5 minutes remaining until the dinner break. So I think it'll be this over and one more with the West Indies 6 for 177 on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it. Alex Carey quite precise with how he's setting the field rather than the captain doing it. As Lyon bowls and forward comes Graves defending back to the bowler.
You spoke about Travis Head's brilliance. In a new position for him as well. I mean, he's been short leg for the fast bowlers for the last 3-4 years, and obviously they would swap with Marnus.
Lyon again, bowling again. Graves forward in defence. Why did it change, Bharat? Why didn't Marnus keep doing it?
No, I think it's the post David Warner thing, because David Warner was a specialist leg slip, and what they realised is Marnus is better off at leg slip than Travis Head. And it's only since Adelaide that Travis Head has become the full-time short leg for not just the fast bowlers but also for the spinners. And now that he's pulled that run out of.
Lyon bowls, Graves forward again. Yes, it's interesting because when Travis Head took that terrific catch in Adelaide, he was almost regretting it. He said, now I've got to stay there.
It really is a specialist position, and, you know, we talk about famous bat pads that have occupied that position, particularly for Australia. You know, it can make or break games, and quite rightly, as you said, that run out just completely changed the momentum of this innings.
Lyon bowls again, and Graves chips the ball down to mid-on for a single.
It's such a hard spot. You know, you have to be focused. You're squatting every ball. You know, and at times you've been forgiven for drifting off. But that little moment, you know, you have just a split second to react, make a decision. And with the run out, it was fantastic to watch live. You just didn't know what had happened. It all moved so quickly. A bit of luck, the bat bounced, but, you know, Travis Head was right there to pounce on that opportunity.
Lyon bowls to Sinclair, who nudges the ball away on the onside very nearly to Travis Head, who put out his right hand low to his right, obviously, but it escaped. We're having a look at the replay for Titanium Caravans. It did squeeze out on the inside edge, sort of half volley situation.
Yeah, it shot that third man has stood Marnus Labuschagne, and just looking at his body language in his head, he's going, how'd I got that?
Line again bowl. Sinclair lifts over the offside, over cover. One bounce, two bounces into the fence. What a way to finish the over from Kevin Sinclair. And it puts him into double figures. He's up to 10. West Indies 6 for 182. The lead now 204 with one over to go until the dinner break on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it.
Samsonite is known for innovative and stylish suitcases. Now alongside brand ambassador Casper Ruud, Samsonite launches a lime green colour in the Proxys collection. Made in Europe from Roxkin Material Technology, Proxys is fully equipped for outstanding travel experiences. Samsonite, the world leader in luggage.
The Apache helicopter. Not so great to take on holiday. But Apache caravans are built to handle just as much punishment, and they're rolling fortresses of comfort. ApacheCaravans.com.au. Apache caravans don't actually fly, but they will take you places.
6 for 182. Pat Cummins will have the last over before the dinner break for ginger beer. Wonder whether he'll have a ginger beer at the dinner break. They seem to have Slurpees and all sorts of things.
Oh, that pink,
Why not?
that pink drink for sure. What was it? What, appleberry something?
Appleberry.
Yeah.
What about how they, when it came out on that sort of like serving tray and they had little spoons in there and everything? It was quite remarkable. You know what they need? A few frog in the ponds. Did you have a frog in the pond when you were little? You know what a frog in the pond is?
I can't say what to
Oh, no. Around the wicket, Cummins bowling to Graves, who works it off his hip behind square leg for at least one. That's what it'll be. Do you know what a frog in the pond is?
Sounds illegal to me.
Yeah.
Frog in the pond. Frog in the pond. No, it's green jelly with a Freddo frog jammed into the green jelly.
Right.
And sometimes you might have a little bit of cream as well, just to finish off the situation. It's for kids.
So what time of the day do you give that to a kid?
Well, it's sort of
That
like
kid will be high on sugar for a long time.
It's a lunch type situation. Well, to be honest, you can have it at any time of the day, sort of PM. Frog in the pond.
Frog in the pond.
Cummins bowls, standing up nice and tall on that occasion. Sinclair defending away on the offside.
Look, where I come from, we are hardcore. When you say frog in the pond, you're talking a real
literal.
frog in the pond.
It's literal.
We used to put our hand in. I'm not even kidding. We wouldn't eat the frog. But we would play with the frog. We were brought up tough in Mumbai.
I remember as a young kid going to Myers, where they would have a real sort of like a... You'd go there for lunch at Myers rather than buy clothes. You go there for lunch. Cummins bowling again around the wicket, a bouncer, and he gets underneath. And there would be, you'd have your tray and you'd slide it along and you'd just take things that you want. It's almost like a buffet type situation. When you got to the end of it, before you paid, was where the desserts were, and the kids would get the frog in the pond off the rack or off the shelf and put it down, and that would be, they'd go with your chicken nuggets or your fish and chips or something like that. I'm sure people, please send in a message, please. 0433 98 11 16.
Healthy pyramid around when you were around?
No, I've never eaten anything healthy. Cummins around the wicket, bowls again, and once more Sinclair tentatively pushing forward back to the bowler.
I really enjoyed that shot last over from Kevin Sinclair. It's a shot that comes really natural to him, isn't it? You know, Nathan Lyon over the wicket. You know, plenty of flight on that occasion.
Against the spin.
Against the spin over mid-off. And just before he got out, he brought up his 50 with a similar shot over mid-off and then tried to overcorrect the next ball and keep it along the carpet. I like the fact that he's learnt from that mistake and he's just continuing to allow the ball to go over the top. He's not trying to control it along the ground, and it just seems far more natural for him to try and be more aggressive.
Back over the wicket now, Cummins to Sinclair, who gets a very nasty bouncer. And it's one of those things where, even though it's short, Sinclair jumps. It's that instinct, sort of ducking and jumping at the same time, and very nearly hitting the helmet on the way through. So one ball left until the break. During the break, I'll go through all the things that I ate as a kid. Things like you've never heard of honey joys. Have you heard of a honey joy?
Honey joy?
Yeah, no. Well, see, this is you're gonna have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I thought that's what you call your dear one, honey joy.
Honey joy.
Have you heard of honey joy? No. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Cummins, last ball of the session. Can you tell we're getting towards a break where we're a bit hungry? It's defended away on the offside, and that will be the dinner break here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The West Indies getting to the break at 6 for 183. So they're not going too badly, generally speaking. The lead now out to 205, so we're now getting into the danger zone for the Australians. At the break, the West Indies 6 for 183 with Sinclair on 10 and Graves on 32. And we are going to go down boundary side here. We're just waiting to find out who our host broadcaster is going to chat to. It's certainly not Pat Cummins. He's getting off as quickly as possible. He looks totally exhausted, as does Josh Hazelwood.
The fast bowlers.
Yeah, they're running off. They've got showers to have and smoothies and whatever slushies.
Oh,
none of the Australians want to talk. We're trying to get one of them to come across.
Paul Hitchcock, the media manager, they've all just
they've all said, no, we're too hot. So as a result of that, there's a few disappointed people out there on the ground because all the Australians have walked off.
Just shunned. Oh.
So we'll take a break ourselves, reset. Gerard Whateley will come back and we'll determine with Ian Healy what it all means with the West Indies 6 for 183 with a lead of 205. We've reached, well, what are we up to now? Day 3, end of session 2.
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. While stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
Hello, I'm Melanie, and I'm learning about our Australian warning system. Let's learn together. Okay. There are 3 warning levels, and they are the same for bushfires, floods, storms, and extreme heat. Easy. You'll be given an action statement that tells you exactly what to do in an emergency. In a flood, advice could be stay informed, watch and act could be move to higher ground, and an emergency warning could be evacuate immediately. Got it! Download the Vic Emergency app or visit emergency.vic.gov.au and get to know our warning signs today. Authorised by the Victorian Government. Spoken by Melanie Zanetti.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Your prized BMW has been built on a reputation for excellence. It's that dedication to excellence over 35 years that has confirmed Charlie Battisti & Co. as an accredited BMW body shop. Our workshop is designed to BMW specifications, and our technicians are highly trained in the latest BMW repair techniques. Your ultimate driving machine is safe in our hands. charliebattisti.com.au, Melbourne's finest facility for the repair of prestige German vehicles.
Mum?
Would this take long, Lionel?
About 4 days, Nana.
Lionel, try to compose your thoughts.
I'm composing a long weekend sale.
Oh, a 4-day one?
4 days and it's store-wide, Mum. We're chock-a-block with great deals on so many great brands.
Chock-a-block? Like a chocolate?
Yes.
No.
Lionel, don't make things up.
Mum, a Bingley sale is like a giant box of chocolates.
You can't make this up.
The Bingley long weekend sale. On now.
4 days of amazing deals.
Bingley, better living every day.
Don't let your business get caught behind this year. Sign up your next apprentice or trainee with MEGT and get some runs on the board. Call the experts today on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Hodgie punches down the ground through mid-on. Oh, that's a good shot. That will be 4.
Gives him a look. And Hodge clips the ball to short leg, throws the stump down head. This will go upstairs. Now, where was Hodge in all of that? To head, clean hands, Hodge on the turn, out the back of the hand, it's close, he's out, he's in midair. Dark bowls, De Silva drives, caught by Green, leapt up, parried it in the air, hauled it in at the second grab. Green returns to form in the gully.
The dinner break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Australia took 3 wickets in the session. The West Indies added 77 runs. The sum total of it is 6 for 183, and the critical number as the lead is 205. Graves is 32, Sinclair is 10. The dinner break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. 2 phenomenal acts in the field by Australia, the head run out and the green catch. Ian Healy is our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. redenergy.com.au. We started the session together. Now we look back. Who won it?
Australia. But Justin Graves has got a chance. He's got a chance to do what no one else has been able to do, go longer. He's only been 54 balls for his 32. That's a great knock. And then there'll be some willing assistance towards the end of this West Indian batting, if we ever see any more, of course. We all like Sinclair, the way he can play and tries to play. So they've just got to hang in. Both sides are still in the arm wrestle. They're still linked at the hands. They're pushing, pulling, tugging, and both sides quite desperate.
The Australian team wrap for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Sometimes it's a moment of inspiration, and Travis Head was absolutely that at short leg.
Well, I didn't see it live, and then I've heard the bat bounced. Was it down and up? No, he just had it up, didn't he?
Mid-air.
He didn't. Yeah. I would have thought you'd normally slide that from where you were coming from.
Swiveled and dived for his ground.
Bat was just above the ground. Fantastic, Travis. I don't think the ball went in cleanly either into his hand immediately either, did he? He had to readjust quickly and
out the back.
Backhand panther and hit the stump. The direct hit, if it wasn't a direct hit, he's safe. And so Travis Head's got another one on the resume.
And Cameron Green's catch in the gully. Fast reaction to pop it up. And then a ripper of an effort to get back behind him with the one hand.
And I think it was you that mentioned Starkey's emotions.
Yes.
He was down on Green. Oh, hang on, he's caught that. And he was back. I've never seen something at the Gabba than what I've witnessed tonight. The first slip is in front of the keeper.
Right.
So, and it was when Pat Cummins is bowling from this end, which is the Vulture Street end. Has the ball not been carrying? I haven't noticed the ball not been carrying through to the keeper. And if the slips are having to stand so far up, they are putting themselves under pressure. And that's what Cameron Green felt. The ball came to him and bang, he was lucky to get a good rebound. But yeah, I'm going to get my eye back on that after dinner.
How do you think Australia have toiled through those 2 sessions? So for the day, they've taken 5 wickets. There's still 4 more to go.
Very well. I think they've put their egos aside and battled. As I said before, I think they overdid the first session on and off and in the showers and the air conditioners and what have you. But yeah, it's been a pretty manful toil for them, and Lyons provided a lot of it. 2 for 40. That's a good return, and he's always been menacing. He hasn't sort of given any easy balls to hit, really. Every now and then he can overpitch, of course, but the West Indies have got their hands full when Lino's bowling at the crease.
So the bowling figures: Lyons 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 40. Stark 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 38. Hazelwood 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. Cummins 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 39. And Green, who's bowled well, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 37. It's sort of
constant. Well, actually, we need a player of the day contender thanks to Bingley. Better living every day out of that session. Bit of Lyon, bit of Head, bit of Graves. It's all to be played for, isn't it? The last 2.5 hours to sort that out.
Oh, do we wait for that? We do that at the end of the day?
I reckon we should.
Well, just put it on your book there.
I will.
I think Travis Head for that session.
Sliding scale. Again, we've kept tabs on this all day. What do the West Indies want and what's Australia comfortable with, knowing that the lead right now is 205 with 4 wickets in hand?
West Indies still want close to 300. And I think that might not be enough. But we've got maybe an elevated impression of our Australian batting order. But they would want closer to 300 than 200. And Australia will be trying to limit them to 260.
Yeah. I feel like that's the sliding scale. There is a delicious scenario where the West Indies bat for 80 minutes here and get it to 260 and are all out. And then they have an hour at Australia with a new ball under lights with that shaky top order, knowing that they took 4 wickets in 30 minutes yesterday.
I think if we lose, I think if the West Indies lose a wicket, this partnership gets broken. They might be able to do that. They might be able to throw the bat at more to get 50 runs between, Alzara Joseph, Kemar Roach and Shamar Joseph.
They do bat that way, don't they? Is it that?
So if they can be natural, the conditions are fine. You can be natural on these batting conditions because it's not as if it's going anywhere. It's consistent bounce still, and it's hard to bowl dot balls all the time. So they could do that and maybe get themselves out, or maybe keep going and get 300.
Which we saw with Cummins' innings in particular yesterday. Had to absorb a bit and then was able to accelerate and hit through the ball to great effect. So for the fan, for the observer, that would be just the most perfect scenario, and then Australia's top order has to survive an hour under lights to set us up for what comes next. This has been the dinner break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. The lead 205. On our way to the break, England is 5 for 172 at tea on day 2. Hyderabad against India. They're still trailing by 18 runs. They've got 5 wickets in hand. The call is on the SEN app. We're in partnership with Talk Sport thanks to Henley Holmes. Here's the highlights from the middle session of play.
Bowled him! Bumrah strikes! Duckett's cover drive doesn't work this time. Duckett's terrific innings comes to an end.
Who's taking him on the pads? Big appeal, up goes the finger. Bumrah with the big breakthrough.
Down the wicket comes Pope, drives straight back over the bowler's head. Bowled him! He's bowled him! That one didn't spin. It's left alone by Johnny Bairstow, and it's hit his off stump. Lloyd turns it into a full toss and punches it through mid-wicket. Ollie Pope for 4. And it's 50 for Ollie Pope. For Storks, and he's bowled him!
New year, new savings on Nissan Navara and X-Trail models in stock right now at Berwick Nissan. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Get Mo Power with Toro. Power through even the toughest tasks with our time-saving Time Cutter, Titan and Z-Master Zero Turn ride-on mowers. Or make quick work of your garden maintenance with our clean and quiet 72-volt battery ride-on mower, 60-volt lithium-ion battery walk power mowers and handheld tools. Mow efficiency means you'll have mo time to enjoy your summer. Run into your local Toro dealer to see our latest finance offers.
Tyre Power's Hot Summer Sale gives you the power to save on a sizzling range of Kumho tyres. Start the new year with a new set of Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free. The heat is on. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho tyres. Plus many more Hot Summer Sale offers store-wide at Tyre Power. Have a safe new year with a new set of tyres from Tyre Power. Our Hot Summer Sale is on now. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
For the toughest jobs, at home or on the job site, you need the toughest gear. For almost 50 years, Sherlock Wheelbarrows have been hard at work for the weekend warrior and tradie alike. They make moving mulch, bricks, concrete and waste around the home or job site easier because Sherlock lasts longer. Lighten your load with Sherlock. Visit the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Is drinking costing you more than money? Alcoholics Anonymous provides a free and anonymous recovery service to anyone who wants to call it quits. Join millions of other alcoholics worldwide and take your first brave steps towards a new beginning. There are thousands of AA meetings happening every week across Australia. If you'd like to find your closest meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous or have any questions regarding this tried and tested treatment for alcoholism, call 1300 AA AA. That's 1300 22 22 22 or visit aa.org.au.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybutt Manangatang Netball Football Clubs. So come and say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee.
New year, new you. What are you aiming to achieve in 2024? Better golf handicap? Corporate success? New vision? Ditch your glasses and start the year with an appointment at New Vision Clinics. Now is the time to get your vision corrected and kick off 2024 with perfect vision. From Melbourne's best laser eye specialist, Dr. Noel Alpins. Call New Vision Clinics for an obligation-free consultation on 1800 20 2020. That's 1800 20 2020.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. The third session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
The players back across the ropes. What has been a hot Saturday. It's still steamy at 7 o'clock. It's 30, but feels like 34 with the humidity. The weather update for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. 6 for 183. The West Indies lead is 205. Graves and Sinclair are in occupation. The Women's Australian Open final is underway. The defending champion, Aryna Sabalenka, has the early break. So 3 Love gets the jump. Peter Lalor is with me for the start of this evening session. Hello to you, Pete.
Good evening, Gerard. Good evening, everybody who's listening to the cricket. Those fellas, they look pretty fresh out there, actually.
They've had enough breaks.
Hey?
They've had enough breaks to be fresh.
I've heard there's a bit of negativity around this need for a break in the stinking heat. What have you got against
I don't.
hydration?
It hasn't been my hobby. But it's been ridden like the top weight in the Newmarket by Adam White.
Oh, in my day. Yeah. No, I think anybody who spent more than 10 minutes out there, even in the morning, knows just how draining it is. The humidity yesterday was next level. Today it's been just straight heat, hasn't it?
Yeah. It's been poised all day, hasn't it? And it still is. Running numbers in your head as to what it might be, what represents uncomfortable, what the West Indies are striving for. It's been, everything's been hard fought.
Does West Indies want to give Australia a look tonight?
I think, well, they want every run they can get.
Yeah.
But the perfect scenario is they bat their way to a number and they get all out and have an hour at Australia under lights with a new ball, isn't it?
Yeah, because that's the last thing Steve Smith wants tonight.
He couldn't concoct it, I don't think. Graves to see the first ball of the session from Lyon. It was a fast one too. Defended the offside line, quickly over to get it.
He's really had to earn his wickets, and his victims on this pitch. Nathan Lyon, hasn't he? There's no grass to give him any grip. There's no wear in the surface to give him any grip. And there's no seam on the ball to give him any grip because of this pink ball.
Yep.
So well done, Nathan Lyon, even for getting 2 wickets. I reckon that's Herculean.
It's just an orb in his hand as he sends it down, and Graves tucks the ball past head at short leg, and he takes a single. So they've got the short leg, the leg slip. Labuschagne's there under the helmet as well. Carey and Smith's at first slip. And the 2 in the deep are Marsh at mid-wicket, and then on the straight hit at long on at Stark.
Do you reckon there's a little bit of departure lounge syndrome with these Australians at the end of the summer? Just dropping a few catches and not quite... Well, I say they look fresh enough, and that's a testament to their fitness.
Yep, I suspect it is. Cummins has pushed back at long off as well. A long way forward to defend Sinclair. So that plays a role in the chase as well, doesn't it? Can they steal themselves
one more time? Yeah.
Knowing that the end is in sight.
I think they would have assumed they'd get up to Brisbane. It's not going to be too difficult. We'll get through these West Indies, and then that's a very good summer ticked off.
Line bowls, Sinclair back to defend.
But you can't think like that.
So numbers. India ran down 328 for victory. Famously, Rishabh Pant.
Come on, Gary.
And Pakistan, the test that is in a lot of minds, Pakistan made 450 in the 4th innings of the first pink ball test here. Line well-flighted delivery defended by Sinclair.
Well, if you can get through that new ball period unmolested, there's a lot of runs with a pink ball, isn't there? Because, you know, it's a very European movie once it gets flat. Not much is happening.
Sinclair defends the last ball of Lions over. So 1 from it, 6 for 184. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au. What have you liked today? What's caught your eye?
I haven't liked Josh Hazlewood using his baggy green as a frisbee and throw it halfway back towards the umpire, who's had to walk back and pick it up.
Sacrilege.
And normally you get the bright fielder running in to grab the cap. It was usually David Warner, wasn't it, who would run to the Warner and take the cap and run it back to the umpire.
Luke Skywalker throws his lightsaber over his shoulder in The Last Jedi. I'm sure that's a vivid scene in your mind, Pete. No respect.
Did you ask me what I've liked today?
Yes,
Gerard?
What have you liked, Pete?
Not a lot.
Don't knock me over.
No. Not
Travis
a lot.
Head.
Hey?
Indoor run out.
Oh, moments, yes. I was sort of talking about the biggest sweep of the game and how it's just got into this. How are we going to get these blokes out? It was a fantastic run out from Travis Head.
Hazlewood to Graves. Hazlewood bowls, Graves drives to mid-on. Lions there, no run.
And a nice wet weather juggled mark from Cameron Green at sort of centre half forward.
Yes.
Yeah. Or centre half back, I guess, when you're in the gully there. But, just hung on to that one.
3-hand trick, got it up with 2 on the instant reflex, and it was a ripper of an effort to reach back behind him to grab it one-handed.
Yeah, it would have been a few nerves when that ball bounced up, having dropped an easy one yesterday.
Graves is on 33. Hazlewood hits the crease and bowls. Graves drives. He's picked out mid-off and Cummins this time.
They had that mid-on and mid-off quite deep so that they can bowl straight, probably to cut off the boundaries, but it sort of takes the fielders out of the game. I noticed when Marnus was there, he creeps up and they push him back a bit because Marnus just wants to get into the game, doesn't he? Cut off the single, be up for the run out, but he's been more back for the boundary today.
Hazlewood at full stride, bowls. Graves wrapped on the pads as he was trying to flick to leg. Hazlewood knew it was tailing. The rest had a little stifled shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
So it must still be quite hot out there because there's Renshaw going. Renshaw, who's the 12th man, is going off for a breather from the boundary line. He's going to have an ice bath, whatever they have.
I rather liked when he replaced Stark early in the day that it was like he had to come on in uniform. He had the same white sleeves on. He had the same wide brim cap. Hazelwood bowls. Edge! Bobbled by Carey. He's pulled it in. Graves is gone. That would have been heart in mouth stuff for the keeper. It was a regulation catch that got out of his grasp. But he saved himself. And he's helped Australia's cause. Hazelwood takes his second. The West Indies are 7 for 184. Graves goes for 33. They're just going to check that this was hauled in.
Yeah, the umpire's vision was obscured when Carey sort of made that last dive close to the grass to intersect the ball. A lot of juggled catches, a lot of drop catches. I'm wondering if it's just hard to see this ball. Anyway, let's watch the replay.
Regulation, outside edge. Carey high up, bobbled off his chest, right hands, kept it up and got it at the third bite. There's a bit of volleyball about it. He touched it so many times. And a big deep breath when it's safely in his clutches.
I don't know what's going on. They're just slightly off. That should have been a pretty easy take, that catch.
Departure allowance syndrome.
It is, isn't it? Yep, they're just not quite 100% focused. Lucky to get away with that one too. No, that's an important wicket.
Oh, that is an important wicket, as Graves had shaped as the danger man. And the lead is 206. 33 from 60.
Gosh, you would have thought that looked like it was a piece of soap and not a cricket ball. I'm kind of interested in Ian Healy sitting over there. We really need an expert opinion on this.
We do.
Not
just
bumbling amateurs.
What the terror would have been like as it got out.
Well, did you see where first slip was? He was in front of him.
It's
another thing to be mindful of. It's an awkward placement of the slips there. And maybe that distracted him. It certainly got big on him.
Alzari Joseph faces up and he runs the ball to point.
And in the break, I said I'd never seen that at the Gabba. I remember yesterday I talked to Smithy. The only time I had to do that was at Wellington because the ball just would not carry through to us. The slips had to get in front of me and I was still taking it low. Well, that got right through his gloves, right high on his gloves, and the catch got big on him because it just doesn't feel normal with your positions like that.
And with the change in position, they've changed positions as well. Smith's at first and Khawaja's at second.
Oh, they're going back now.
Right, so they're going back to their more regular positions. I don't mean to say that you had those, but what's that like when it just gets out of your grasping? Oh, my.
Not good.
Hazelwood bowls. Alzari drives out to cover, no run.
The heart rate would be 200.
Yep.
I reckon. And probably 240 on the way down on their third juggle. And he got it. I don't think they carried on enough either. They didn't give him much kudos. So they said, about time he caught that.
That is the end of the over. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au at 7 for 184.
He's one of the world's greatest athletes, a 7-time world champion, entrepreneur and MVP quarterback. And now you can sit down for an evening with Tom Brady in Brisbane, Sunday, January 28. And Tom's sharing stories and touchdown insight on sports and business from his decorated career, both on and off the field. Don't miss an evening with Tom Brady at Brisbane's Royal International Convention Centre, Sunday, January 28. Tickets on sale now via Megatix and will sell out.
Australia celebrate the wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Graves caught Carey, bowled Hazelwood for 33. It's 7 for 184. Lyon is bowling to Sinclair, who full face of the bat drives to mid-off. Cummins is just hedging his bets halfway back. They don't go for a run.
Well, this Sinclair got 50 in the first innings. Australia were 7 for 160 odd and went up before that and went on to 300. So there's still runs out there. Ball's not doing much.
This was the phase where Cummins really got going. Had Khawaja and then Lyon running shotgun, going back and defending as Sinclair plays the ball dead to the offside. That wicket tilts things so heavily in Australia's favour, I fancy. lead at 206. But it probably brings that moment of West Indies with the new ball for a decent period tonight to see if they can wreak havoc. Sinclair is 10. Lyon bowls to him. He's back and stroking the ball to the leg side. Green gets across, didn't pull it in cleanly, and just for a moment they had a look at each other to think about a run. Decided not to go.
I don't think 200's battered West Indies out of this game. They still think they're a real chance here. Some serious bowlers. Good conditions to bowl in.
Sinclair back to cut. Bottom edge of the bat to Smith at slip. No run.
Where did all the Queensland people go? They're all here yesterday. Yeah. Where are they today?
Well, they're hungover, Pete. Were you here yesterday? They had a good dash at it. Sinclair back, defends across the popping crease. Yeah, they gave it their absolute best.
It was a great crowd. It was a fantastic atmosphere, wasn't it? It was a real carnival, a real celebration.
That had to be kicked away by Sinclair, who had it bobbling around on the popping crease. Sinclair's a long way forward to defend across the popping crease. And that is a maiden over. 7 for 184. The Holman Plumbing Scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Wishing summer would never end? With Venture Atlas, it doesn't have to. They're serving up the ultimate experience where luxury meets adventure in Western Australia's Kimberley region. Soar through towering gorges on an exclusive 6-day helicopter safari or enjoy the Kimberley's highlights on short tours that fully immerse you at land, air and sea. Summer doesn't have to end. This winter, let Venture Atlas take you on a journey beyond imagination. Visit ventureatlas.com.au.
Josh Hazlewood's added a couple of steps to his run-up at the Vulture Street end to get into full flow. He's in and at Alzari Joseph. He starts with a bouncer and through it goes. I had a long think about yesterday, last night and this morning, because it was such an enjoyable day.
Yes.
And just to, and I don't say, I'm not being political in any way. If Australia Day was still our day of unity and celebration, the opportunities in yesterday, so we didn't have an anthem. Like on the National Day, you need a full-throated anthem at the start. Could have had all of the Australian cricketers at the venue, arm in arm together, not just the players, but the past players as well. Hazlewood bowls, Alzari drives, edge, hauled in at second slip. Oh, he's redeemed a few sins there, Steve Smith. He's gone leaping up into the night sky. He might have stretched a muscle or two to reach it, but he hauls in a full-blooded drive and sends Alzari Joseph on his way for a duck. Hazlewood is doing the damage after dinner.
That's an excellent catch from Steve Smith at full stretch, somewhat similar to Cam Green before him, but he's taken it in one grab. And you're absolutely right, Gerard. He got up wincing in pain. And Steve Smith is not very fit at the moment. I think we need to take this into consideration. I think he's got some serious sort of back hip issues. I was watching him the day before the Test match, and I think he's in a lot of discomfort playing this game at the moment. Somewhat similar to what Michael Clarke became like in the back of his career. But let's concentrate on that wicket. That's 8 for 184. Australia in among it here, and Steve Smith might be batting in the next half hour.
He's going to come off the field right now just to get a bit of treatment.
Or is he coming off to tape his shoelaces down?
To get himself ready.
Seriously, he ran off in Adelaide before he had to bat, just because he wanted to get his shoelaces taped down.
Like a boxer who needs to get all the taping done on his hands.
All that stuff,
to get himself ready to play.
Surprised to nobody that Steve Smith has a few quirks before he bats, and one of them is that his shoelaces must be taped down.
His catching has been brilliant this summer, which is why it was so jarring to see him drop the chance last night and then make the mistake of going across Khawaja earlier today. But that is him at his absolute best.
You're right, actually. I think he's gone off for some treatment. That looks like clutching a sort of hip groin area.
Yep.
The front there.
He was a Laster boy there to get up to reach it. Tremendous reaction. So what's that done to the cordon? Usman's at first. Renshaw has gone to second. Australia have the scent of blood in their nostrils now. Roach is in the middle. He faces up and he's beaten past the outside edge. Oh, have they done some damage here, Pete?
This looks a little bit more difficult to bat in this last session when the lights are on, even with the old pink ball.
Yeah, Hazelwood's bowling so well here. He's gone at less than 2 and over.
I asked you just before that wicket fell, where's Mitch Marsh? I thought he was an all-rounder. He's bowled 2 overs in this game. 108 overs in the first innings. He bowled 2 of them. Now on one of the hottest days this summer, well, the hottest day this summer.
Hazelwood to Roach, forward defending, and there's Mitch Marsh fielding a cover.
Suggests to me he might have done himself a mischief in the first innings.
Yep.
He has some real ankle issues, and he's also pretty big at the moment. I'm not saying he's fat, but I think he weighs about 110 kilos. It's always known that once Marsh got over 100 kilos, his body wasn't quite up to that sort of weight.
He did have that moment. He misfielded.
Yeah.
And then when he got up to chase the ball, he laboured after that ball.
Well, that would suggest to me he does have an issue.
Hazelwood bowls to Roach, who ducks the bouncer.
And again, who out there wouldn't have some issue or other? But he is an all-rounder, and you would expect him to bowl, particularly on a day like this when they're sharing the workload around.
Yeah. Green sent down 10 overs for his part, so he's been used as a frontline bowler today. So 12 for Stark, but 4 of those were last night. Hazelwood bowled 3.5 last night, so he has sent down 9.5. Hazelwood's bowling well. Roach turns him away to the leg side. He'll glance it down to fine leg and take a single. His first run, 2 for 2 in this session, 8 for 185 at the end of another successful over. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
He's one of the world's greatest athletes, a 7-time world champion, entrepreneur and MVP quarterback. And now you can sit down for an evening with Tom Brady in Brisbane this Sunday. And Tom's sharing stories and touchdown insight on sports and business from his decorated career both on and off the field. Don't miss an evening with Tom Brady at Brisbane's Royal International Convention Centre this Sunday. Tickets on sale now via Megatix and will sell out.
We have had 2 entrants in the Macca's catch of the summer today. Hit hunger for 6 with the Aussie Angus Deluxe at Macca's. The parried catch from Cameron Green in the gully and the full stretch reach of Steve Smith moments ago. He's back on the field and standing at first slip as Lyon is about to begin his new over. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Kemar Roach is on strike and he's forward defending past mid-off, but silly mid-off, but he won't get a run.
Smith on and off so quickly suggests it's not medical treatment then. It is a shoelace issue.
Go get it, guys.
8 down. The lead is 207. Australia trying to close in. Roach hit on the pad. Lyons down on one knee asking. Not out is the call.
Long way forward. Ambitious appeal. But Lyon's quite interested.
Cummins over for a quick chat, but Lyon doesn't indulge it for too long. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. We get a look front on. Pitches, spins in. It's hit him outside the line. Roach readies himself. Lyon bowls. He smothers the spin out the back of the hand from silly mid-off as Labuschagne to Carey. Fast work around the stumps.
Drawing him out. Getting well forward to play that.
2 back, so long on and deep mid-wicket. Lyon over the wicket. Roach forward and driving. He won't beat Hazelwood at backward point. No run. You can visibly see Australia sort of closing in here.
Yeah. They want to get off this field.
Yeah, they know the opportunity. Lyon to Roach. He held that back a fraction. It's defended to leg, no run.
And I like this attacking the batter. 2 fielders in front of his eyes.
Roach and Sinclair had a partnership which lasted a while and ended in a run-out. So just keep an eye on the way that they communicate with each other. Lyon to Roach, beaten on the outside edge. They're asking around, but neither bowler nor keeper was really interested. A maiden, 8 for 183, the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
The session for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Cheers to drink wise. 8 for 185. Josh Hazlewood has taken both wickets in this session. Graves and Elzari Joseph. Sinclair has watched a bit from the non-strikers end. He twirls his bat, the Test debutant. He's got Hazlewood about to zero in at him. Hazlewood hits the crease and he bowls and Sinclair defends. I'll just finish my quick point. So yesterday was sort of 2/3 of the perfect day. Crowd was totally up for it, but there's an awkwardness around Australia Day that exists at the moment. So without being political in any way, but if we had the right day, the day of our childhoods, I could have seen that all of Australia's cricketers arm in arm together at a thunderous anthem. I could see Ian Healy and Adam Gilchrist and Ricky Ponting interspersed with the current day players, the way they all have arm in arm. And then at the tea break, I could have seen Powderfinger out in front of Vulture Street playing for us all. Hazlewood bowls, it's driven by Sinclair, but straight to mid-off. And then at dinner, a fireworks show up over the ground for 30,000. I reckon if you had that sort of thing, it would have been a total sellout. And the crowd was so vibed and amped for it all, as you could have had just a brilliant staging of the National Day if we could get ourselves to a point where we could all settle on a day where national pride could soar through again.
Cecil B. de Whateley, eh? This is a big vision that you've got here.
It was there was so much here yesterday for the raw materials. It just needed the last pieces, and that will need a different date from where we are. Hazlewood bowls, and it's defended away by Sinclair to point.
I kind of like the sort of random larrikin, individual, cheeky, just very Australian nature of the day. The crowd was making its own fun without any sort of regimented pomp or ceremony or sort of compulsory patriotism. They just took it on themselves to have a great day, and they did.
Bobsledders and stormtroopers and Dame Ednas and Oompa Loompas.
Bernard Fanning from Powderfinger was here on the first day. I ran into him out the back.
Hazlewood to Sinclair, ducks the bouncer. Ian Healy, welcome back in.
Oh, man. Good evening, Gerard and Pete. Imagine Powderfinger getting back together. On a Cricket Australia Day. Just hope that new date is in the cricket season.
Slide it by one day.
Steel band somewhere. You know, steel band in there's a calypso nature to it. And, of course, we know what we've got to look forward to next year. India and Australia's national days are the same at the moment.
Oh, imagine if it was our Republic Day.
Rotis going everywhere.
And then we got political. Hazlewood bowls to Sinclair, who leaves outside the off stump.
January 26th, the day that India celebrates being a mature nation and breaking from the colony. Bharat Sundaresan got his arms in the air at the back of the box.
But there's certainly enough to get a big crowd here next year, isn't there? In this standard of Test cricket, contest that it is. We'll bring the two top nations together next year.
He'll have two in the calendar year here at the Gabba. We'll be back in no time. Last ball of Hazlewood's over. Sinclair watches it go by. Another maiden from Hazlewood who has tightened the screws. 8 for 185. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
He's one of the world's greatest athletes, a 7-time world champion, entrepreneur and MVP quarterback. And now you can sit down for an evening with Tom Brady in Brisbane, Sunday, January 28. And Tom's sharing stories and touchdown insight on sports and business from his decorated career both on and off the field. Don't miss an evening with Tom Brady at Brisbane's Royal International Convention Centre, Sunday, January 28. Tickets on sale now via Megatix and will sell out.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence here. The West Indies 8 for 185. Elsewhere, England is now in the lead in Hyderabad 5 for 191. So India will have to bat again. And Arinya Sabalenka has taken the opening set of the Australian Open Women's Final 6 games to 3. Lyon bowls. It's defended by Roach to the offside. And she already has a break in the second set, 1-0. 1-love, that would be, wouldn't it? Yes, 1-love.
Millwall,
1-0. Roach has won. Lyon is over the wickets. He defends the ball near Smith at slip. No run.
Hazelwood and Lyon have just owned this session.
So good.
Hazelwood had 11 overs, 1 for 22. And now he's got 2 wickets for about 2, hasn't he? Since the break. 2 for 1.
3 overs.
And Lino's giving nothing away from the Stanley Street end.
Roach plonks forward, defends.
Just shows you what a professional Nathan Lyon is to be able to do this on this wicket.
Keep it dry. Come on, take a wicket.
There's an idea from Alex Carey. Take a wicket.
Take a wicket?
Yeah.
Well, keep
Good
the
thinking,
instructions
Kez.
simple.
Yeah.
Lyon to Roach. It worked the last time. He went in the Lyon over. He said, right, 5-6. And head in that over affected the run out.
Yeah.
And then in the next over, they got to Silva. So they got 5-6 following his instructions precisely. Roach, he's not doing anything here. He's just plonking forward and defending Lyon.
And having to put up with that talk around him.
Yes, yeah.
Layla has been reeled in. Pete Layla. Lola.
Careful.
We'd rope you in easy. You'll say, oh, good idea, mate. Yeah, good idea.
Take a wicket. Gee, thanks.
This to be another maiden. It will, as it's plonked to the onside this time off the pad of Roach. No runs are coming. 207 is the lead. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Samsonite is known for innovative and stylish suitcases. Now, alongside brand ambassador Casper Ruud, Samsonite launches a lime green colour in the Proxys collection. Made in Europe from Roxkin Material Technology, Proxys is fully equipped for outstanding travel experiences. Samsonite, the world leader in luggage.
Crispy, juicy chicken, bacon, cheese, tomato, and signature sauce. New McCrispy Bacon Deluxe. Macca's next big bacony thing. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
This final session on day 3 is for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Hazelwood's spell par excellence is over. He has headed down to freshen up, and Mitch Stark has been given the ball at the Vulture Street end. I know they've been wedded to 3 over spells, and I'm sure sports science has played a role in that. I would have given Hazelwood 1 more. He was bowling so well.
You can't ask for better than that. Coming out into a last session on this type of day. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't get 4 out early. 4 over spells.
3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 1. He bowled after the tea break. 8 for 185. Mitch Stark rattles in, bowls. Sinclair, full face of the bat, prods it away to mid-off, no run.
They've been very static, and Hazelwood has contributed to that. And certainly Lyon too, but they're not knocking it around. Don't talk about risks. They don't have to go crazy, but don't get it on the thigh pad. Just work it into the leg side, get off strike. Especially as good a player as Kevin Sinclair is, he may be able to do more here.
3 in the cordon. Stark bowls. Sinclair defends the ball to cover. There's that really awkward scenario here, Heels, is the bowling is so good. Is they going to pick up a wicket? if the batting becomes proactive, then the risk is you gift the wicket. This is such a tense moment in the Test match.
Yes, you don't want to be proactive with your batting, just active.
Yes, nice.
Just really watch the ball hard, know where the gaps are, not the fielders, and see if you can get a ball that you like.
2 runs in 21 minutes of play. Stark bowls, Sinclair flashes. He tried to get proactive. He plays and misses.
Come back to it again. It's a tribute to the fitness and the skill of these Australians that they can bowl in the last session of the day and restrict them to 2 runs. In a situation like this, it'd be pretty easy to get a bit ragged, wouldn't it?
Yes, these guys never do.
Never.
And I think this is one of the first generations of cricketers where our bowling attack is the fittest part of the team. You know, when we used to do fitness tests, the bowlers would be knocked out, you know, halfway along. The batsman would go twice as long.
Stark bowls, Sinclair ducks a bouncer.
But in that situation, does the wicketkeeper have their own group? You just...
Yes.
Yeah.
We've got
Who did you go? What did you...
Just with my group. That's me.
Yep. With all your mates at the middle of the bus.
I benchmarked myself on my last result. So
personal best.
Yeah, we're about halfway down a fitness. Most of us in the beep test has just finished talking, right? You know, now it gets a bit serious. I've got to hit the beep, turn, go back 20 metres, hit the beep, and about halfway along, we just finished talking. That's how slow the test is.
Stark to Sinclair, wide outside the off stump.
And you hit the far end beep, turn round, and there's Warney and Steve Waugh finished. Can't go anymore. We've only just started jogging. So you have to be careful with how important is fitness, you know, or the appetite for fitness when 2 of the great legends didn't value it a whole lot compared to performing in the middle.
Yep.
Neither of them had to bowl like all day seam deliveries, did they? Like Warney's coming in with three paces. Yeah.
It still takes a bit to do that and not get slogged. Stay in the attack that long.
True.
Stark's in the mid-140s as he bowls a bouncer. Sinclair quickly down underneath, and that's a maiden over. 2 wickets and 2 runs since the resumption of play 23 minutes ago. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
8 for 185 the score. Nathan Lyon to continue. Roach on 1. Lyon bowls and Roach is hit on the pad and he's out. 9 down. Roach looks up to his teammate Sinclair, and Sinclair says, I reckon you should challenge that. And that's what he's going to do for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
Well, they just have to, don't they? It was really subtle bowling by Nathan Lyon. 87 k's an hour. A little bit slower than normal, but not the slowest of the evening. It kept Kemar Roach on the crease. Nips it back in. Hits him on the outside of his front pad. Just under his thigh pad. Looks like it's going a little bit far for leg stump. Let's see.
So we're having a look at the replay for Titanium Caravans Built Tough.
Stand by for ball.
We're going to make a call here. Yes or no? Out or not out?
Not out.
Original
and Healy says not out.
I think it's probably umpire's call.
Umpire's call. Roach is out. And it is 9 down the West Indies. After they went upstairs for IMAR Insurance and came up with nothing.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
So Shamar Joseph will be the new batsman and the last batsman with the West Indies lead 207. The Australians celebrating another wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. There's more wickets than runs at the moment.
It's run a long way, didn't it? It was good.
It did.
It was really... It had to spin a long way to hit him in line, and it hits him in line with middle and going on to clip the outside of leg. It's a little bit unlucky. They had to review it.
Well, we were just saying a bit earlier that there's not a lot of spin in this wicket for Nathan Lyon. He's really extracted something there. He's turned it.
Yes.
Trapped him on the crease.
It was an aggressive umpiring decision again. Should that have been given out?
The tailenders, you don't give them any benefit of the doubt. You move the game on.
It was hitting the stumps.
It was clipping, but it had spun a long way and it was clipping the outside of the stumps. That's a 50-50 and it got given. It could have been not given and stay with umpire's call.
If this makes sense, it was actually given quite aggressively as well by the umpire. It was like you're out.
Yeah, like it was just trapped him straight in front.
So Lyon to bowl to the left-handed Shamar Joseph. 8 for 185. Lyon bowls and Joseph dabs at that one, hitting high on the bat. Ballooning out on the offside, but there's no one in close.
Will be soon. They've got to try to entice him to have a slog too. They've got men everywhere, but maybe they could have an in-outfield, get another one in silly point.
Lyon now 3 for 41. He bowls to Joseph, who pushes forward in defence this time comfortably.
So what does Shamar Joseph have to do here, Heels, do you think? Does he bat sensibly and give the strike to the other end, or does he have it, well, to Roach at the other end? It's not going to do much, is it? Probably have a crack, I'd think.
Yeah.
You've got to have a crack.
So head now he's going to the offside, as Ian Healy predicted. No bat pad, but just a silly point.
He's close too, isn't he?
Lyon bowls. Joseph defends on the bounce to Travis Head. On the front foot.
He's moved into that position, hasn't he, the last test, Head. Now that Warner's gone, they've reshuffled the slips. Marnus has come out from under the helmet into the slips. That's his spot now.
9 for 185. Lyon again around the wicket, bowling to Joseph, who tries to cut and doesn't make contact into the gloves of Carey.
It was on too. We're seeing a little bit of the inexperience emerge here with Kevin Sinclair at the other end. He's 10, batting well, but he's 10 off 52, and he seems to be very happy to be at the non-strikers end.
He feels like he's totally stuck.
Yeah, he's not sure what to do, as should be the case when you're so raw at this game.
Last ball of the over here. Lyon to Shamar Joseph, who pushes forward, takes the outside portion of the bat, splashes out on the offside safely behind point to Khawaja. Over bowled on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au. It is West Indies, 9 for 185.
Here's some stats from ResMed to wake you up. Almost half of us don't get the amount of sleep we need to feel our best. In fact, according to a recent ResMed Global Sleep Survey, 42% of Aussies struggle with sleep, with only 10% waking up feeling refreshed. ResMed has been helping Aussies sleep and breathe better for over 30 years. So, if you or your partner have trouble sleeping or wake up feeling tired, take the free online sleep assessment at resmed.com.au.
Mitchell Stark will continue on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts. It is the West Indies 9 for 185, the overall lead 207. What does Sinclair do now? He's batting with number 11. Stark past the umpire, bowls, edge over the top of the cordon and down to the rope for 4. Steve Smith had a leap into the air and he tried his hardest, but it went over his fingers and down to the rope. 9 for 189, a boundary for Azito all day, every day.
Really good thinking by Kevin Sinclair. The mid-on is up. He was trying to go over his head down the ground. Got the fortunate top edge or outside edge, but he certainly got the right idea. Australia have set fielders back on the ropes a lot, on the leg side especially, but deep backward point. They're dropping a third man, a little fly slip down there now for a similar type shot, but they're sort of telling him, well, we think you should be playing shots now. He probably didn't know. He said, oh, right, and he's capable of doing it.
Lead up to 211. Stark on the approach again. Past the umpire, bowls. Sinclair dabs into point. They don't take a run as Green comes around from gully to do the fielding.
And when will he take the run? That's the next thing we'll see. So he's got 2 more sort of free hits before he has to start a bit thinking about getting a single. So he's got more strike for the next over if there is one.
One thing's for certain, Peter Lalor, Steve Smith cannot stand still at slip. He knows what's ahead of him tonight.
Well, we think he ran off earlier and taped the boots up, ready to bat. So it's on his mind already. It's on our minds too, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. Stark again bowls to Sinclair, who's in defence, pushing away on the offside. So Stark's speed still over the 140s mark. That last ball then was at 141.9 for Mate Internet and Mobile.
There's one wicket left out there. And Mitchell Stark needs 2 to equal Dennis Lilly's record. So that means he'll probably do it in New Zealand.
Yes.
God willing. Would have been nice to do it here in
It would
Australia.
have been. It would have been. I thought he might have gone on a tear today and gone through the record on the way through. Halfway through his over here. He's bowling to Sinclair on 14. He bowls. Sinclair forward in defence. So after that burst at the start of the over, Sinclair has been back in defensive mode. 2 balls left in the over. Does he try and take the single here, Heels?
Yep.
So they put the field back up.
They haven't, have they? So
No,
they're happy to get one ball at Shamar. But what I think was missing with their batting in that last over, when they were just at the same ends all the time, they didn't have a chat even. You know, what are we going to do, man? You know, are we going to take a single? Are you going to play shots? They didn't even have a discussion, did they? They must be either unknowing or they know really well what they're supposed to be trying.
Or they're just really nervous. Stark bowls to Sinclair, is up on his toes, defending, trying to almost drop and run to point, but he got the ball too straight to Labuschagne in the covers. So 1 ball left in the over, and there are some adjustments to the field. So Khawaja coming from that fly slip into either a mid-wicket or a forward square leg to try and block the single. There are still plenty of gaps, though, particularly on the offside. Bouncer, you reckon, Pete?
Yeah.
I wonder whether Sinclair's thinking that Tour might back away and hit the ball over the cordon. Here we go. Sinclair waits. It's a full ball into the offside. They thought about a single. Labuschagne, like a cat, was onto it, and they couldn't get the single. So that was well done by Labuschagne, well done by the Australians to keep Shamar Joseph to face the first ball of the next over. 9 for 189. The West Indies the lead, 211. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
Samsonite is known for innovative and stylish suitcases. Now, alongside brand ambassador Casper Ruud, Samsonite launches a lime green colour in the Proxys collection. Made in Europe from Roxkin Material Technology, Proxys is fully equipped for outstanding travel experiences. Samsonite, the world leader in luggage.
What's better than creme brulee? A creme brulee iced coffee. Rich espresso poured over ice with a hint of caramelised sugar and custard flavours topped with crunchy toffee crumb. Try it at McCafe today. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
So in this session of 43 minutes, there has been 3 wickets and 6 runs for Mate Internet and Mobile. They've just got stuck, the West Indies, on the cusp of a potential upset of the century. They're now just holding on at the moment. Line bowls to Joseph, who pushes forward in defence. So that lead 211 as Ian Smith comes in. And a commentary change for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Confusing. I find it really confusing, the tactics here. I know there's a lot of new blood in this West Indies side, but you have to seize a moment, and they haven't done that.
Line bowls to Joseph, that a bit slower. It was a tantalising delivery from Line. Bowled at just 84.6 for Mate Internet and Mobile. It's one of the slowest balls he's bowled all match. Bat pad and a slip. As Line bowls to Joseph, who again pushes forward in defence. The speed there, 85 for Mate Internet and Mobile. So again, still very slow comparatively to where Line would normally be in the high 80s.
And Graves was a classic, 33 from 60 balls.
Line to Joseph, that was the quicker one. He jams down on it, blades it out into backward point, no run.
There's a lot of significant starts in this innings of this inexperienced West Indian side, and then they were outlasted by the Australian bowlers. One of them just needed to get an 80 and another one a 50.
Yes, we've had a 41, a 35, a 29 and a 33. Lyon to Joseph. Goes with the sweep shot. It's in the air. Stark can't get there on the full. Gets there on the bounce as he tried to run forward and to his right. He actually did very well then to field the ball cleanly on the bounce. But they got one. So Shamar Joseph is now at the non-strikers end. He's on 9 for 190. The lead, 212.
He was a good athlete, Mitchell Stark. That wasn't easy. And traditionally, sweep shots for the top edge spin on you. When you're down at deep backward square, they can go in any direction. So he gathered it beautifully. Australia just going about their business here without being sensational. They're just going about their business.
It's sort of low ego stuff. Yeah. They're doing the hard yards. You see Hazelwood's been sliding in the field. Cummins is a brilliant fielder to go with that athleticism of Stark.
So they're going a bit defensive here with the field. So, gentlemen, I'm just wondering, is this almost an admission from the Australians? They don't want Sinclair to have sort of a 15-minute flurry here and get it out to 230, 240?
Yes.
Lyon over the wicket, bowling to Sinclair, who cuts. And on the bounce to Stark. Almost got sucked in by the crowd. Almost. Didn't, though. Maybe I did. 9 for 190 into the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts, the lead, 212.
If you're in the market for a quality Australian manufactured shed, contact Best Sheds today and take advantage of their 25% off sale. They've got the best sheds in the business, and their sheds come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and come with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. Choose from the standard range or customise the shed of your dreams and save with Best Sheds 25% off sale. Save big at Best Sheds. 100% Australian owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Well, the Gabba ground staff, they all need glasses. They all came out on the ground thinking that it had gone to Stark on the full. How stupid were they?
I think that absolutely confirms the fact they're listening to you.
Yes.
Well, of course they're listening to SEN Test Cricket. Host Plots and Henley Holmes build with confidence. 9 for 190. I've got to say, at times, it is hard to pick up the pink ball at night when it's hit square of the wicket from a commentary position. So I can only imagine what it'll be like at fielding at times. Trying to dig himself out of a hole. Stark comes in, bowls to Joseph, who flashes and misses.
And getting no help from us.
No, you gave me nothing.
Blanked you. Here's a chance for some quick runs. Shamar Joseph gets lucky like he did in Adelaide for 20 minutes, half an hour.
Oh, definitely.
Well, we saw that in Adelaide. He really put on a show. But this is a bit different. This is when we kind of know that the game's on a knife's edge.
It's a tiny little fly slip they've got this time. He's very close behind the slips cord, Osman Khawaja, for a flat hit edge, top edge.
Almost like a very deep second slip. Stark bowls to Joseph, who plays it nicely through cover point on the front foot. Won't be 4. Travis Head on the chase. They've got 2. They won't be able to come back for 3. So Joseph will stay on strike with that double. 9 for 192. The lead 214 on the Drainman scoreboard. Lock drains, call the experts, the Drainman. Our experts at the moment, Ian Smith and Ian Healy, for in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. At a very tense juncture in this match. West Indies 9 down. Stark bowls to Joseph. A short one. He tries to ladle it over the top of the cordon to exactly where Khawaja is waiting. He didn't make contact.
Smithy, I've never seen it at the Gabba. The slips cordon standing in front of the keeper. You haven't noticed tonight? No. So they've spread out, and first slip, Steve Smith there is in front of Alex Carey. And when Carey juggled his catch, he was well in front of him. It's quite awkward when that happens, and I don't see a reason why it needs to be at the Gabba.
Would it be because of the pink ball being soft, so it's a different set of circumstances to normal?
A catch going to keeper compared to the slips.
Stark bowls here. Hit on the pad. They like it. Out. The finger goes up. They will challenge. Shamar Joseph has absolutely nothing to lose. But the Australians are already starting to walk off. as we do go upstairs to have a look for IMAR Insurance on the big screen.
Shamar can't get off the field. He's called for treatment.
No ball, is it?
It's a no ball.
And Shamar's down. Look, he's down. He's broken his foot.
So Steeve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne were almost off the ground. They're having to come back.
The ground staff have had another crack and they've had to go back. We've got an injured player down, which is going to necessitate some time, and not only that, he's a crucial weapon in terms of the run chase.
So that's a full-on sand shoe crusher, because he's worried about his foot. He's taken off his boot, he's taken off his socks. We're just seeing now a replay for Titanium Caravans built tough of Steeve Smith. He was pretty much off the field. That's how nervous he is. But out in the middle, I mean, Shamar Joseph, there's every chance he might not be able to continue batting anyway.
Let alone bowl.
We're having a look at the replay here. Oh, that's hit him right on the point of his right big toe, right on the end of it.
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure it was going on to hit the stumps, but it only has to flick them, of course, because he was given out, but it's inconsequential, of course, because he's overstepped. And whilst this is all going on and he does not look comfortable at all, the young fella, his foot's shaking, actually. You can see it on the television. His foot's actually shaking with the pain that he's in. Is not a good sign. I guess we should poke a little bit of the ball at Mitchell Stark overstepping. But it's lost in what's going on now.
He's in so much pain. One of the trainers is actually having to hold on to him so he doesn't fall over. And I have a suspicion he's going to retire hurt here. And we're actually seeing Labuschagne and Steeve Smith run off.
I'm only going on the grounds graph. That's all I'm going on to see if this innings is over. Here they come. It might be over.
It is over because the roller is coming on and Labuschagne and Smith have gone. Now Khawaja running off as well. So the innings is officially completed for the West Indies. 9 for 193 with that retire hurt situation of Shamar Joseph, who is in so much pain. He's got his shoe off, his sock off, he's rolled his trousers up as well. He's being helped off the field, and the innings is complete at 193. So the West Indies lead 215, which means Australia will need 216 runs to win.
Haven't seen anything like this before either in my life.
That's speared in, didn't it?
It's ugly.
It was like a reverse swinger. It was zeroing into the left-hander's front toe. Oh, and I've never seen anyone limp so much with a broken toe. It's maybe the bone and the big toe and the bone behind it.
And it makes it harder for the West Indies also to get those 10 wickets when one of your most successful bowlers, particularly from the first test, won't be able to bowl. We will head downstairs. We've got Brendan Julian, part of the host broadcast team. He's with Josh Hazlewood, who sparked them in that final session. With his bowling, the West Indies 9 for 193.
We got Josh Hazlewood. Gee, that was a tough day today out there, wasn't it? Yeah, it certainly was. I even thought yesterday was probably a little bit hotter, like more humid, but today the sun was out there early and, like short spells, and we just rotated from one end, but it was tough work.
Yeah, even mentally out there, just going through the motions there, you guys just stuck at it though. Was that the big game plan?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gaz obviously plays a huge part. He could lock down that one end. They didn't really sort of go after him, bowling a lot of dots, building pressure, and we just get rotating from the other end. And I thought Greeny in particular was good today.
Yeah, 215 there. Well within your reach, no doubt about it. But a tricky little period now, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. Sort of does a little bit more at night. Obviously, the new ball, no matter when you have it, does quite a bit. So they might be a bowler down after that strike on the foot, but still a quality attack.
All right, mate. Well done. Good luck and get in the ice bath.
Cheers, thanks.
Josh Hazlewood there with Brendan Julian. What a 90 minutes we have coming up on SEN Test Cricket. Steeve Smith to open the batting. We've got Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne, Cam Green all waiting to bat next. All sorts of things could happen in this next 90 minutes. We'll take a break and be back with Gerard Whateley to get things going in Australia's chase for victory. They need 216.
He's one of the world's greatest athletes, a 7-time world champion, entrepreneur and MVP quarterback. And now you can sit down for an evening with Tom Brady in Brisbane this Sunday. And Tom sharing stories and touchdown insight on sports and business from his decorated career both on and off the field. Don't miss an evening with Tom Brady at Brisbane's Royal International Convention Centre this Sunday. Tickets on sale now via Megatix and will sell out.
Get it right the first time with K-Rain Irrigation. K-Rain is the landscaper's choice when it comes to professional irrigation supplies, and for very good reason. K-Rain features durable and high-performance products, which make it the industry leader for household or commercial irrigation. There's a wide range to choose from, and it's all available at leading hardware stores. K-Rain, the landscaper's choice. For the full K-Rain range and helpful tips, visit k-rain.com.au today.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous once-a-year summer spend and save is on now. Yes, the National Tiles famous once-a-year summer spend and save is on now. Spend $4,000 and will only charge you $2,750. Or spend $2,000 and will only charge you $1,450. This National Tiles famous annual summer spend and save is not to be missed. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Wishing summer would never end? With Venture Atlas, it doesn't have to. They're serving up the ultimate experience where luxury meets adventure in Western Australia's Kimberley region. Soar through towering gorges on an exclusive 6-day helicopter safari or enjoy the Kimberley's highlights on short tours that fully immerse you at land, air and sea. Summer doesn't have to end. This winter, let Venture Atlas take you on a journey beyond imagination. Visit ventureatlas.com.au.
He's one of the world's greatest athletes, a 7-time world champion, entrepreneur and MVP quarterback. And now you can sit down for an evening with Tom Brady in Brisbane, Sunday, January 28. And Tom sharing stories and touchdown insight on sports and business from his decorated career both on and off the field. Don't miss an evening with Tom Brady at Brisbane's Royal International Convention Centre, Sunday, January 28. Tickets on sale now via Megatix and will sell out.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George?
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Hello, it's Albert Sanusa from State Transport. Did you know we have more than 250 vehicles servicing all your needs Australia-wide? Whether it's a full truck or single pallet, we deliver. Tassie, Melbourne, Subiaco in WA, from Prospect in South Australia to the Sunshine Coast or Byron Bay, we cover all the cap cities and more. Visit statetransport.com.au.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
With balls, edge, bobbled by Carey. He's pulled it in. Graves has gone. That would have been heart and mouth stuff for the keeper. Hayes with bowls. Elzari drives, edge, hauled in, and second slip. Oh, he's redeemed a few sins there, Steve Smith.
Bowls. Roach is hit on the pad and it's out. So the innings is officially completed for the West Indies. 9 for 193 with that retire hurt situation of Shamar Joseph, who is in so much pain.
Rather astonishing sequence of events to bring the innings to a close. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, the changeover. Australia's target is 216. After the dinner break, there were 11.4 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 10 and a retired hurt. But the real stretch was the 40 minutes at the front end of that, which was 9 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 2. It was led by Josh Hazlewood, and then Nathan Lyon got in on it as well. And it has turned the test match so heavily in Australia's favour. The West Indies have 90 minutes to do something about that tonight as the innings change comes to its close. Bundaberg Ginger Beer. And with all sorts of demons swirling around, Steve Smith has skipped across the rope, and Usman Khawaja will be his batting partner at the start of it. This is SEN Test Cricket. Decisive events in this second test in Brisbane. For Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. Our experts, in-place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. Stephen O'Keefe is in place. Hello to your sock.
Hey, Gerard. Smithy.
Yes, well, about 60 short for me. 60 runs short, and they were on track to do that, and they just became becalmed after the dinner break as such. I was very disappointed in their attitude, to be honest. They actually closed up. They clammed up, and at a time where they could have said to Australia, we're going to win this session. We win this session, we win the match. We're going to get runs, we're going to go at you, and then we're going to bowl at you right at the end and get a couple of you out. And right from the outset, they just didn't even start part A. It just did not come at Australia at any point and put on any pressure, and then it just became inevitable. Australia did what they had to do, as they always do, and then we had the bizarre situation of a retired hurt to end the innings. So crazy, absolutely crazy from the West Indies. They'll lament that 40 or 50 minutes of cricket, I feel.
The substitute is Gudakesh Moti. He's gone down to fine leg. So Shamar Joseph, I imagine, is being taken off for X-rays in the very near future. So the West Indies are going to have to do it a fast bowler down. Hey. Steve Smith out in the middle, opening for Australia. Kemar Roach is in from the Vulture Street end, and Smith across his stumps, shoulders, arms, and it passes with plenty of swing through to the keeper.
Did seem like an interesting finish to the match. West Indies, this whole match, have been playing on the front foot. It seemed like most of the decisions they'd made, whether it to be build a partnership or be aggressive, albeit Alzari Joseph, attack with the new ball nice and full, had worked for them. It's the first time we saw them blink, you know, maybe go into their shell, and I think it has hurt them. You know, 250 plus changes the complete complexion of this game.
Smith faces up. Roach is with him, and he's trying to turn to leg. He got wrapped on the pad on the way through. It's a stifled shout.
Gosh, that was so similar to his first innings dismissal, Steve Smith. And you just wonder, here's a bloke who works so hard at his game and thinks so deeply about his game, almost out in a situation where he's just, his head is so far away from the line of the ball, he finds it hard to catch up with it.
Arena Sabalenka has won back-to-back Australian Opens, 6-3, 6-2, dominating the women's final. Roach to Smith, full face of the bat to defend to leg, across his stumps, and then takes it to the opposite side.
If I am to see anything slightly different here, Smithy and Gerard, it's in the first innings, the back foot did go a long way across. His front foot, his left foot, stayed where it was. In this case, what I'm seeing is the back foot go, then the front foot go and plant just at point of delivery. So I think he has made a subtle change. It's not with the back trigger movement, but the front foot is coming over a lot earlier and getting set, you know, in a nice position. I think a better position than what he was in the first innings.
So he's more stable.
Yeah, at point of release.
Roach bowls to him, and Smith fends the ball down in front.
And he has to make changes, let's be honest. You know, in Adelaide, it was a long way across, playing 6th, 7th stump. Nick, this time, same position in the first innings, you know, hit in front of middle. You know, he does think deeply about his game. He would have gone back and thought about it, had a look at footage. I think we are seeing some thoughtfulness from Steve Smith, albeit a small one. It's quite hard to change mid-game, you know, bulk changes, but he has made a subtle change here.
Kemar Roach with 4 slips in place. He bowls to Smith, who drives straight back to the bowler. Didn't go where Smith wanted it to. And he's a tell. He'd be a hopeless poker player. He meant it to go through cover, and he's pushing his hands out there.
I don't like him opening because that makes number 3's job almost impossible. Because every time somebody mishits one, it's an unplayable delivery. You know, that one just bent so far in the air, it was almost impossible to hit. Poor old Marnus, no wonder he's out of touch too.
Roach rounds his mark. He's in at Smith, who drives out through extra cover, and Smith will start with a ball that touches. No, it won't get there. No, yes, it will get there. The dive was put in right at the end, but to no avail. It was chased all the way by Brathwaite. Smith opens with the boundary, as he did yesterday for Azito all day, every day. None for 4, the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts. Smithy, so Steve Smith's career arc, so in test 107, he probably hasn't been under this level of scrutiny since he was first playing as a leg spinner and no one was really sure what he was going to be.
It's an interesting scenario, this. Now, you would never... we've just seen a player with over 100 test matches retire on his own terms, David Warner, although there was great debate about that, wasn't there, around Australia. Now we're seeing a situation where a player regarded as one of the greats of his era is also under pressure, and people are saying, well, is this it for him? I mean, how many chances will he get at opener? It's bizarre.
Alzari Joseph starts his work to Khawaja, who shoulders arms. And there are so many layers to this. Is one that you've just perfectly articulated is there was no conversation around Steve Smith's end other than his own sort of wistfulness from time to time. And then in what we've seen so far is he's had moments that have those pondering, well, that's usually how the beginning of the end looks. 223 runs in a home summer at 32. They're not the numbers we expect from Smith. Khawaja tried to pull, got a bit tangled up. It fell down to the leg side. Keeper works around. They go through for a run. Khawaja's off the mark.
I think it's what makes it even more fascinating, Gerard, is watching a guy, as you quite rightly said, you wouldn't mind playing poker against, because you're watching him problem solve on the fly. What he's experiencing, you're seeing firsthand. The ball's shooting on, the ball's moving. If he's not quite in the right position, you see it in his facial features. But all along his career, since I've known him as an 18-year-old, he's always come up with an answer. He has always had a reply to anyone's question, and it's generally been the right one. White ball, red ball. I'm seeing no different. However, this is the most scrutiny I think he's ever faced.
Alzari Joseph, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Smith, who leaves outside the off stump. Now, while we're totally absorbed here, Ollie Pope has just made a century in Hyderabad. He's 101 from 155 balls. England is 5 for 245. So they have built a 55-run lead after being a mile behind at the start of the day's play.
Who's taken the wickets there, Gerard?
2 for Bumrah, including Root cheaply, 2 for Ashwin and 1 for Jadeja. Alzari Joseph bowls, Smith back, cuts for 4. Through backward points. Stood up on it and gave it a swish to send it on its way. Smith is 8 from 8, the boundary for Azito all day, every day.
Well, cover drive was glorious as well, but that's a beauty. That is a terrific shot. It was wide enough for him to free his arms, but he just executed it so beautifully there. Those 2 shots may be a turning point. It doesn't take much for great players to feel like they're back. And those 2 shots, front and back foot, beautifully executed.
Joseph's bowling from the Stanley Street end. He lets fly to Smith, who leaves outside the off stump.
I love when Steve Smith, there's some innings in England, and when he gets going with a nice cover drive, it just tells me that everything is working in unison. There's balance there, there's timing. He's playing the ball under his eyes. I've missed that in a few of his last innings. And although, he's put the cut shot away for mine, that cover drive tells me that his balance is good, his footwork's good, and he's watching the ball closely.
3 slips and a gully in place. Last ball of Alzari Joseph's first over. He bowls and Smith is beaten, got squared up as he was feeling for it. None for 9 after 2 overs. The chase is for 216 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Voted one of the world's top 10 iconic wine stores, here's Miles from Prince Wine Store with a wine update.
The Prince Wine Store annual sale is live and ready to roll. This is the perfect opportunity to grab a bargain from one of the country's finest selection of wines. It's 20% off all still wines and 10% off sparkling and fortifieds. Sale runs till January 31st and is online or in-store at both our Sydney and Melbourne locations.
Prince Wine Store, Bank Street, South Melbourne. Delivering Australia-wide. princewinestore.com.au.
This final session on day 3 for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Australia is at the crease. None for 9. And Shamar Roach aborts on his run-up. Khawaja, no century this summer, but he's amassed 314 runs at 45, the 90 in Perth, and a string of 40s. And a little bit more as well. Khawaja's beaten on the outside edge. There was a 75 in the first innings. That boosted him to 350 at 44 this summer.
The problem now for Craig Brathwaite is it's doubled by the fact he's lost one of his star bowlers, the guy that was so good in Adelaide, Shamar Joseph. The other problem that he's got now, he hasn't got enough runs to play with where he has to, well, he can be attacking for too long. He's got to have to manage this as a captain quite cleverly. He's going to have to attack. He's going to have to defend. He's going to have to hold back. He's going to have to wait for wickets, then pounce again if he can. Awkward.
Roach to Khawaja, plays the ball out to the vacant cover region, and he takes a run. He's 2. Australia has 10 on the boards. Bharat Sundaresan has been sniffing out what's happening in the West Indies camp.
Just as the expert on Shamar Joseph, the news from the camp is that he's just icing his foot. He's not gone for scans. He is in a bit of pain, as we saw him being as he walked off, but no scans, so he's not left the Gabba yet, and they're just monitoring him for now.
Hit by the sand shoe crusher. Stark had him given out. LBW, it was a front foot no ball. He had to retire hurt regardless. Smith plays Roach down to his toes. And he's full of fidget and motion tonight, Steve Smith.
It's amazing. 2010, he went away on his debut, or what was to be his debut tour against Pakistan in England. Tim Payne also debuted that tour. He was a leg spinner, and I was along on that tour as well. And I remember before his debut, he was told, Troy Cooley come up to me and said, do you mind chatting to Steve about practicing his leg spin? Because he's bowling leg spin this test.
Smith clips off his toes ever so neatly down to fine leg for a single. He's 9, none for 11.
He spent his first 2 training sessions just batting. He must have bowled for about 15 minutes. Such is his ability to obsess with batting. He always considered himself a batter who bowled a bit, and didn't even matter that he was in the team as a leg spinner. And testament to his ability at the time, 3 for 50 on debut, and this is a guy probably bowled for half an hour before a test. Second test goes on to make 70, and the rest is history, of course. Went from 8 and slowly up the order, but...
Roach to Khawaja from around the wicket. Khawaja reaches, plays it away forward of points. He's able to take a run. Australia has 12 up.
So from a young age, he's been destined. That's been his thought process. It's who he viewed himself as, was a batter first. Again, through, the last 15 years, he's been through his, peaks and valleys in all different forms. But I can't remember a time when the eyeballs have been right on him now. 100 tests, a technique that is failing him so far.
Roach bowls to him. Full toss. Smith hits it to mid-off, threw his head back in disgust that he missed out on it. None for 12. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Level up Dad's game. Skip the usual gift options for Spitwater's Aussie-made tools, not toys. Best models, bonus accessories, and savings of up to $630. Picture this: cold water petrol-driven and hot and cold electric diesel model pressure cleaners, plus the Vacstorm wet and dry commercial-grade vacuum cleaner. Visit spitwater.com.au or dial 1-800-SPITWATER to join the tool revolution. Spitwater, working as hard as you since 1982. Tools, not toys, because grown-ups deserve but good stuff.
Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Australia none for 12. The target is 216. Alzari Joseph is in and bowling to Khawaja, who lets it pass down the leg side.
Can I have an observation? You know him very, very well, Sock. And I just noticed his mannerisms here. And he's so interesting to watch as a batsman at the crease. He misses out on a full toss. He hits it straight mid-off. He admonished himself. I mean, from 135 yards away, I could see he was steaming under his helmet. He was gesticulating. He was looking where he should have hit it. He was throwing his hand up in the air. And I just wonder sometimes whether he can be too hard on himself, too demanding on himself, looking to play the perfect shot every time, the perfect defensive shot, the perfect lead, the perfect drive.
Khawaja tried to pull. Again, he got tangled up, as he had done previously. It fell away next to the keeper. They're able to take a run, and there's a little bit of glove or the bottom of the bat in that.
I think it's a double-edged sword, Smithy. You know, I think it's that drive and wanting to be perfect, you know, searching for perfection, even though it's rarely achieved. But it's his ability to, you know, question himself. How can I do that better? And I think the thing we love when we see him like this is we can see, you know, every detail, what's going through his mind, how he's thinking. He, at times, I think, forgets there's a camera and a world watching him. He's just out there playing cricket at its purest form.
Joseph bowls to him, and Smith stands up and defends to mid-off.
But when it goes wrong, you know, and he is so hard on himself, I think he can, you know, maybe get into a bit of a cycle where, you know, he's not able to put it away and put it down, and it can compound. And, you know, maybe he's overthinking a game, and it is causing him some issues.
The mental side of the game is so important. You know, when you've achieved so much in the physical side of the game, the mental side is, that's sometimes when you think time might be up, is when you're really battling mentally. He's working overtime here. I can tell from this far away.
Joseph bowls, Smith leaves high with the bat left.
So he leaves that alone. He walks a little way out towards backward square leg, probably 3 or 4 paces, plays with the pads, which probably is, a lot of this is subconscious. He probably doesn't even realise he does it because he does it so often. But you can just see, it doesn't appear, does he, relax. At the other end, we're looking at Wisdom Khawaja, who's almost asleep, leaning on his bat at the other end.
Another guy's in the twilight career, but just so comfortable and in control of his game. And you can sense that with Uzi as well, can't you?
Sinclair's pushed back to deep backward square. Joseph to Smith. He drives, got it through the covers. And last seen racing away to the boundary for 4.
We can tell he's happy with that, Gerard. Little smile, little push with the hand underneath. All says, I've got that one right out of the middle. It's full of a length. The highlight was how late he played it. Top of the bounce, through point, beautiful contact, 4 runs.
3 boundaries for Zito all day, every day in his 13, and it brings the target of victory under 200.
Still 3 slips, still a gully. Still ultra attacking here. Big gap at cover, inviting him to drive, but he's driving well.
Joseph hits the crease, bowls. Smith leaves, late leave. And that is the end of the over. None for 17. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
I've been a self-employed chippy for 15 years, and the builder I work with just told me I need to become their employee.
What? Why?
Because of Labor's new workplace reforms.
But you want to be your own boss.
Apparently that doesn't matter anymore. And I'm not the only one. At least 1 in 5 self-employed people are affected, including sparkies, brickies, plumbers and a bunch of other tradies. Visit defendyourrights.com.au for more information.
Authorised by Danita Warren, Master Builders Australia, Canberra.
To the cricket, cheers. Liquorland, choose to drink wise. The session that saw the end of the West Indies innings for 193. The target is 216. Australia's none for 17. Smith's stroke play has been beautiful so far. Roach is around the wicket, bowling to Khawaja, who defends the ball out to cover. Brathwaite around the field, no run.
In between overs, it was noticeable that the skipper, Craig Brathwaite, had a long chat to Graves, because Graves now becomes a huge factor in this. Without Shamar Joseph, he is effectively the 3rd seamer. And whilst he's handy, he's going to have to be more than handy. He's going to be massive, because we're looking at a spinner, Kevin Sinclair, on debut, who can't have a lot of confidence. It's so stacked now against the West Indies, and it's a lot from their own doing.
Roach to Khawaja, who leaves.
Their timings in the first innings were impeccable. You know, a brilliant half an hour at the Aussies where they could come out fully charged, ready to go. They had the cloudy conditions. As I said, it's the first stage of the game where they've just missed the trick, you know. even if they'd been dismissed at the same time, they would have come off the field knowing that they were trying to create some momentum in their favour, taking the Aussies on, which they've done so well all game. It feels like the first time they've gone into their shell, and you're sensing it here again, albeit with Shamar Joseph off the field. The length isn't as full from Kemar Roach. It's a little bit wide of off stump and not challenging the Aussies enough.
Khawaja pulls. He got it this time. Dragged it past the square leg umpire and beat fine leg around for 4. He's had 3 goes at the pull shot. This one, Khawaja nailed. None for 21.
Leaking too quickly from the West Indies point of view. This is now becoming quite an easy task for Australia because of this momentum. And still, Craig Braithwaite says, look, I'll have 3-4 slips. They're just not bowling well enough at the moment. They're not creating enough to justify that with the target they're protecting. It's got to be more clever.
Roach, like the first couple of steps of the approach. He's at the Vulture Street end. He caused the havoc yesterday with those 3 wickets. Didn't really threaten thereafter. He bowls and Khawaja defends on the back foot.
The strength he had in that first innings, it was full. It was brave bowling. You know, he was prepared to get driven down the ground, you know, if he could get a knee roll, if he could get a nick, and he did. You know, he was really brave. Can't help but feel at the moment, maybe there's that sense that Shamar's off the field. I'm going to have to step up and step forward. I'm going to have to maybe bowl a couple more deeper. He might be thinking my spell's a bit longer. I'm bowling a bit more within myself. Certainly not as threatening as the first innings.
Roach to Khawaja, shoulders, arms.
And he's the exact wrong guy to get down about this situation, because if you look around out there, it is he, it is Braithwaite, and it's just Silva, really, who have had the experience in the game to try and get them through, to lift them through this important period of play. They don't need a hangdog-looking Kemar Roach walking back to his mark thinking, have we blown this?
Last ball of his over, he delivers. Khawaja tucks it to the leg. There's at least 1 and probably 2 to be had. There is. It went square enough to send fine leg into motion. And Khawaja takes 6 from the Roach over. He's 8. It's none for 23 on the Drain Man scoreboard. Blocked drains. Call the experts, the Drain Man.
The Golden Grey Summer Carnival is set to reach its thrilling conclusion. Get trackside at Albion Park on Thursday, February 1 as the nation's premier sprinting greyhounds go head-to-head in the final of the $375,000 gold bullion. Other highlights include the Queensland Short Course, the Country Cup Final and the Group 1 Gold Cup, featuring the best staying greyhounds in the land. Check out full details via racingqueensland.com.au. That's racingqueensland.com.au. Queensland is racing.
Today's final attendance, 11,184. That's for Mate Internet and Mobile. None for 23, Australia. Smith is 13, Khawaja is 10. Alzari Joseph begins the fresh over. He's bowling to Smith, who missed out as he looked to flick down the leg side. Taken by De Silva. Bharat Sundaresan rejoins us in commentary. In place living, specialist disability accommodation designed for you. What do you know, Bharat?
Looks like Shamar Joseph has gone for scans now. It did not look good. He looked a broken man as he was being helped off the field, and it's not a good sign. Such an inspirational, it's been a short series, but he's been an inspirational figure for this team. You speak to anyone, they say he's the one who keeps the spirits up and energetic and funny.
Joseph bowls. Smith leans forward in defence and takes the single that's been gifted by the deep point. He's 14, Smith.
And even yesterday, Kemar Roach said he was feeling young again, just being around this team. And he said the guy leading that enthusiasm and excitement around the camp was Shamar. You could see him with his bright smile, regardless of whether things were going for him or not. And yeah, you can see he's already being missed. Just the energy seems to have dropped. Still have some runs to play with here. It's not a lost cause yet. They need to find some inspiration from somewhere very quickly.
Joseph's at the Stanley Street end. Khawaja in behind with everything he's got. Defends back to the bowler.
Everything to play for here for the West Indies, and you just hit the nail on the head. All right, you know, you can sense this almost impending doom in the West Indies. Just viewing it yesterday, you know, at a similar time, they were up, they were about, there was plenty of noise. You could hear it, you could sense it and feel it. The crowd certainly could. They cheered every Australian run. You know, and they had Australia 4-5 down for not many. They've got to believe that they can have them in the same position. They've worked so hard this test to earn the right to be in this position.
Joseph bowls Khawaja just a bit tied up. The ball threatened to get through. It just hit his heel, and he's able to pick it up off the popping crease. This has been the tale of the summer. Just touring teams full of enthusiasm and commitment, just not quite with the test experience and nuance to prosecute an advantage. We saw it repeatedly with Pakistan. We've seen it after dinner today.
Ever since that Perth test, right, Gerard? Melbourne test could have gone Pakistan's way. We said Sydney could have gone there where they were ahead. They got the first innings lead. Even last week in Adelaide, West Indies had Australia 6 for 150.
Joseph to Khawaja, who shoulders arms.
They just haven't managed to land that killer blow. Which again, I think it does come down to that inexperience. Little things, even in that run chase, 120 odd to chase in Sydney. Amir Jamal not getting the ball, even though he'd been the player of the series at that point. And just after the dinner break today, the way they batted, I almost felt like someone in the coaching staff had gone into their heads. Because the lower order just attacked throughout all 4 innings. Or all 3 innings anyway, and then, yeah, they just lost the plot there.
Last ball of the Joseph over. Khawaja down the leg side. He's tickled it through. He's been given out. Khawaja falls for 10, strangled. De Silva there to take the catch, and it's Alzari Joseph who provides the spark and gives the hope to the West Indies. Australia 1 for 24 with an hour and 4 minutes left in the night's play.
Well, if you ever needed a little bit more of a lift, this is the moment for the West Indies. It's down the leg side. It's a casual leg glance, an unlucky leg glance from Usman Khawaja, straight off the bat face, straight through to De Silva. And this has to be the moment, Bharat, where the team goes right. They get into a huddle. They come together and say, this is our moment, boys. We've been a bit flat. That's what wickets do. Brings the team together. You can all sit in that group, share a drink, share a moment, say, right, this is it. We've got an hour to go till the close of play. Let's give it everything. We can win this test match in this next hour if we bowl, field and show the energy that we did in the first innings.
And you could see Craig Brathwaite did that. As soon as they started celebrating, he kind of like said, okay, enough. Come to the side. He pulled the team to one side. Just a couple of quick words, reminding them that there's Marnus Labuschagne under pressure, and then Cameron Green still kind of growing into this number 4 role. They needed something. They didn't really earn it.
Yeah.
It was one of those triangles.
But you take it.
Yeah, Glenn McGrath says it's the edge of your cricket bat.
Yes, that's exactly right. The Drain Man scoreboard, blocked drains, call the experts the Drain Man. 1 for 24. And Justin Graves, who Brathwaite had a word to just a little earlier on, he has a big role to play as the first change bowler for Crowes Electrical and Solar, fighting rising power costs. Smith and Labuschagne, the 2 underperformers of the Australian summer. Labuschagne 221 runs at 31.5.
Doing some number crunching on Marnus Labuschagne's test averages, Jed, in the last 2 years. That's how I spent my morning.
Lovely. Graves begins his spell. He bowls to Smith way outside the off stump and allowed to pass. So all your numbers here for Mate Internet and Mobile, Bharat.
He just walked out to bat now. He's averaging 51.41. It's the lowest he's averaged since the summer of Marnus. What, 5 years ago, 4 summers ago. He was 46 when he played that first test against Pakistan here. Got the big 100 to get the summer of Marnus going. 2 years ago, he peaked at 62.14 after that 100 in the Ashes test at Adelaide. That's when he became the number 1 batter in the world for the first time. That average dipped to 54 after the Pakistan and Sri Lanka tours in 2022.
Graves to Smith, who pulls. He went after it and he got it brilliantly. Over the rope she goes on the bounce. 4 at deep square.
Smith's stroke play is quite glorious tonight. He's on 18.
He started nodding as well, Steve Smith. That's a sign. He's nodding. I've seen those nods thousands of times, maybe millions of times now. He's feeling it. And just to finish on Manas, so he was 54, Gerard, after those Pakistan and Sri Lanka tests. Comes home, plays those two tests against West Indies last summer, 500 runs. Average goes back to 60. And in the space of 14 months, it's dropped 9 points. That's quite a bit.
Graves to Smith. He fends the ball out into the vacant cover region and runs hard. He's got the first and he'll come back for the second. Smith is 20 and almost a runnable.
And you almost fear if he does not have a great tour against New Zealand, that average could come into the 40s, which you would not have thought was possible just, like I said, 14, 15 months ago. It's been quite a drop. He averaged 35 in Test cricket last year.
Smith on strike, in behind. Bit of Dave Warner about him. No run. Loud, decisive.
And Sydney batted really well, got the pair of 60s, and I felt that his alignment was great as well, and he felt really confident. Tricky pitch in Adelaide, he gets out, and then pretty loose shot in the first innings to get out. You can see he was practicing his tight defense at the non-strikers end now. It's been interesting, so much focus on Warner and Smith. Manas is batting career graph.
Smith leaves.
It's kind of dipped like not many people expected it would, ever since he became #1 in the world a couple of years ago.
This summer, 16 and 2 in Perth, 63 and 4 in Melbourne, 60 and 62 not out in Sydney, 10 and 1 not out in Adelaide, 3 in the first innings here. They're not the numbers of a champion #3 on home soil. 60s don't cut it. Graves to complete his first over. He bowls to Smith. That's way wide and let pass. 6 from it. 1 for 30. The Drain Man scoreboard. Block drains. Call the experts. The Drain Man.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
So Australia 1 for 30 on the Drain Man scoreboard. Block drains, call the experts the Drain Man. And already to win for Australia has dropped under 200, Steve O'Keefe.
Yeah, I mean, I was really surprised with that bowling change last over. We know the new ball stays hard for 10 to 12 overs. It's the best time to bowl. You've got the leader of the attack, 5th all time on the list, Kemar Roach, and he bowls 3 overs in what will be a telling spell under lights with a brand new hard ball, just 3 overs.
Joseph bowling here to Labuschagne, who's hit in the midriff as the ball seamed back in and hit the body, not the bat.
His only explanation I have for you, Sock, is that maybe he wants Roach to replace Alzari, maybe after this over, so he can come back at that end. And Kemar Roach, throughout his career, one thing he's done is bowl long spells. So it's not a fitness thing, or it's not trying to rest him. Again, that's already the loss of Shamar Joseph is showing.
Yeah.
And just think about it. A wicket has fallen and you have your 3rd, 4th change bowler bowling at the other end.
It's the moment where you want to step up, isn't it? You know, you want to bowl 6, 7, 8 under these lights and in these conditions.
I love the fact there's still 5 slips for Labuschagne, who leaves the next one outside off stump. So the West Indians certainly going ultra aggressive with their fields. In a way, they've got nothing to lose. They need to take 10 wickets, and this is probably their best opportunity in these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed again with Alzari Joseph. Quite rightly, as you said, Whitey, 1, 2, 3, 4 slips, maybe a 5th slip and then a gully. You know, there's questions over Manas Labuschagne, you know, and they will be answered tonight one way or the other. This is as testy. It gets 140k, steepling bounce.
Joseph bowls and Labuschagne leaves again.
And a guy who had his number in the first innings. You know, got him fending at ball that he probably shouldn't have played at, but that's what you do when you bowl over 140 Ks. Gets you in awkward positions, gets you to throw hands at balls. we'll know at the end of the night how Marnus has fared here. Again, another intriguing battle at both ends. And it doesn't have to look pretty, We expect our number 3 to come out and be a nice flashy stroke player, but at times, just getting ugly runs, just being out there learning is enough to me to show that he is ready.
Joseph again to Labuschagne. That is a very tight leave. That very nearly smashed into off stump. It probably didn't get up as much as Labuschagne thought. The speed was still 141 k's an hour for mate Internet and Mobile, but I'm looking forward to this replay for Titanium Caravans. Oh, Marnus, what are you doing?
Well, he was
just two types of leaves.
That was a good one.
3, good, bad, very bad.
Yeah.
I've seen a few very bad leaves.
Saw a couple last week in Adelaide. Trust me.
Joseph again, full head of steam, bowls to Labuschagne, who again leaves. He's trying as hard as he can not to play at any ball.
And I like it. As I said, it doesn't have to be stroke play, but he can show me he's ready and up for the challenge with this intent. It's watchful. He knows this is the tricky part. We can break the West Indies back here. If we can get through this spell, we've got Greaves, we've got Sinclair. This is going to be the toughest challenge that's going to be posed. If we can get through this period, it will get easier. And I love this intent, from Marnus. Albeit a leaving one, it's still positive in my book.
5 dot balls in a row. Joseph again to Labuschagne, who leaves that one wide of the off stump through to keeper De Silva. Over bowled, 1 for 30 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
For a high-performance flexible lay-flat hose you can use for all types of irrigation, check out Flowmaster. With a unique fine weave, one-piece construction maximising reeler capacity, it's constructed from a circular woven high-tenacity polyester reinforcement designed to fit a wide range of coupling types, perfect for slurry disposal to land. With easy deployment and retrieval time after time, you'll enjoy Flowmaster's long service life, minimal maintenance and low operating costs. Drop into your local Nutrien Water store or visit nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
The Australian team for Red Energy switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. RedEnergy.com.au has been put under pressure by the West Indians. Maybe for the most of any team, Pakistan or the West Indies, for the entire summer. They've been told to go out there and get over 200 in their final innings to win the last test of the summer, and at the moment they are 1 for 30. On the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, visit holmanplumbing.com.au. Some repairs to the pitch by the curator and his team. And now Graves is ready to go again. From the Vulture Street end, the tall man approaches, bowls to Smith, who leaves wide of the off stump.
My mind just boggles here, but you've got Kemar Roach, who had Steve Smith's number, and he's bowled 12 balls. Probably most he's bowled to him, with a brand new ball. Steve Smith would have been thinking about how I'm going to combat Kemar Roach and Greaves is bowling. And I get the logic of trying to hold him back and go round. Yeah. But you get one new ball.
That's it. Yeah.
And you only get
the spink ball,
and you only get 20 balls at a batter before he's set. And Steve Smith looks quite comfortable at the moment at the crease.
He's on 20 not out. Graves bowls to Smith, who hooks it away into open territory. Forward of square leg, out towards the rope, and it finds the rope. He just helped it on its way, purposefully hitting the ball into the air, into open space, and out to the boundary. 1 for 34 now the score. Steve Smith up to 24 himself.
All I can say, Sock, is West Indies in the last hour or so have gone from playing like a team who had nothing to lose to a team who suddenly felt, oh, wait, can we win this?
Yeah.
And they're buckling under their own pressure.
Yep.
That pressure of being in a position from where they thought they could win.
Smith waits again. He tries to flick it down leg side and doesn't make any contact. And De Silva wearing the floppy hat now as the wicketkeeper. Is that an unusual situation at night to be wearing the floppy hat? The only other one I can think of that would wear a floppy hat at night from a West Indian point of view would be Keith Arthurton.
Yeah.
From years ago.
And Richie Richardson, who's still...
yes, of course. But his was maroon, though.
The white one. Yeah, that's correct. Keith Arthurton. Richie Richardson still wins golf tournaments wearing that maroon.
Does he?
Oh, yes.
So iconic.
Graves bowls here to Smith, who leaves outside off stump. It's like he's lost his cap to Silva because
It's odd.
He wore no hat at all in the first innings for most of the innings.
Short sleeves for keepers, big no. Floppy hat for keeper, big no.
Yeah, short sleeves now.
Floppy hat for batter. If you're Keith Arthurton, Richie Richardson, big tick. Love that. Absolutely loved the floppy when he batted.
You know, I thought Graham Hick looked okay with that floppy hat.
Yep.
Graves past the umpire bowls to Smith. Again, another one down leg side, and this will be frustrating Craig Brathwaite. You can see him clapping now to Graves, saying, come on, mate, come on, we need you here. Thanks to Tyre Power. Summersal. Send in your thoughts, 0433 98 11 16. Cricketers to make the floppy hat a good thing.
Make the floppy hat great again.
I think, didn't George Bailey go with the gold floppy hat there at one point?
He did.
Adam Zampa occasionally.
Yep. Graves bowls to Smith, who is nudging that one. He was squared up there into the gully, and he wants gloves. He wasn't happy with that. He wants gloves. Over bowl, 1 for 34 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Leaping from roof to roof, he's keeping the residents of homes across Australia safe from rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Sourcing energy direct from the sun, he's helping everyday Australians save thousands of dollars every year. Lower the cost of living with Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Visit CROWLZ electrical.com. REC 22623.
The Australians need 182 for victory. They've got 9 wickets in hand, having lost Khawaja 15 minutes ago, caught down leg side off the bowling of Alzari Joseph. So we look up on the scoreboard, and Steve Smith is the Australian leading run scorer as it stands for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
Yeah, Steve Smith's looked much better in this innings. It's the second thing he's got right this week. I asked him before this test who he thought which English batter might score runs in India. He said Ollie Pope will. Ollie Pope's made 100.
Joseph bowling here to Labuschagne. For the first time, he hits the ball in defence, squared up, just knocking it away on the offside.
Spent some time, didn't he, Ollie Pope, in Sydney playing grade cricket for Campbelltown. Is that right?
Yes,
Bharat?
that's correct.
Yeah. So applied his trade out here in Australia. I love the proactiveness about his batting. Really good. Accomplished against a swinging ball, and now a big 100 against India in testing conditions against 3 of the world's best spinners. Quality knock.
Gets that game alive.
Still plenty of slips here. 4 slips in a gully for Marnus Labuschagne, who is yet to score. Joseph bowls. Labuschagne turns into the onside, but straight to the only man there at mid-wicket in Kemar Roach.
I almost feel like, I know it won't happen and it can't happen, but it's like someone from the Australian camp should go and tell the West Indies, okay, fine, just we allow you to use another bowler from the reserves. Akeem Jordan can swing the pink ball.
Yeah,
it's not a concussion sub, but
if it's, I know, you do. You feel like
you feel for them. Yeah,
this has been built up for this moment, for this opportunity, and it's just taken the wind right out of their sails. You know, Shamar Joseph, as you said. You know, he was the conscience of the team. He was the spirit. He got them going, and you can sense that he's not out there.
Joseph bowls to Labuschagne, who's defending with a straight bat up to mid-on, and there is no run. So we are getting some messages and some ideas through on 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power Hot Summer Sale. Wayne Phillips.
Of course, Wayne Phillips.
That's from Michael. Greg Chappell had his own floppy hat, which he did.
Yep.
I know my son James, he's only 8, but he wore his floppy hat to the disco, the school disco, because he loved the floppy hat so much. He wears it everywhere.
To a disco. Great.
I love your kids. Why did they have some great taste, I must say.
1 for 34 as Labuschagne will get some runs, just flicking it through forward square leg. That's almost trademark Marnus Labuschagne. Out into lots of space on the onside. They've got 3. They're thinking of 4, but they'll keep it to 3. Good throw there from Motti in the deep, who's out there in the field with the injury. Is it Motti is out there?
Yeah.
It is, yep. He's out there with Shamar Joseph off the field. 1 for 37, Labuschagne 3. And that is on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Oh, so you have one kid who wears the hat to the disco. You have another kid who turned vegan because he heard Virat Kohli turn vegan.
No, it wasn't. No, he didn't turn vegan. He wants No.
Can you eat a frog
quite
in a
right.
pond if you're a vegan? No.
He wants to eat what Virat Kohli has for dinner. So he won't eat his vegetables, but if Virat Kohli eats them, he eats them.
Bowling attacks.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Smith. Hook shot in the air. It's going to be safe. It's going to be 2 runs. That was a bit top-edge-ish for me. It wasn't fully controlled. Motti out there in the deep. I thought for a moment he might have been a chance. It was irrelevant because it was a no ball, so it wouldn't have been out. So it's actually 3 runs. Smith to 26, the score 1 for 40. And that was quite a considerable no ball looking at the replay there for Titanium Caravans built tough.
Yeah, I can sense that Joseph's coming to the end of this spell. So maybe we will...
So who bowls?
Well, he has to go to Kemar Roach. You can't go to Kevin Sinclair this early. That's the problem. None of their reserve bowlers can bowl even medium pace. They're all part-time spinners.
Joseph into his 5th over of this spell. Bowls to Smith, who's back and across, defending down the offside of the pitch. That looked a bit calmer. There wasn't as many dramatic movements in that defensive shot from Smith.
He's just ending up in better positions, isn't he, Whitey? And so you could see that he's... In the first innings, even though we just saw 6 balls, and we almost called the dismissal, didn't we? He was moving so far across. He was ending up on 6 stump almost. Here, at least, he's pressing, getting into his position at around 4.5, and then falling over, which is okay.
But he's balanced at contact point. You know, he's making very, very good contact. You know, that ball is ending up at his feet. It's ending up exactly where he wants it to end up.
Joseph again from the Stanley Street end. Past the umpire, bowls to Smith. Good bouncer. And Smith just swayed back fractionally. Kept the head out of the way. And it went safely through to the keeper. 1 for 40 is the score on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has been Australia's King of Clean, offering comprehensive cleaning services that actually work for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more. Plus, with fantastic franchise opportunities, Jenny King has helped hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers. Need a comprehensive cleaning service tailored to your business needs? Talk to the King.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit JANIKING.com.au.
The Australians 1 for 40. And our experts at the moment, Bharat Sundaresan and also Steve O'Keefe, are in place living specialist disability accommodation designed for you. And Graves will continue from the Vulture Street end. And he's taking his time to set his field. And De Silva's not happy about something. I think it's the man in the deep who's 400 metres away from the bat, it seems. He's been told to come in a little bit. As Graves bowls to Labuschagne, who turns into the deep. Out to that man who's got a lot of work to do. Labuschagne's going to come back for 2. That was one-day cricket. Motti had to come a long way in. And Labuschagne knew exactly where he was, and that's the short-form cricket where you just purposefully not hit it hard, so the man in the deep's got so much territory to cover to come in that they know they can come back for 2, which is exactly what they did. 1 for 42, Labuschagne to 5.
Exactly what you don't want to see, right? Just minus Labuschagne easily just tucking it away and getting 2 runs.
Graves again bowls to Labuschagne, edging and caught! Labuschagne has been caught! Sinclair again with a brilliant catch. Going to his right, 2 hands to it, diving. And Sinclair loved it too. Marnus Labuschagne does not love it. He is out for 5, once more caught nicking into the cordon. Australia 2 for 42.
It's almost identical, isn't it, Bharat? It's almost identical. This time it's Greaves who, you know, his top speed's 126 Ks. Which tells me it's not about the pace, it's about his technique. Squares right up, catches the shoulder of the bat, and again into the safe hands of Sinclair, who is customary now. A bit of style and swagger as he takes the catch.
It is a slow walk out off the ground for Marnus Labuschagne yet again. As Cameron Green comes on, we'll take a break because it is a Bundaberg ginger beer drinks break. with Australia losing its second wicket, still needing 174. It's 2 for 42. Labuschagne out for 5.
There's nothing like Razorback 4x4. They make Australia's best four-wheel drive seat covers, which offer protection like no other. So you can get out and about knowing that the interior is protected from spills, mud, sand, dogs, even messy family members. Razorback 4x4 have the strongest, most comfy seat covers this side of the black stump, and they're customisable with free shipping Australia-wide. Head to razorback4x4.com.au and grab some for your four-wheel drive today. That's razorback4x4.com.au.
A true master of home design knows that the finishing touches are just as important as the first blueprint. Finish your home's outdoors with impeccable taste. Explore Tuscan Path's range of pavers, from understated to bold, from natural stone to porcelain. With such a wide variety of finishes and sizes, you will find the perfect paver to complete your space. Tuscan Path pavers are available at Bunnings Warehouse.
There's nothing like Razorback 4x4. They make Australia's best four-wheel drive seat covers, which offer protection like no other. So you can get out and about knowing that the interior is protected from spills, mud, sand, dogs, even messy family members. Razorback 4x4 have the strongest, most comfy seat covers this side of the black stump, and they're customisable with free shipping Australia-wide. Head to razorback4x4.com.au and grab some for your four-wheel drive today. That's razorback4x4.com.au.
Last ball of the Joseph over. Khawaja down the leg side. He's tickled it through. He's been given out. Khawaja falls for 10. Strangled.
Waves again, bowls to Labuschagne. Edging and caught. Labuschagne has been caught. Sinclair again with a brilliant catch. Going to his right. 2 hands to it. Diving. And Sinclair loved it too. Marnus Labuschagne does not love it. He is out for 5. Yes, Australia 2 for 42, giving a flicker of hope to the West Indies with Cameron Green to the crease. We've had the Bundaberg ginger beer drinks break. Australia need 174 more to win. The West Indies need 8 wickets. And it's the all-rounder, Bharat Sundaresan, who gets the wicket. A nomination for the Jenny King Bowler of the Match for the King of Commercial Cleaning, Jenny King. Franchises are available.
At times during the series, Justin Graves has bowled slightly quicker than even Kemar Roach. He's hit the 130s, early 130s, and that one just jumped at Marnus. But again, his technique being found out. Just spoke about the dip in his overall test averages. Would have dipped even more now.
Absolutely. So both Usman Khawaja and Marnus Labuschagne, who have been dismissed in this innings, will go through the summer without getting hundreds. And you kind of would have banked that both of those would have got a century at some point through the summer against Pakistan or the West Indies. Graves now bowling to Green for the first time. It's a bouncer and Green gets underneath it.
Yeah, Khawaja started with that 90 very early on, didn't he? And yeah, summer against Pakistan and West Indies, the way it was spoken off. Anyway, yes, the pitches have favoured the fast bowlers, but for Marnus to not even get a score in the 70s and beyond, tells you a story there.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think it tells a few stories. But the reality is he's out of form. That's official now. Graves bowls here to Green, who works it into the onside. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. Motti is out in the deep, comes around from square leg to do the fielding, and Green comes back for 2.
Well, this is the reason Steve Smith said he wanted to open. He wanted Cameron Green back in the side and batting at number 4.
Yes. And so with this new combination, as we're seeing for the first time, Mitch Scott's all over this, first time in this new sort of batting lineup that we've got Smith and Green batting together.
Always in sync, Mitch.
World's best producer, Mitch. No doubt about that. As Green dabs onto the onside, thinks about a single, but Graves comes around and does the fielding. That is a great stat for Made Internet and Mobile from Mitchell Scott. We've got another one here. All the messages, 0433 98 11 16. All the interaction that we're getting. Jack Russell, of course, had the Terry Towling. we actually were talking about this yesterday because Ian Smith, part of our SEN Test cricket commentary team, also used to wear the floppy hat.
Yeah, that's correct.
Remember the stumps?
92 World Cup, had the floppy grey hat.
3 slips in a gully here. Graves to Green, who is hit on the pad, but maybe an inside edge because it was a sort of an aborted appeal. It looked pretty close if it wasn't for that faint edge. We'll have a look at the replay for Titanium Caravans Built Tough after the break. The Aussies 2 for 44 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
We could all do with some extra love. And that's exactly what we're giving during our Metricon More Love celebration. Get $50,000 to spend on bonus luxuries on our designer and signature homes for just $10,000. Yes, $50,000 of added luxury in your new dream home. The Metricon More Love celebration. On now. Eligible Studio M upgrades. Conditions apply. CDBU 52967.
Now, Bharat Sundaresan has picked up something on the screen for Titanium Caravans Built Tough. We'll get to after this ball from Joseph to Smith, who turns into the onside, forward of square leg just for a single. Roach coming around from mid-wicket to do the fielding. So 2 for 45, Smith up to 27. What did you spot, Bharat?
No, you just saw one of the technicians, I would want to call them, in the middle, just adjusting the bails, getting everything in order during the drinks break. And Kavim Hodge wanted to make sure that not only was the Zinger bail turned, did he get a bail changed? I think he did, you know.
Maybe, well, I don't know what the situation was there.
There you go. I think the Zinger wasn't going, and I've been in that position, Whitey. To get that Zinger going, it's not just an on-off button. It's a bit complicated more than that.
I know how to eat Zingers. I don't know too much about the bails. As Joseph bowls here and Green leaves, shouldering arms outside off stump through 2 to Silver. 2 for 45 the score. Smith 27, Green 2. We have a Bundaberg commentary change with Damien Fleming coming back in.
How are you, boys?
I'm all right, thank you.
Marnus, thoughts?
I think he needs to do something different before he gets to New Zealand. Otherwise, he'll be nicking for fun on those wickets. What do you think?
Well, that was just a lottery from Graves. And then he finally gets one ball in the right position. Geez, Marnus gets squared up, though.
Green gets one that reared at him a little bit. He tried to turn on the onside, and it was a leading edge that went onto the offside. So Green, like Labuschagne, is not looking comfortable out here at the moment. So much so that Smithy's coming down to have a chat to Green.
Yeah, he's falling over, isn't he? Even in the previous over, you could see right across.
I said it was a leading edge. It may have been a bit of glove and handle as well, or instead of a leading edge, he's taken his right glove off. Just looking at the replay for Titanium Caravans. Built tough. Green's built tough as well. He's about 203, 204 centimetres worth of him. Joseph again. Green smarting from that last ball. Joseph bowls. Green prods at that one. Tried to play through the offside. It goes through the onside, out into the deep for a single. Through forward square leg. Nervous times for Cam Green. He's up to 3 though. Australia 2 for 46. 170 they need.
Rigid bat playing, doesn't he? The way he sets himself up, which I don't mind if he just held, and then when the ball's released, his first reaction is, to react to the ball. But that quick way he goes down to tap the bat, it seems to defeat the purpose of actually having the bat raised up as the bowler's running in.
Smith now back on strike. 3 slips in a gully. Joseph bowls. It's a bouncer. Smith gets underneath. This third session to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wines. We've still got just over half an hour to go. So this ball and then another half hour.
And Stephen Smith replacing Dave Warner at the top of the order. Well, he's replaced his strike rate as well, isn't it? That's the pleasing thing as well from Stephen Smith's perspective. Runs, he's looked good, and runs are flowing.
27 off 36 for Smith. So just to back up your comment, Flem, for Mate Internet and Mobile, strike rate is good. Joseph again, wider on the crease, bowls to Smith, tries to hit down the ground, but Joseph can get a hand to it, knocks it down. And it is a dot ball to end the over. So 2 for 46 the score, with Smith on 27, Green on 3. And I am heading out. Gerard Whateley is heading in to take you home on night 3 of this day-night fixture at the Gabba between Australia and the West Indies. The Aussies 2 for 46.
Hi, I'm Patrick Dangerfield. How good is getting out on the water? But what if something happens to your boat or jet ski? You want to know that you can count on your insurance. That's why I choose Club Marine. Boat insurance by people who know boats. Club Marine is Australia's largest provider of boat insurance with more than 50 years experience. So if you're looking for flexible cover options, exclusive member benefits and fantastic claim service, look no further. Get a quote at clubmarine.com.au and discover why boating's just better with Club Marine.
TFD available at clubmarine.com.au. Read the PDS to see if this insurance is right for you.
Graves to Green to start the fresh over, and Green turns it away to mid-wickets. There's no chance of a run. 2 for 46. The target is 216. Inevitably, inexorably, Smith and Green are drawn together at the climax of the summer. Their fates are intertwined at the moment, and Australia's perfect summer rests on their blades. Damien, Fleming, hello.
Hello, Gerard.
And Ian Healy coming back in for this final half hour. Graves bowls full, defended by Green. He prodded it away to such a degree that he's able to pinch a single behind the stumps at the non-striker's end. Green is 4, and it's 2 for 47. Heels, hello.
G'day, Gerard. G'day, Flem.
Heels up.
Hi, everyone. Another great day, half an hour to go. And Alzeri Joseph, hats off. His spells have been excellent. Just trying to dig up how many overs has he bowled.
I'll have that for you in a moment's time.
Let's see if I can beat you.
6 overs.
Yeah. Is that all? 6.
Graves bowling to Smith, who ducks a bouncer that was very high and called wide. So Graves is the classic mixed bag, isn't he?
Yes. He's 6 overs and 1 for 19. It looks like he's pushing through a bit more than 6, like getting on to the 8th or something like that. But he's a quality performer, athletic. Looks like Kahiso Rabada type body shape.
Yeah. If we, Shamar Joseph, unlikely to bowl again. It's kept him short. He'd be bowling these overs that Graves are bowling now, and the ball's swinging.
Graves to Smith, ducks the next bouncer.
And Graves has probably bowled one decent ball and in the lottery, and it was enough to knock over Marnus Labuschagne, get his outside edge.
Labuschagne's summer in his 5 tests, 226 runs at 28. 3 times he got to 60. He doesn't cut it at 3, does it?
No, we just thought this test they were going to cash in, weren't they, and get all their Summers averages into the 40s and 50s, and it hasn't played out that way.
Smith's on 27. He ducks 3 bounces in a row. And the umpire says that's enough.
And I think there's a little bit in the 60s as well. Like in the past, if you go on to push them into one big 100, well, that helps you, obviously, your summer average there. And it's probably going to be a match-winning innings as well. But, he hasn't been alone. It's been the summer of starts for, well, really all 3 teams and been minimal hundreds.
Yep. Smith faces up, defends the ball on the back foot. Labuschagne, so 226. Khawaja, 359 at 40, 39.88 with a 90 and a 75 in his work.
And some different pitches. Adelaide, I think was tough work. It was too well grasped for a red ball pitch. But here, this has been a belter.
It's supposed to get easy batting when you're about 60 not out, hasn't it? They haven't made it to 60 easily, and they haven't found any freedom all summer.
Graves with the last ball of the over to Smith, who swivelled but didn't play the pull shot down the leg-sided passes. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au. Reads 2 for 48.
The Melbourne Mavericks are here to change the game. The newest team in Suncorp Super Netball is launching its first season, and you can be part of it. Get a Mavs membership for just $89. You'll get 20% off tickets, discounted merchandise, plus special offers, as well as priority access to tickets, including finals. Bundle and save. Buy 4 memberships in one transaction and get $40 off. Don't miss history. Get your Melbourne Mavericks membership today. Check melbournemavericks.com.
The play of the day, the Travis Head run out at short leg, an indoor cricket move that really disrupted the West Indies innings at that stage. They were 4 for 148. They ended up, well, all out for 193 with the retired hurt of Shamar Joseph. The play of the day for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Kemar Roach is switching ends. He's going to relieve Alzari Joseph at the Stanley Street end. We're uninterrupted now through to stumps. Kemar Roach, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 13. The bowling change for Krause Electrical and Solar fighting rising power costs.
Now it's going to be slower, Greenie. Be ready for it.
Roach over the wicket, bowls. Green leans forward in his defence and plays to mid-on. Just before we get fully absorbed here, let me just tell you what's happening in India, where Ollie Pope continues on. He's 145 not out.
Wow.
6 for 304. England's lead is 114 late in the day in Hyderabad. So they've trailed by a mile, got 114 in front, still 4 wickets in hand, and Pope's playing the innings of a lifetime.
One pesky question, folks. How many did he make and who's the not-out batsman now?
34. He was bowled by Aksar. Green on the back foot, defends the rising delivery, calls for the sharp single as it rolls out towards point. It's well taken. And Rihan Ahmed is 8 not out.
Okay.
They've got Tom Hartley, Mark Wood and Jack Leach to come. So
Pope's gone from 100 to 145 very quickly.
Yeah, so he's 145 from 203 balls with 17 boundaries. Yeah. Their overall run rate is 4, so they were up at 6 through the first 100 and a bit. But fighting for all they're worth, the Baz bowlers. Smith's on 27, Roach bowls to him, he leaves outside the off stump.
So we'll just see there was a fair bit of swing early on for Kumar Roach, but now a few more overs in, he's had a rest. I worry if it's not swinging how potent he's going to be here. He's going to have to be very accurate, right on the money.
Green wore the short ball on the gloves as we study the replay for Titanium Caravans, built tough. Broke a thumb that way last summer. Smith fronts up and he leaves decisively outside the off stump.
Kemar was quoted, one of our commentators sort of said how Shamar Joseph keeps him feeling young. I wonder how young he's feeling tonight. He didn't look very young after the first break yesterday. He had 3 for 23. I thought he'd come steaming out of the rooms, but did nothing. And I thought he might have been ill. Something's got to him. I see Josh De Silva was another one that I thought was suffering something yesterday. He's sweating bullets again tonight. His shirt's almost see-through.
Roach to Smith, short. Smith just tucks it around down to fine leg and takes a run. He's 28. The 50 up for Australia. That has come in the 10th over of... that won't be right. I haven't quite got that up at the moment. They've got overs remaining. That's in the 14th over of the innings.
123 kilometres, that bouncer. That's not going to concern Stephen Smith.
No. The 35-year-old just wilting.
Yeah, just got to watch his driving here, Cam Green.
4 slips in place. And Green just calls off Roach mid-run-in. Something just adjacent to the sight screen had caught his eye.
I think he was late in his setup.
Oh, okay.
And when he looked up, Roach was halfway through his run-up.
This is both parts of the national debate. Smith at 1 and Green at 4, and here they are together late on a Saturday night, trying to set Australia up for a run at victory tomorrow. Roach to Green, forward defending. 2 from the over. 2 for 50, the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
And that last shot was one that you're sort of talking about and highlighting with Cameron Green. Flemo, he's quite clunky and hard at the ball and jerky out of his back lift down to even a defensive shot. There's not a lot of smoothness about his batting early in his innings.
No, and throughout his short test career here, it's often when there's a declaration looming, he's such a great team player that he starts to play his shots and he looks a fine player. I don't know whether he can actually do that himself. That's the next challenge at number 4, where you can change your intent in your innings and go through the gears. I haven't seen that a lot with Cam Green's batting. And hopefully he can work with Stephen Smith here, our most experienced batter, averages 58 in Test match cricket. We're hoping that, those two new selections in different batting orders for Australia can be there for a couple of years and make a lot of runs together.
This would be the way to settle it, wouldn't it? In a successful run chase.
Oh, I'd love them to
2 for 42.
Yeah.
They could put an end to the discussion right now. 166 runs to go for Australia. Graves is bowling from the Vulture Street end. Steve Smith is on 28. Graves over the wicket. Smith drives straight to cover, who's been put there to protect.
This particular Australian team, do we use night watchmen? We have.
Yep, Lyon.
Yeah, he's batted up. I think he's batted up. He's in the viewing room. I just saw on the television. And, it's about 20 minutes from stumps that in you go, son. So you walk in really slowly and defend a few and give the strike to the other bloke.
Graves to Smith. He drives beautifully through cover. Now there's a sweeper back in the deep who'll be able to cut it off. And they'll come back for a second.
It's not one of the jobs you miss, Heels, is it? Going out at night watchman?
No.
As a young fellow, I used to have to do it a lot for Victoria, and I just had enough. So I tried to change my, image as a player and started to play my shots more. And if you're known as a shot-playing tail ender, you lose that night watchman role.
Yes. That's the dilemma of Nathan Lyon, though. How many shots has he got?
Smith defends on the back foot.
Well, they went Boland in England.
Okay.
Bolo just going forward and blunting him.
That worked really well in the first. Was it the first test?
That's a long
played
time.
A critical role to set them up for their run at things on the last day.
I love when he goes out, and an old teacher of mine went on to teach at St. Bede's where Bolo went, and he obviously flicked through that Bolo opened the batting a couple of times for St. Bede's. There's always those little trivias.
Smith, that bouncer went very high. Those have been called wide before, but it's allowed to pass.
His bounces have been horrible.
Yeah.
How high have they been?
Yeah, I'm not sure why that wasn't called a wide when they've been proactively calling. I think there's a great scene in the second series of the test, and I think it's in Adelaide, a day-night test, when both Lyon and Boland are padded up as night watchmen. It's like this therapy session as they're together. They don't get used. There's sort of this kinship between the two of them, waiting for their moment at the gallows. Smith lets it pass outside the off stump.
I think under Steve Waugh's captaincy, we got rid of the night watchmen.
Yes, I think
we stopped using them. And then the worst ever, obviously, was Ricky Ponting. Playing the might of Bangladesh in Bangladesh, decided that he needed protecting and sends Jason Gillespie in. And Diz gets the double 100 and then runs punter out the next day. The cricketing gods go, mate.
And Dizzy never
Don't do
plays
that
again. Dizzy never plays again.
Never play again.
Back foot defence from Smith as he plays it to point, no run. 2 from the over. 2 for 52, the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au. The run-out part is lost as the extra kicker sometimes in the story.
Punter was fuming. But it's the cricketing gods going, mate, you should not have had a night watchman.
Yeah.
This is Bangladesh. You're dominating the test match.
I think he was thinking that too. That was part of his annoyance.
And Diz finished as a number 3, scoring a double 100.
So good. Today, after dinner, we saw remarkable events, really. Australia, the West Indies were 6 for 183. They had a lead of 205. Australia bowled 9 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 2. And Josh Hazlewood led the way. He might prove to be the player of the day thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. He took 3 for 23. Lyon took 3 for 42. Roach begins the fresh over. He's into Green, who's forward and defending and punching hard to point. Chanderpaul around to his right to keep it to 1. 2 for 53. So in all, there are 11.4 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 10, with Shamar Joseph retiring hurt The West Indies closed at 193. What it meant to the wickets for the summer is Hazlewood's ended up topping the class, 25 wickets at 14.4. And Cummins just couldn't quite cash in here in Brisbane, 24 wickets at 17. Stark moved up to 20, but Lyon clipped him. Lyon got 21 at 24.28 and Stark 20 at 26.15. Smith pads up, didn't offer. It drew some interest, but not from the bowler. He was well outside the line.
They're unbelievable, those statistics, and fantastic effort by the bowling attack. After that dinner break today, only the dressing room will know, but I hope we hear an assessment of what happened there. 10 runs off 11 overs, come on. When we've got a test match we might try to win. Their technique to try to win this match was to dig in when they're not digger-inners. Those wickets they had in hand are hitters. They're nice and aggressive and quite talented.
Roach to Smith, who swivel pulls out to deep backwards square for a single. 2 for 54.
But were they too scared, too nervous, too lazy, too anxious to play naturally? And in case they got out, so something changed.
Yeah, the bottom line is, why wouldn't you just say, just play your attacking strokes? Because if we get bowled out, well, it's a good time to bowl anyway. And then if you start to score some runs, we know with the Australians, they've struggled to knock over the 9th and 10th wicket partnership. But it didn't happen.
Roach to Green, who played and then left, flew through that, moved a lot, and De Silva leapt away to his left to get it. I do think I agree with all of that, but Hazlewood's bowling was such quality in the 3 overs he sent down. 2 for 1, 2 maidens, so that they didn't come at line at all. But Hazlewood, those 18 balls Hazlewood.
But let's be honest, this is the best summer I've ever seen Josh Hazlewood bowl. Yeah. And talking to him, he felt like those first 2 tests where I can't believe he only kept getting 1 wicket in each innings.
Green forward. He's just a bit unconvincing in his defensive play at the moment. I think he again tried to leave. It hit the bat and runs out to Chandapal.
I'm not liking this. Yeah, he felt like he bowled as well in the first 2 tests, and we talked about it, that the stats were suggesting he was creating more false shots than any of the Australian bowlers, and those cricketing gods did look after him.
Yeah,
you just keep bowling like that, Hoff, and the wickets are going to come. His momentum and his run up and his release just looks so well grooved now.
Yep. He looks so fit too, and obviously is.
Green's having a tough time of this. He leaves more decisively the last ball of the over. So 2 from it, 2 for 54. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au. The target is 216. Smith is 31 and Green is 6. I'm pretty sure, yes, is both Cummins and Hazlewood have finished the summer on 263 career wickets each. Cummins built a big lead at one stage.
Yeah.
And Hazlewood's hauled him in late.
Well, Josh, more than anyone, has just demonstrated tremendous rhythm, as you say, Flem, but control. It was in, right on a good length in at off stump, keeping it really, really tight. Then he's developed the ability to bowl a sucker outswinger in the corridor, and he, more than anyone, has got them playing at that rather than letting it go. And got a couple of edges too.
Graves continues on. He bowls to Smith, who tucks him away to leg and says no after coming a couple of strides down the pitch. It had Green responding. He turns in the nick of time.
Yeah, and I think it'd be the fullest I've seen him bowl.
Yeah.
For an entire summer. No ball.
Yeah, so Graves has done a bit wrong. He has a wicket. He removed Labuschagne, caught Sinclair. Splendid catch again, but he's bowled wides and he's bowled no balls. Australia 2 for 55. Stats for Mate Internet and Mobile. Smith's on 31. He plays the ball out to deep point for a single and goes to 32.
I wouldn't mind if that's the West Indies. I'd be attacking Cam Green. He's really battling at the moment. It's hard to see where his scoring shots are going to be. And I'll be bringing all the fielders in. Don't let him off strike with easy singles.
We're that tight, aren't we? Our top order. Steve Smith's almost finished practicing at the non-striker's end because he's starting to feel pretty good. Cameron Green is about 80 not out. The amount of practice he's done there on his back lift, on his front foot, on his defensive shot, and nothing feels good at the moment. Marnus is always practicing stuff. It's just hard work for them at the moment.
3 slips in a gully. Brathwaite has continued to attack. Graves bowls and Green leaves the rising delivery outside the off stump. It is stumps in Hyderabad. England 6 for 316, so the lead 126. Game scores: England 246 all out, India 436, England 6 for 316. And Ollie Pope is unbeaten on 148 at the end of the day's play.
You know, there's a lot to like about their performance, even if they go down in a heap tomorrow.
Definitely.
And that keeps that tour bubbling along.
Yeah.
Keeps their interest levels up and inspiration to train harder and just improve a little bit.
They went on no preparation, which is the modern trend and the source of much debate. So, yeah, if they... Well, they're going to be credible now after, for a little while, looking like they might get blown away.
Yeah, I thought it might be an innings win to India.
So with the full call of that we have in our partnership with Talk Sport, thanks to Henley Homes and the SEN app. And if it does rain here tomorrow, we'll be able to take you there. Green forwards, defending, beaten on the outside edge. Oh, Green's got 9 minutes to survive. He's doing it the hard way.
He seemed to be delayed in committing to that shot, which sort of, maybe he didn't watch it out of the hand, but he had the bat up, the front foot was in the air moving to the front foot, and he sort of like his brain confirm, full ball. Oh, gets the bat down, miss it.
It's one of the better Graves balls too.
Yeah.
It has nibbled away beautifully.
Graves hustles in. Bowls and Green, same again. Plonked forward, beaten.
Wow. He cannot wait to the end of the day's play.
And then what?
He's got to survive.
Then what? A lack of sleep tonight, more practice again tomorrow, and I hope that
more throwdowns.
Yeah, he finds some rhythm.
I mean, it is bizarre, you know, with the change of the landscape with the BBL in December and January, that if there's changes to the Australian team, you're not coming in with Sheffield Shield form. You're coming in from the squad or from a BBL team.
Graves sizes up. Green wrapped on the pads. They're up and pleading. Not out is the call. Yep, you heard the keeper, Craig, go. And Brathwaite makes the signal. And we are going to the DRS.
TV umpire to the director, we have a play review for LBW. On-field decision, not out. I've checked the bowler's feet, fair delivery, front on, please.
This is for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13-IMAR.
Okay, the ball's close to bat. Can I go
it's on the flap of the pad. Green is a tall man.
Yeah.
It's a good line.
And given not out.
No, there's no mark.
It's hard to imagine that this is out.
Confirm bat or no bat. Keep going through. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. No bat involved. Go to ball tracking when ready, please.
This is going to be all about height.
Original decision not out. Pitch outs off impact in line. Wickets missing. Side catch, you can stay with your original not out decision. Stand by.
Up over the top of leg.
Your on-screen signal now.
There was no worries about the line, but it was always the height.
Moral victory to
Nice.
the bowler.
Yeah.
He is building nicely here. This is nervous moments for Cam. He's been beaten twice on the outside edge, and now has been beaten on the inside.
So the West Indies lose one of their 3 reviews. And Graves is trying again. Edging, falls short of second slip. Oh, Green is living a charmed life. 2 plays and miss. An LBW appeal
it keeps
that
the
comes
strike.
not out. And an edge that falls short of second slip. They take a single. 2 for 57. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Visit holmanplumbing.com.au.
Isn't it funny? Graves has just been licorice all sorts everywhere, and he bowled an okay delivery to Mars. Wasn't fantastic, but now bowling to a battling batsman, he's bowled 4 excellent deliveries.
Yep. 3 out, 3 of them away swingers. Beautiful seam. One in. And while that was quite tight for Green, and you see his front leg when he got hit on that LBW appeal was so stiff, wasn't it? It was dead straight and almost hyperextended. The knee was dead straight. That's just a sign he needs a split second more time to do everything that he hasn't got at the moment.
It's hard. I mean, with nerves, you freeze up a little bit too, but it's just very mechanical.
Yeah.
It's not just this innings, isn't it? It's been a sign of his whole career.
And it does sit over that question whether he's ready for 4 for Australia. Roach in, bowls, and Green keeps the Yorker out. Oh, he sends Smith back. Throw comes in. Smith had retreated to his ground.
Good call in there.
Now, Smith has done his absolute best for Green here. He called for a towel between overs because there's 5 minutes left in the night's play, and the umpire was straight over to him going, hey, come on. But Smith took his full time to mop himself down. He will do everything he can for Green to try to make this the last over, and he's wandering around at the non-strikers end, gardening and farming. See if he can help his younger teammate to stumps. Roach in, bowls, Green leaves outside the off stump. It doesn't carry. Now, Roach has gone down in his haunches like that, made a dash.
Yeah, he's just got to be careful leaving Roach, because Roach is a small man, and we know at the Gabby, you can leave a little bit on length, but generally if the bowler's of average height, that's the in-swinger. That's bouncing on the way to De Silva, the wicketkeeper.
So it's stump height as it passed. It did miss by a way.
I just found someone who wants this game to be over after this over more than Steve Smith.
Yeah.
Kemo Roach. He's not punching any extra deliveries into this night.
3.5 minutes to go. 4 left in the over. Roach bowls to Green. He's forward. He's wrapped on the pad. There was an inside edge. Waved away by Roach.
These are nervous moments. 3 deliveries. Just keep watching the ball. Just back your natural instincts.
And in amongst all those thoughts, you say, keep it simple. Come on. It's so hard.
He just can't use his bat.
Green taps nervously. High back lift. Roach bowls to him. He pushes hard to mid-off.
No.
It almost broke through Brathwaite. No run.
One fielder on the offside in front of him, and his best shot went straight to him.
Well, it caught him in the first innings. That one man in that one spot.
There'll definitely be another over unless the West Indies play their role here. They're having a little conference.
Yeah, they are too.
Just keep an eye on the clock.
The over rate is 0, so it's level. They're okay. I wonder how Australia ended up with their over rate. Lino bowled 16 overs to finish, so maybe got them back on track.
Green faces up. He edges the ball out near cover. He pinches a single. He's going to have to face the last over.
He's playing the night watchman role.
He is. Smith's got 1 ball to face from Roach, and then we'll have the last over of the day. 2 for 58. 158 required from here.
It's just the beauty of Test match cricket, isn't it?
Yep.
Not much is happening scoring-wise, but there's so much to play out there in the middle. These 7 deliveries.
3 slips for Smith. They've got the mid-wicket and the cover in place. Roach bowls to him, and Smith plays convincingly out to mid on no run. 1 over to go in the day's play. 2 for 58. Smith is the leading run scorer in this innings with 32 for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it. I'll just read you tomorrow's forecast as it stands. Showers, possible storm. Rainfall 5 to 30 mils. Chance of rain 90%. Brisbane area cloudy, very high chance of showers. The chance of a thunderstorm, possibly severe. It'll be raining in the morning. And then we see what happens in the afternoon by the looks of what I've been having a read of.
Well, we've got the local here. He'll call it. He'll call it how he sees it.
No mention of Hale there.
Oh, yeah.
Graves, last over of the day. He starts to Green, who turns off the hip. Can't get a run to square leg.
Always finds a positive, even in the weather forecast, this man.
And then the following day, Monday, is 0 to 35 mils, 90% chance of rain, and the same. High chance of showers and chance of a thunderstorm. It does strike me as that's a big range, 0 to 35.
Yes. Today's initial forecast about 1 week ago was for 70 mils.
It was unbelievable, the Saturday-Sunday forecast a week ago.
Got 0.
Yeah. There's 130 mils across the 2 days. Green leaves outside the off-stump, well-pitched delivery.
And what do they need? 158. So that's minimum 40 overs, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2 sessions, isn't it? 3. They could do it, if under the pump, they could do it in 3 and a bit hours.
Yeah. That's still a lot of cricket.
And yeah, it's far enough away that you can't rush it at 2 down. Like if you go, all right, let's bit between the teeth, get him in a hurry, and suddenly you're 5 down, and then you've
well, Travis Head will go naturally.
Yeah. Graves bowls to Green, shoulders, arms. 3 to negotiate.
So will Marsh.
Yeah.
Mitch Marsh, Travis Head, they'll play shots, but yeah, okay. They're probably in the right frame of mind to bowl to that. Have a go. Have a go. We don't mind. If you happen to beat us, you beat us, but we'll see if we can drag a mistake out of you again.
The 2 wickets that have fallen in this innings, Khawaja caught to Silver bowled Joseph for 10. It was leg side Nick, and Labuschagne caught Sinclair bowled Graves for 5. Graves bowls to Green, back foot punch, out to cover. There's a run to be had. Chanderpaul around to field. So Green should survive. Smith has the 2 to face.
Got a round of applause for that big greenie.
He's played a much better over to Graves than he did the previous, where 4 balls in a row he might have been out.
Not a bad effort from Graves as well. He was the backup bowler. He's bowled
Really
7
good.
in a row.
Yeah. More than anyone in the game.
Yeah.
They're putting the deep square out in case Smith has a rush of blood in the last 2 balls. Graves bowls to him, and Smith just tucks to the place that's been opened up at backwards square. He ran the first hard, but he won't come for the second. So Green will see the last ball of the day. 2 for 60.
Come on, Greenie. One more ball. Let's get yourself a nice little nod out.
And a chance to restart tomorrow. It's the 31st ball of his innings.
Tomorrow will be the day where the West Indies have to say, right, come on, here's the basics. Let's have a good first hour. 1 wicket, 2 wickets maybe, 2 for lunch. And then you're, Mitchell Stark sitting there with his arm guard on.
Yep, definitely.
And you just get a little bit more excited with 100 runs to go.
The remainder of the crowds for the last ball. Green drives to mid-on. No run. It finishes at 2 for 60. Smith 33, Green 9. Australia requires 150 runs, 156 runs for victory. And the West Indies need 8 wickets. The numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Damien Fleming, what did you enjoy on day 3?
What do I enjoy? It's been a good couple of last days, hasn't it? From both of these teams. The context early on, I thought the West Indies batted well early on today. They scored a really good rate. In impressive heat, the Australians just bowling 3 over spells, wasn't it? 3 on, 3 off the field, 3 back on, that sort of way. Once again, the West Indies, they had the opportunity to go big. Plenty of starts. I thought, Mackenzie once again, the way he struck the ball, 41 off 50, but played a big shot off Nathan Lyon without, his second or third ball.
It was the first ball he faced.
Was it?
Lyon.
Yeah, I think he could have scored 100. So I've been really impressed by him. And then obviously starts from the younger middle order boys. Bowling-wise, I think obviously Hazelwood and Lyon were the pick of the Australian bowlers. And then the story of the last session after the strangulation by the Australian bowlers was Stephen Smith. Yeah, I was a little bit nervous watching him go out to bat. He looks pretty comfortable there now. Love him to go on to get 100 and get Australia home. And we want runs from Green, don't we? We want to be able to... even if he gets runs here, it's not totally solving the problem, but, you move on to New Zealand and, that's our batting order.
Heels, the wrap of the Australian team for Red Energy, switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. They really couldn't have restricted the target to too many fewer than 216. And from that point of view, it's a good job.
Good call. In that heat that Flem's talking about and bowling 3 overs at a time, you can get impatient. You can try too hard for a wicket every ball and start to get a bit loose. But they just didn't. They were so workmanlike and professional and fit. And they stayed really patient, and when they did produce that spell after dinner, it was incredible fitness and repetition by both Lyon and Hazelwood, and we think that the West Indies erred due to inexperience, and they could have maybe stolen 30 or 40 runs there if they had tried. But if you're going to bat like that against this workmanlike yet brilliant bowling attack, you're not going to make too many.
Our play of the day, Damien Fleming, for Drinkwise was the Travis Head run out of Hodge.
Yes.
A brilliant moment.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. Booney, be proud of it. Do I need to say any more?
Short leg, grabbed the ball out the back of the hand, indoor cricket style, through the stumps down.
I just want to know how much indoor cricket he did play.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Our king bowler of the day for Gianni King of clean was Josh Hazelwood with his 3 for 23. And we've given him the full plaudits in that last half hour of play. Gianni King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. So you have to choose the player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. Hazelwood, Lyon, Head, Mackenzie.
It's a big Hoff for me.
Hazelwood, yes, I agree. Relentless, energetic, great team performance.
14 overs, 23 runs, then you chuck in his 3 wickets. Excellent. Tough conditions.
I like Mackenzie. A few of these West Indian batsmen are not too far away. If they'd only play more games, games without so much pressure and so much consequence. They need to go and play Queensland or go and play, WA and just learn how this goes.
Oh, very nice.
Or who?
Bing Lee, better living every day. We've been dressed by Ringers Western, whether it's the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. When we convene on day 4, Australia will require 156 runs for victory. The West Indies 8 wickets. We'll have every ball of it for you. 1 o'clock tomorrow, we're on air, local time in Queensland. This is SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Dark bowls and Brathwaite drives beautifully. Played through the offside, gave Marnus no chance. 1 for 37. Mackenzie faces up, Stark pitches up, and he's driven for 4. The on drive is a glorious stroke.
Collins over the weekend bowling to Mackenzie. He's driving down the ground again for 4. Threw mid-off. Labuschagne was chasing, gave up 15 metres out from the boundary. Green here bowls to Brathwaite. Again in the air and out. Straight to cover. Labuschagne takes the catch.
He pulls. He went after the short ball and he jammed it away through backward square for 4. Long off on the road. Mackenzie down to sweep, got past him onto the pad and he's out. He goes immediately to Lyon.
Lyon starts to view over, edging just past Smith. Runs for Hodge, he got caught on the crease. Thick outside edge and it's gone down to the rope for 4. Last ball of the over, still around the wicket to Athanase. Edging and no, it's gone down. Steve Smith nearly taken the catch of the century with the right hand. It looked spectacular, but it went down.
Green bowls. Hodge drives for 4. It was over-pitched. He holds the pose on the on drive because it was picturesque.
Line again around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Athanase. Edging and caught to Smith. Smith takes the catch. Athanase's out. Simple catch, chest high, straight into the middle of the hands. Lyon has 2. Hodge here punches down the ground through mid-on. Oh, that's a good shot. That will be 4. That was a shot of a man in form. So still on contact. Hodge here punches down the ground through mid-on. Oh, that's a good shot. That will be 4.
Ryan gives him a look and Hodge clips the ball to short leg, throws the stump down head. This will go upstairs. Now, where was Hodge in all of that? To head, clean hands. Hodge on the turn, out the back of the hand. It's close. He's out. He's in midair. Stark bowls. De Silva drives. Caught by Green. Leapt up, parried it in the air. Hauled it in at the second grab. Green returns to form in the gully. With bowls. Edge. Bobbled by Carey. He's pulled it in. Graves has gone. That would have been heart in mouth stuff for the keeper. Hazelwood bowls. Elzari drives. Edge hauled in at second slip. Oh, he's redeemed a few sins there, Steve Smith.
Line bowls. Roach is hit on the pad and he's out. So the innings is officially completed for the West Indies. 9 for 193 with that retire hurt situation of Shamar Joseph, who is in so much pain.
Elzari Joseph bowls. Smith back, cuts for 4. Through backward points. Stood up on it and gave it a swish to send it on its way. Ball of the Joseph over. Khawaja down the leg side. He's tickled it through. He's been given out. Khawaja falls for 10. Strangled.
Graves again bowls to Labuschagne. Edging and caught. Labuschagne has been caught. Sinclair again with a brilliant catch. Going to his right. 2 hands to it. Diving. And Sinclair loved it too. Marnus Labuschagne does not love it. He is out for 5.